We are live at Coletco. Welcome, everybody. Mike. That's old Mike Massey there, folks. Oh, John Robb. I wonder what John Robb's been up to today. There's old John Robb. Oh, John Robb. Oh, Mike Massey. Oh, Alonzo Breezy. Was that your nickname in high school, Alonzo? Breezy? Breezy Brisno Jr.? Alonzo Breezy Brisno Jr. I've been saying that a lot for a while now, haven't I? Robert, Mark Stanley, Craig, Vladarchek. I had a feeling my hands felt like two balloons. Sean Holford, Jeremy Bryant, Jeff Brindley. Good morning, Chad. Good morning. I had for breakfast Dairy Queen. I usually have something delivered. That's the first time I've stopped and got something on my way to work in a long time. I usually have it delivered. I schedule it when I wake up, and I actually stopped and got something. Yeah. Is it in a hard case? I'll send you what's supposed to be in there. Dairy Queen? All right, all right. Dairy Queen in Lebanon. Yeah. That's all over on the west side of town. Where I live, you're basically almost out of Lebanon. That's halfway to Mount Juliet almost. Well, not really. So when I'm on DoorDash from my house, I'm closer to Mount Juliet restaurants than I am Lebanon, far as delivery time, because they can zip right down 70. So for any locals that know, actually where I live, I can get faster delivery from Mount Juliet stores. Okay. Big night ahead. I'm sending some text messages to some people. It's like I said, I'm knocking some stuff out, and we're about to get right into it. I can't wait to tell you about everything we have tonight. Okay. All right. So let's click on this. Let me look at this. Let me. That's weird. Let me. I'm actually texting him right now. Man, that is bizarre. Yeah, it looks like it's. Is it laminate? It's weird. What do you think, Otis? I don't like it though. I kind of see how it's like miscut right up in here. Mm-hmm. It's truly not a pick guard. Okay. Oh, that's a pretty sweet looking item though. I kind of like it, but it is what it is. Okay. Sorry, I'm I'm working on some crazy stuff right now. I just had a very impressive piece of rock and roll memorabilia just handed to me. I can't show it to you though. I can't show it to you. I'm sorry. I'm going to tease you to death, but I can't show it to you. You heard me say pick guard. That's all I can tell you. All right, let's get sharing. I'm sure y'all see something eventually. All right. Okay, so first thing I want to do is say shout out to our shipping crew. Of course, sometimes there's people shipping here on Saturdays and Sundays, but most of the time they ship just Mondays through Fridays. First thing I want to say is shout out to our shipping crew, man. 601 packages out this week. That's a new record for Coletco, and they have exponentially put it. We are right now Monday. We are shipping Monday, July 28th. So we're back down to 1, 2, 3, 4. We're just 5 days out. We're shipping the 28th. We're shipping the 28th right now. So they've done a great job. Everybody here is doing a great job. It's a cut, yeah.
Is this an older?
This May. Yeah. So what I'm worried is they're going to say that it was advertised as that. But you know, B&A sucks. Nashville Airport is tough. Yeah, it's busy. Yeah. Let me ask Ed. All right, and now YouTube. Here we go. What am I doing? What am I doing? YouTube link. Okay. Need everybody hit the like button. It is, yeah, it's kind of Metal Knight 2.0 right now. All right, so new, hold on, let me do one more thing. Tease again before I start talking. Hatchet Ed tonight, folks. Hatchet. Dun, 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 da da dun, 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 da da dun, 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 dun. It's Hatchet Ed, the tomahawk chalk. There it is. It's Hatchet Ed night. 5 Hatchet Ed crates. Mostly from a huge order. We had a guy buy a lot of stuff from us. He racked up a couple huge invoices and he dropped the ball. And I think we knew it was finally over when he blocked us. And I tried to pull up his messages today or last night to give him one final chance, and he had blocked us. So he bailed on us. He'd bought a lot. He'd spent a lot of money with us, but he just he couldn't admit that he couldn't pay us. We could have canceled it a long time ago. Some people just don't like to say, Chad, I can't pay it. Sorry. So we have to drag it out and basically beg and make sure before we cancel, because a lot of work goes down the drain. And we got 5 Hatchet Ed crates. This guy had $4,500 in unpaid stuff. And he had bought a lot from us, so he had established it. He had established a good line of credit. And the last couple invoices, we said, whoa, you hadn't paid for 2. Can you go ahead and pay us before you buy anything else? And didn't happen, did it, Tanner? We did not. $4,500. 2 invoices, $4,500. So, and he had probably spent, probably $10,000 or more with us. So it's not like we couldn't let him keep buying, but he probably spent more than that, honestly. But I mean, at one time he was spending money, so we had to let him keep buying. But after 2 weeks of backups of huge invoices, we usually say, hey, wait a minute, man. You got $4,500 you hadn't paid for. So 2 invoices, $4,500, and we got to resell his stuff tonight. So there's 5 crates, and then there's a couple other small ones, just pre-orders we never did hear back from people on and stuff like that. So 5 full crates. So a third of the show tonight is going to be trying to resell stuff we could have already sold and shipped. So tonight's kind of a financial, we try to keep up financially, or we try to make up financially for these losses. So tonight's a yep. And that was just 2 invoices. So 5 crates. He had bought CDs, 45s, Hard Rock Cafe pens. And yeah, he evidently ran out of money. So, okay, there's that. Let me make sure I've done everything. And then take care of that later. All right. Here we go. Low battery. Let's go ahead and plug that thing up then. All right. My sister's out getting me a blue juice right now. I kind of don't have any chilled monsters, and I hadn't had a blue juice in a while. It's Friday night. I've already started off my diet bad. I've had Dairy Queen for breakfast. So let's get started, everybody. It is that time. It's that time. It's that time, Tanner. It's time to play the game. It's time to play the game. Okay, that was Triple H's theme song. Let's hear some glass break. Here we go. And we're going to get banned from YouTube. Okay, let me step up front and grab that first crate. That is spelled K-R-A-T-E-E, crate. That's our first crate. That's Coletco language for crate. Taylor Swift. I have the same signed CD like you bought if you want another one, but I don't have any different ones. I've got multiples of those same signed CDs. Here comes, I was just talking about you. Here comes the blue juice delivery. Thank you. Appreciate that. This is honestly probably the most important day of my life getting this. And Jill said, why? It's good because it's going to be very refreshing. I do got to walk up front and grab the first crate of new vinyl to go through, though. Here we go. And Chad gets Seth a pile driver. I wish. Seth's going to be here in a minute. I might stone cold stun him. I'd break him in half, though. All right, let's go up here and get this crate then. Time to get this show on the road. Friday night at Coletco. There's Otis. I'm going to have to buy a dog just like that, it looks like. Let's go grab this. Oh, Otis. Sitting in the morning sun, I was waiting for the evening come, watching the tide roll in. I was something. Otis. Okay. Oh, there's all kinds of Japanese tonight. Okay. Let's open this. This. All right, this. Oh, Lost Order Pre-Boy. Dang it. Oh my gosh. Don't worry, James Sanders, right? I'll tag you whenever it goes up. I am so sorry. I didn't post it. I didn't post anything. I ordered vinyl and didn't post pre-orders instead. Oh my gosh. I am so sorry. Yeah, I apologize for that. You probably hate me now. All right, I'm looking for Pink, Manson, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Pink, live at the Fillmore. Somebody asked the price. Brandon Lack also wants Stevie Ray Vaughan, Dolly Parton, Tears for Fears, Ramones Live, Richie Valens, Rush, Billy Strings, Pearl Jam Unplugged, Rush Fly By Night, Jimi Hendrix, Johnny Cash, Motorhead, Johnny Cash, NWA, Van Halen, Run DMC, Tears for Fears, Tears for Fears. Okay, we got a lot. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Riot, Skinnerd. Okay, here we go. All right, so the first thing I have for us is, let me go grab that new crate of Japanese. And then I've got some over here that are already been tagged. That's not even part of the delivery. So let me grab those first. We're going to do The Who, and we're going to do Olivia Newton-John. We got some insane other stuff to do. Let me go ahead and do this right now. What Stevie Ray Vaughan is it? They're already all sold, but if you give me a second. Let me go ahead and pull this up. And we need to click on this. Am I in the group right now? I hope so. Yeah. Okay, got that posted. All right, and then... Oh, no. Okay, there we go. All right, so we got Olivia Newton-John, Don't Stop Believing. It's a 1976 near mint Japanese pressing with the insert. Olivia Newton-John, a $15 start, Japanese pressing. Here we have The Who, a quick one. The Who is a 1980 Japanese reissue with insert. EX Plus, that's one we don't get too often. That's going to go up for a $40 start. $40 start on that, okay? First thing I have is Rush Fly By Night. Rush Fly By Night's 180 gram remaster, $36.99. This is sold to Brian Studdard, Studdard. And we also have one sold to John LeBady. We are now sold out of Rush Fly By Night. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. I also have U2 Live Out of Control. U2 Live Out of Control. That's a live early concert for them there, 1982, $29.99 for U2. I have two of those available. In front of that is NWA, straight out of Compton. I think I did see one person claim an NWA. Yeah, that was Melanie Clausen. Thank you. There's one left for $36.99. One NWA left. We have 9 Inch Nails with teeth. And I think there was at least one 9 Inch Nails claim. This is a double LP, $44.99. 9 Inch Nails. No, somebody requested Pretty Hate Machine. I can definitely get Pretty Hate Machine. But with teeth is still available. Those are double LPs, $44.99. $44.99. Here we have Prince, Naked in the Summertime. That's Prince Live in 1990. That's $29.99. And this one is actually still available. Prince is $29.99. I'm going to have a couple of those still available. And we also have Marilyn Manson Live. And this is Marilyn Manson Live in 1998. We got one sold to Scott Dwallow. We got Corey James sold on NWA. Thank you on that. And then Marilyn Manson. Brandon Jones, I'm going to put you on a waiting list. Waiting list for NWA with Brandon Jones. Manson, there's at least one sold to Scott Dwallow, Marilyn Manson Live, and it looks like that is still left. So 2 copies still left, just FYI. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power, that's the 2 LP, $44.99. 49, this one's $49. Far Beyond Driven's $5 cheaper. Don't ask me why. Mouth of War, New Level, Walk is on here. This is $49.99, a new level. Olivia Newton-John's at $18. Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. This is The Who, a quick one. It's a Japanese pressing. We're looking for a $40 start on The Who. $40 start on The Who. Also, 2 copies of Pantera left. We got a waiting list going for NWA. And then we have Run DMC, and Run DMC is $29.99. Run DMC. Here we go with this, and if anybody wants it, it's still available. It's sold to Troy Robinson, never mind. So that one sold. That was my only copy if anybody wants that. And then here's the Stevie Ray Vaughns we're talking about. It's called the Reading Festival 1983. These are only $34.99. We got one sold to Larry Drish. We got one sold to Brandon Lack. And we got one again sold to Paul Jackson. Thank you, Paul Jackson. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Yes, Tanner. Okay. Is it tested?
Yes.
Okay. I will show it to Solarplex tonight. Over here, so Stevie Ray Vaughan, if anybody else wants one, let me know. Live at the Reading Festival. All 3 of those are sold. And then we have Johnny Cash, and these are sold as well. An official release. Live in Prague, $34.99. We got one sold to Shane Devers. Thank you, Shane Devers. That's sold to you. And then over here, we have this right here. We got Johnny Cash again. And Johnny Cash is, I think there was at least one more claim. I'm pretty sure there was. Yeah, Scott Markheim. Thank you on that. Olivia Newton-John's at 20 and 20. So Alonzo, you're out, and Chuck, you're out. David bid first. If anybody wants the Who, it's a $40 buy it now. $40 buy it now on the Who if anybody wants that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And once again, shout out to the shipping department. They are now just 5 days out. They're shipping Monday's orders. Amazing. Here's Cyndi Lauper. She's So Unusual. It's an 83 USOG, original on her sleeve, super clean. OG Cyndi Lauper, time after time. Girls just want to have fun. The Cure, live in Amsterdam, 1979. The Cure is still available, $29.99. And Kill Switch Engage, live at the Palladium. And that is 180 gram, a double LP. This is Atonement and their self-titled album, live in its entirety. That is $29.99. And then the Cranberries, their greatest hits, it's a double LP. The Cranberries is $44.99. That's a 2 LP. The Cranberries, double LP. James Goggin wants on the Stevie Ray Vaughan waiting list. You got it, James. And if anybody else wants on there, let me know. Olivia Newton-John, $15 start. How about we put this up right here? I pulled this. This was in a crate when I was doing discount stuff last night, and I was like, no way that I can put this in a $19.99 discount crate. I was like, you know what? How about we just auction it tomorrow? It was originally marked $64.99. This is one of the more desirable doors compilations. It's a 1985. It's the best of the doors. So how about we put it up for a $25 start? It's a beautiful copy. Best of the doors, gatefold jacket. It has the vinyl on it is near mint minus, and it's a German. It's an RCA club copy pressed in Germany. A very nice copy. Amazing track listing, of course. The Doors is a $25 start. Craig is in on the Doors. And then Tomb by Sleep Token. You know what? There is some Sleep Tokens, I think, that were delivered today. I will make sure. We got 4 crates of new vinyl. We got 5 Hatchet Ed crates. We got 7 crates from John because we didn't get through 3 crates last night. So 7 John crates, 5 Hatchet Ed crates, 4 crates of new vinyl, and Laura's working on marking stuff too. Holy moly, that's a lot to get through. Plus 2 full crates of auctions, 3 if you count Japanese. Oh my gosh, a lot to get through tonight. I better drink my blue juice and start talking faster. So what's left? U2 Live, $29.99. 9 Inch Nails is $44.99. Prince is $29. Live, Naked in the Summertime. Marilyn Manson, same price. Pantera is $49. The Cure is $29. And then those Live, Kill Switch, Engage. And then the Cranberries is $44.99. So over here we have Olivia Newton-John. Lonzo has it for $26. Chuck Haley, you're out. David Johnson says he's done. Nobody's bid on Cyndi Lauper. It's a $15 start. And the only bidder right now on the Doors is Craig at $25. And guess what? We're about to sell it to him because he's the only bidder. I'm going to step up front and grab the second crate. Big night tonight. 7 John crates, 4 crates of new vinyl, 5 Hatchet Ed crates, 3 full crates of auctions if you count Japanese. That's enough for 3 nights worth of selling. We're going to try to squeeze it into one. We're going to try to squeeze it into one tonight. Hopefully everybody's ready. Hopefully everybody's ready. Hopefully everybody's ready. Hopefully everybody down. Bump, 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 bump. Shedding skin. 12 crates of new vinyl last night. When it was all said and over, we had 5 left. Hopefully after this recap, we can get down to about 4 or 3. 3 would be ideal after 12. That's pretty good. All right, so over here, Doors 3032. Cyndi Lauper has a bid for 15. He's out, he's out. All right, so first thing we're going to do is Prong Rude Awakening. I still got 2 copies of this. Limited edition 1500 clear vinyl, $39.99. Paul Stanley picture disc. These do not come sealed, by the way. And by the way, for some reason, that's always the toughest one to keep in stock on new vinyl. So Paul Stanley's $38.99. That's a new picture disc. Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Ministry's $39.99. And Motorhead, The Kiss of Death. Motorhead's on silver vinyl, $34.99. And then Montrose now playing. Montrose is $24.99. Let me take a drink of blue juice. Boy, it's been a while since y'all seen this on camera, eh? It's been a while since you've seen this. There it is. This is so good. Oh my gosh. Whew. The most sugary energy drink I'll ever consume. There's no telling how much sugar's in that. Oh my gosh. Wow, I can feel it already. Kill Switch Engage. Live at the Palladium. Double LP. They're doing Atonement and self-titled in its entirety. It's just $29.99. I still got 4 of them. All right. Here we go. So Olivia Newton-John is sold. First Japanese of the night. And that is sold over here to, I think, Alonzo. Alonzo gets that for $26. Cyndi Lauper all of a sudden getting new bids. That's an OG US. And then there's the Doors. And the only no bid tonight so far is the Who. It's only $40, a quick one. Happy Jack wasn't tall, but he wasn't fast. Here we go. We got Richie Valens, and Richie Valens is called Now Playing. It's $24.99. La Bamba. La Bamba. I think I still seen a claim for this, though. Did I? Could I? Possibly? Did I? Should I? Could I? Maybe? Yeah, it was Matt Shiker. Thank you, Matt Shiker. That's so do you. I have one more copy there. And we have DAF. That's $29.99. That is Jandadan Randantan Fadantan. And that is $29.99. Thrasher on kill switch engage. Throw to Thrasher. There's 3 left. Come on, Harold Ackerman. You know you want one. You need one. Come on, Harold Ackerman. There's that. Then don't forget about the Batman graphic novel set from Mondo. Soundtrack and graphic novel, $79.99. And then Billy Strings, last copy, sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny Thomason. That's so do you. Travis Wade on DAF, sold. And then over here we got what? Ziggy Stardust. Ziggy played guitar. All analog, $33.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And at this point, you're like, my gosh, Chad, what else could you possibly have to put up for auction? And I'm like, just take it easy. Take it easy. That's what Peter Clemenza told Sonny. Remember when he walked in and Peter and Sonny pushed Clemenza up against the cabinets? He's, take it easy. Take it easy. We have Air Supply's Greatest Hits, an 83 Japan OG. VG++. A $15 start on Air Supply's Greatest Hits. Also, we have Demu Bigor, Abracadabra, green vinyl. That's a Harry Potter spell, Abracadabra. And then we have Demore Stormblast. This one's $33.99. And then Chris Cornell is $49.99. Chris Cornell is $49.99. Also, Anthrax is $33.99. That's for all kings. You can push this out of the way if you need to. And then, yeah, Demu Bigor again, and this one's Eonian, and this is $38.99 for Eonian. Okay, now we have Cyndi Lauper. This is John DeZarco's at $22. The last bit on the doors was BK over on YouTube. BK has that for $50. $50, and Air Supply has bids for $15 and $15. Autumn wants both Demu Bigors. There's 1 and 1. And then there's actually a third one here, Autumn, and that was Eonian. And it's on Coke bottle clear vinyl. It's $38.99. Maybe you say, yes, I'll take all 3. So another quick read through here. What's left in here? You may ask. I've got Prong for $39.99. We have Paul Stanley for $38.99. Also, Ministries $39, music on vinyl. Motorhead $34, silver vinyl. Also, Montrose now playing $24. Richie Valens now playing $24. The Batman '89 soundtrack with comic book $79. Ziggy Stardust $33. Demu Bigor $38. Chris Cornell is sold to Corey James. Also, now there's 1 left. Also, Anthrax is $33. Demu Bigor is $38. There's 1 more left, Eonian. All right, so the first thing we have is Cyndi Lauper. Cyndi Lauper is sold to John DeZarco for $22. That is sold. And now BK over on YouTube. Now, I think we know who you are. I have a feeling we had your name last week, BK, and we didn't. Did you get an invoice and everything last week? This is sold to BK for $50. Thank you on that. That is done. And over here we have Air Supply. And the last bid was Brad Waits at 15 and Chuck Haley, you tied them. So Brad came in first. Does anybody want to make an offer on the Who? I hate having this early no bid laying right over here. It's a 1980 Japanese reissue. I was wanting a $40 start or now best offer, okay? Let's go ahead and get that sold. I hate having a no bid over there that early, just sitting right over there waiting for somebody to take it home. Laura just delivered the rest of the auctions. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and put up Aerosmith. Aerosmith is a 1989 USOG VG condition with the original on the sleeve. Pump. Pump is a $15 start. $15 start. Samuel Kopich says he'll take the Who. Excellent. That's sold to Samuel Kopich. $40. And now over here, I'm going to go ahead and condense this crate with the last crate. Let's go ahead and condense this crate with the last crate. And now I'm going to step up front and grab the rest of those. Excellent. 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 Aerosmith. It's got a $15 start, and we're tied on Air Supply. We're about to sell that. And now Aerosmith has bids for $15 and $20. Okay, there's that. There's that. Let me step right over here. And let me do this, and let me do a little bit of that. And don't forget, I got more cassettes to do late tonight. And I am going to go grab crate number 3 of 5 for the new vinyl recap. We've already condensed the whole crate out of there. Holy moly. I tried to make the video caption like really eye-captivating because I'm like, insane. Because sometimes I post the new arrival videos and there'll be 1 new crate and then 2 more crates of old stuff. And so I'm like, man, some people might not watch because they think I'm just going back through old stuff. So I was trying to let everybody know, hey, this is all new. 5 crates of all new stuff. So if you didn't watch the sale, or if you don't watch the sales and you're just buying in the group, this is all new stuff you probably have not seen before. All right, so here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And the first thing I have is Air Supply is sold to Brad Waits for $15. Brad Waits gets that for $15, okay? And then Aerosmith is at 36. 36 for that. Aerosmith is at 36. 36, okay? And then over here, our next auctions, Quiet Riot. This is Condition Critical. Condition Critical is an 84 UK pressing. This is a UK pressing. It's EX with the original inner sleeve. Quiet Riot's a $15 start. Aerosmith is an OG copy in VG condition. It does have the original inner sleeve. And then we're also going to grab this right here for auction. It is Black Label Society. And this one's called Scollage. It's a record store day green vinyl for a $20 start. Sealed, unopened. Sealed, unopened. First is Ramones, Too Tough to Die. The Ramones is $34.99. This is a music on vinyl. Excuse me, this is a Vinyl Me Please, all analog, blue vinyl for $34.99. Also have Rush, Hold Your Fire. Rush is $33.99. And we have Red Hot Chili Peppers, Greatest Hits. That's a double LP. Double LP, $44.99. And we have T-Rex. T-Rex is an all analog lacquer. All analog lacquer, and that is, man, that's weird how that glare, that light isn't even pointing in this direction. I'm still trying to fix our glare problem. Let me do this right here. Gosh, that's even worse. Yeah, I guess we just leave that light off for now till I meant to ask Jake to fix that. T-Rex is $34.99. That's a Vinyl Me Please. I still got 2 of those. And Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner. This one here is sold to Paul Jackson. Thank you, Paul Jackson. There's one left if anybody else wants one for $36.99. U2, this is the Joshua Tree 2LP remaster, $44.99 on that. Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits, another double LP, $34. And Riot is a double LP. It's called Archives Volume 3. Riot is $36.99. And there was a claim for this, also with Paul Jackson. Okay, thank you on that. And then Mudvayne LD50. Mudvayne's a limited edition 3000 on yellow and black marble vinyl. Mudvayne's $54.99. So over here, Aerosmith. Chase Arnold has it for $45. Corey James, You're Out. In the middle's Quiet Riot. It's at $25. And nobody has been on the Black Label Society, which is sealed. I'm looking for just a $20 start on that. Also, Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2. That's $44.99. Scott Smith getting one of each of the Vinyl Me Please. He wants a Ramones and a T-Rex. Thank you, Scott Smith, and thank you, Scott Smith. Also, we have Anthrax, Sound of White Noise. That's on transparent violet and white with black splatter, limited to $1,400, $69.99. Gorgira Magma is $33.99. Jeff Brindley wants the other Riot. Fantastic. So did Jeff Brindley. Also, we have Cinderella Still Climbing for $38.99. And Cinderella Long Cold Winter, $38.99. We have a waiting list for Night Songs. Those will be back in next week. Star Wars themes. And John Griffin, I saw where you said, did you see my message, Chad? I don't know if I did or not. Was it on, John, was that on Facebook, I'm assuming? I hadn't really been on there today or since last night. Maybe if it is, I'll check it in just a second. Okay, and then Black Label Society 25, Aerosmith 26, or excuse me, Black Label Society 25, Quiet Riot 26, Tesla 5-man London Jams $39.99. Another Demu Bigor. This is Botanical. Boy, I had it perfect last night. Botanical Euphoric Masanthropia, $54.99. What a mouthful. Chad, did you pull out Star Wars last night? I didn't want to get invoiced for that. Yo, it was pulled out. Yes, it was pulled out. And then Rat Now Playing is $24.99. Frankie Stein was $33.99. Gorgira The Link is $39.99. And then Alice in Chains Facelift. It's a 2LP, $38.99. And then Pink Floyd Live at the Fillmore Volume 2, $44.99. Okay? So Aerosmith is sold to Chase Arnold for $45. Thank you, Chase Arnold. That's sold to you. Right now, Quiet Riot's at $30, and Black Label Society is at $30. That's a UK original. That one is sealed. And then our next auction is Hard and Heavy by Anvil. Hot and Heavy. No, Hard and Heavy. Anvil is an 81 Canadian OG VG condition. It does have the original inner sleeve with it. It's a little tattered. It's got a rip and some tape, but that's an 81 Canadian OG. Cover is okay, maybe VG, VG Plus, just a $10 start on that, okay? And no problem, Chuck Haley. You did not win the auction, but that's okay. I had a feeling something happened there, or you would have said something. No problem whatsoever. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. More blue juice is being downed. Holy moly. Okay, so let's see, make sure I got everything I was supposed to out of there. Motorhead Kiss of Death. I didn't pull one of those for Scott Markheim, I don't think. Yep, Scott Markheim wanted one of these. Motorhead Kiss of Death. That was from the last crate. One left, $34.99. Okay. And we're good. Time for the next crate. Quiet Riot is not sealed. No, it's a UK. It's an 84 UK original with the original inner sleeve. And it has a high bid with Troy Audit at $30. Black Label Society is at $30. Excuse me. Yeah, he has both at $30. He has this one and that one at $30. And then Anvil has one bid with Sean Schaefer for $10. One bid was Sean Schaefer for $10. That's absolutely correct. And now I'm going to go grab crate number 4 or 5 from up front. And I also heard the door chime. And I'm going to make sure everything's okay up here. Oh, it's Seth. My day just got a lot worse. Here he is. Oh my gosh. The dreaded Seth. It's like a curse. It's like a disease, honestly. I mean, just listen to that name. Seth. 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 Just sounds evil. Seth. Sorry for any Seths. Anybody else named Seth out there watching? Probably not, because it's an evil name. Seth. All right, here's crate number 4 or 5 for the recap. Man, we got a lot of new stuff to get into. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go with this. Quiet Riot has a new bid, but I think we're done on Black Label Society. It is sold to Troy Audit for $30. Black Label Society is sold for $30. There is this. And where was a bid that just came in for $35. I just sold it for $30. My bad, Jeff Harris. Trust me, I would have loved to keep that going. And then over here, Quiet Riot's at $31. Troy, you've been outbid. You just got that. And he says he's done. And now Anvil's at $15 with John Nazarko. And now Troy was going to already bid again on Black Label. Dang it. I just shot myself in the foot over $10. Well, let me go drop a concrete block on my foot. That's what I just basically did. I just basically dropped a concrete block on my foot. Next is Zac Brown Band, The Foundation. This is a 2023 Walmart limited edition blue vinyl with chicken fried. It's on blue vinyl, and Zac Brown Band's going to go up for a $30 start. That's up for bid. First thing I have is Pink Floyd Pulse, a 4LP remaster, 152-page book. I mean a 52-page book, $114.99. The Cure, Disintegration, double LP. If you don't have it, you're missing out. It's The Cure. Come on. $44.99. Radiohead, Kid A, $44.99. Metallica, Ride the Lightning's $33. Rush is $36.99. And Rush is, what did I pull for Brian Studdard earlier? Oh, he did not want a fly-by-night. He wanted a 2112. My bad. So the very first record actually needs to be changed. He wanted I knew somebody wanted a 2112. So actually, I still have one fly-by-night left and one 2112 left. So I got one each of the Rushes. I don't think anybody else wanted a 2112 that day. They did. So they didn't. So I got one each left of those. Over here is Radiohead OK Computer for $44.99. And then both Jimi Hendrix are sold for $24.99. And Jimi Hendrix are sold to the following people. John LaBate. Thank you, John LaBate. And also thank you to Paul Jackson. No, thank you to Melanie Jennings. Okay? So those are sold, John LaBate and Melanie Jennings. Pink Floyd Medals, $33.99. The Cure's Greatest Hits, even better, $44.99. And then Slim Shady, $39. Radiohead The Bends, $39. And Radiohead in Rainbows, $39. All right, so over here, Quiet Riot. This is sold to Rich Krulak for $31. Anvil. The last bid that came in was Sean Schaefer at $18. I just want to let John Nazarko know, John, you were outbid on Anvil. It is at $18, okay? And that's an 81 Canadian OG VG. And then Zac Brown Band is sealed on blue vinyl, and sealed on blue vinyl for Zac Brown Band is a $30 start, final call. Mike Conway, you're officially on the Jimi Hendrix waiting list, $24.99. You're officially on the Jimi Hendrix waiting list. No problem whatsoever. Yes, sir. You got it. Not a problem. Next auction is Chicago 17. This is a 1984 Japanese original pressing with insert EX Plus condition. Chicago's a $25 start. Cinderella was left from the last bin, still climbing, and thank you to Tom Kelly. Thank you, Tom Kelly. That is so to you. Now, what's left in here? Radiohead, Slim Shady, Eminem, The Cure, Pink Floyd, Radiohead, Rush, Metallica, Radiohead, The Cure, and Pink Floyd. If anybody else decides you want anything else in there, they're going right here next to me with these others. All right, we're going to have to change out. Can I beg somebody to buy Metallica Reload? What if I do it for $44.99? 10% off, flash sale to get our end cap. It's been there all week. Reload for $44.99. Come on, give me fuel, give me fire. Flash sale, 10% off. Let's get it sold. Seth, do you want it? Can I help you with something? I'm selling out of it right now. Why is that?
I got more.
There's this right here. They're right here. This is all of your work right here. Your whole life, all of your life accomplishments condensed down into 2 crates, Seth. Would you like to come over and say something? A mic and clip the mic, and you can have the spotlight for once. I know you want it. Okay. Thank you. All right, let's go grab that 5th and final recap crate. Seth is here, and we're all just looking at him. We're all pointing and laughing. Pointing and laughing. Time to bring out the Seth, you're fired stickers again. Seth, you're fired shirts, all that's coming soon. You're a fan here, whether you know it or not, Seth. People like you. I don't, but that's just the way it goes. I'm Michael Scott, you're Toby. That's just how it's going to be. No matter how cool, calm, and relaxed you may be, I will always be Michael Scott, and you'll always be Toby. That's the relationship we're going to have. You just get my presence, and I just get infuriated. Here we go. Someone said, tell him to go take care of the baby. He says that's where he's heading. Okay, Metallica, who got it? Boom, Stanley Richmond. Make sure that goes in for $44.99. Let's update these other auctions. So here's where I left off. Anvil, $18. Anvil, $18. Anvil, $18. And then Anvil, $20. Anvil, $20. We pulled Cinderella, and then Stanley got that. And Stanley got that, and that was the Metallica. And then over here, we have Zac Brown Band. Nobody bid, $30 buy it now. Seth, nobody bought Zac Brown Band for $30. It's a blue vinyl. It's a buy it now, right now. Chicago, no bid. I'm not even going to give it another chance. If anybody wants it, a $25 buy it now. Anvil, what is the last bid? Anvil was at $20 with John DeZarco. I got to make sure everybody's done bidding. Anvil is at $20 if anybody else wants one, okay? If anybody wants to bid. Roger Waters, live in Quebec City, Montreal, Canada, $29.99. Roger Waters. 2 are available. Also, Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. And this one is officially sold to Amanda Davis. Thank you, Amanda. That's sold to you. Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. Everybody wants to rule the world. $36.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I have one left. And then over here, we got Green Day, Dookie. That is $33.99. 30th anniversary blue vinyl. Chicago, still no claim, but there was a bid or a claim on Zac Brown Band. David Tate got that for $30. $30 over that. Anvil's at $22. John Kaiser got Chicago for $25. And then over here, we have John Michael Montgomery, red vinyl. Vinyl me, please. Would you like to buy this, Seth? It's $34.99. For you, it's $800. Your decision. Also, we got Van Halen. This is 1984, a remaster, $33.99. It's $34.99 for Coletco. It's $800 for you.
It's worth it just for that song.
He says it's worth it just for the song Sold, the Grundy County auction incident. We had one of those last night, an auction incident. That's John Michael Montgomery, $34.99. We have 2 Van Halens and Pink Floyd. We have the Division Bell, $49.99. I still got 2 of those. Seth, I go to him. If I do need to ask him about country music, it pains me. But I'm like, oh, I got to ask Seth something about country music. Oh, here we go. I start gritting my teeth and clutching my fist. And I'm like, all right, Seth, what is the best song on this album? I hate to ask you anything. You got to watch these pharmacists. These pharmacists are dangerous people, okay? Ever walked in a pharmacy? First thing you want to do is walk out. Tears for Fears. Leonard Skinner's Street Survivors. This is sold to Paul Jackson. Thank you, Paul Jackson. Over here is Tears for Fears. That's sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you on that. And then over here we have, I immediately heard Supertramp when you said Michael and Toby. And Goodbye Stranger. Thin Lizzy, The Boys Are Back in Town. $29.99. Thin Lizzy, The Boys Are Back in Town. Anvils at $25. That's still available. That Thin Lizzy's a live unofficial. Our next auction is Queensryche. Boy, I don't recall seeing this one too many times. What is this one called? Is it self-titled? Yeah. Queensryche is a 2013 German OG. Missing the CD. It is EX, a $15 start on that. Leonard Skinner is $33.99. Thin Lizzy is live in Chicago, 1976. That's $29.99. Melanie, NWA has been pulled for you. Yes, it has. It has been pulled for you, yes. And we have Pearl Jam Unplugged. Pearl Jam Unplugged, this is $38.99. $38.99. This is Pearl Jam Unplugged. We got one sold to John LaBeatty. There's 2 left if anybody else wants one. And we have Anvil at $26. Ryan Eaton says he'll take a Leonard Skinner. Anvil still getting bids. We got Queensryche getting bids. Patrick Johnson says he'll take that live Thin Lizzy. Awesome. That is sold. And we have the Ramones. Gabba Gabba Good Day. That's the Ramones live. We got one for Matt Shiker. Thank you, Matt Shiker. That is sold to you. And there's 2 left. And I think there was no other claim. So the Ramones is $29.99. If anybody wants one of those. Nope. Okay, those still available. 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. That is a 2 LP. And that is $44.99. And Dolly Parton, a Vinyl Me Please exclusive of Code of Many Colors. Dolly Parton is sold to Amanda Davis. Thank you, Amanda Davis. There's now 1 left if anybody else wants one. And then Pink. Pink is Misunderstood, and this is sold to Kelly Vlodarchik. There's 1 copy of Pink left if anybody wants that. Stanley Richmond wants one of the live Ramones. There's now 1 left if anybody else wants it on that. And now it's time for more Japanese. Well, Seth's messed up all my crates. No surprise. So I'll walk over here and actually pull from the Japanese shipment. Holy moly, look at all this stuff. David Johnson is falling out of his chair. He just spilled coffee all over his lap. He's yelling at the cats. Get those cats out of here. Get those cats out of here. Here is GTR. And GTR is Steve Hackett. This is with poster. It's a $35 start. Steve Howe and Steve Hackett has a really cool poster with it. It's with Obi. It's going to go up a $35 start. Let's take a look at that. Steve Hackett, Steve Howe. Very cool. GTR poster included. Don't think I've seen that too many times. This is a $35 start. There's the insert, and that's now up for bid. Over here, Brad Bolin on 9 Inch Nails. That's sold to Brad Bolin. That is done. If anybody else wants anything, let me know. We have Pearl Jam versus I Seem to Recognize Your Face. It's on clear vinyl, $34.99. Clear vinyl variant. Pantera Far Beyond Driven, $44.99. And then Tears for Fears Live. Tears for Fears Live. And these did get sold. At least 1 extra is available. And we have one over here. We have one over here to Troy Robinson. Thank you, Troy Robinson. And he got Run DMC earlier. And we also have one here for Travis Woods. And now, Tears for Fears Live in London, 1985 yellow vinyl. 1 left for $29.99. And then the last record is also sold. Fair Warning is sold to Brett Bledsoe, 42 Foxes. Anvil, boy, this has been up for a while. They're battling it out. John Nazarko's out. Anvil is officially sold to Sean Schaefer for $26. Sold. Queensryche, the last bid that came in was Mark Steele at 30 doll hairs. And now GTR has a bid with Troy Audit at $35. Thank you, Troy Audit. That is sold to you. Wow, we filled up a whole crate already, and that's from just the new vinyl recap, which I was hoping is what we would do. Anybody else want anything in here, let me know. We're about to get into We've got 4 crates of new vinyl. We've got 5 Hatchet Ed crates. We have 7 crates of stuff from John, 4 new from today, 3 from yesterday I never went through. And Laura's here, and she's working on some stuff too. Holy moly. So first thing I have is Roger Waters live, $29.99. That's an unofficial. Roger Waters from Pink Floyd, of course. Green Day Nuki. Green Day Dookies on blue vinyl for $33. John Michael Montgomery is $44. Pantera Far Beyond Driven is so to Corey James. These are amazing sounding records. I also have Vulgar Display of Power, Strength Beyond Strength, 5 minutes alone. I'm Broken, Slaughtered, Shedding Skin. Wow, so many heavy songs on that. Want something heavy, go listen to that. Van Halen's $33.99. Pink Floyd, Division Bell, $49. Lynyrd Skynyrd, Last Street Survivors for $33. Pearl Jam Unplugged. It is unofficial, but it's the full show. Red vinyl. Last Ramones Live, Last Dolly Parton, Last Pink, Last Pearl Jam, Last Pantera. Wow, we got a lot of single records. We are so close. There are so many single records left in this shipment. We are so close to almost like probably, if I could have sold those last copies, I'm probably still going to have to reorder some of this stuff next week because I hate having single copies lay around for a while. We're so close. There's like 1 copy left of so many titles. Queen's Rock is still getting bids, but I think we're done on GTR. It has 1 bid with Troy Audit. I'm about to sell it. Here comes our next auction, and I don't know what this is, but it's a punk record, and it's called The Narwolves. The Narwolves is a 2014 U.S. repress, limited edition, orange, green, brown vinyl. The band is Narwolves, and the album is self-titled. It has an insert. It's near mint. It's a $15 start. The dolly is Coat of Many Colors, which is a Vinyl Me Please cut from the original master tapes, the 50th anniversary, and it's on rainbow splatter. John Bobing wants that last Lynyrd Skynyrd Street Survivors. Now my crate is really full, so let me swap that out. Let me swap this out. And the first thing I'm going to do is find the vintage crate left over from today. Did Tanner tag the vintage crate? That's a good question. I don't know. If so, I don't know where it is. Let me text him right quick. Let me go through my phone and make sure I got everything. Pink is a double LP, $33.99. And then, so we liked everybody's comments. Phil Moore, I need to reply to Randy Klein. That's $44.99, Randy. And then everybody got everything they wanted. There was no waiting list from the video. No waiting list from the video. Everybody got what they wanted. So that's pretty good. Pretty good there. Thin Lizzy Live. No more Thin Lizzy Live, but I do have that studio album. And then Corey James also wants Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits. That was in the last crate. Let me go grab that. But first, let me swap out crates here. So let me push these right down here. Let me push these right down here. All right, there's that. I'm going to push those right down here. And then I'm going to swap out this crate. And then I'm going to swap out this crate. And then we got to pull Pink. We got to pull Alan Jackson. We got to pull a lot of stuff. I'm going to put that right there, though, right now. I'm going to put that right there right now, though. All right. And I am missing a crate. I better do some condensing then. Okay, so first thing I better do is this. Price on Dolly, $34.99. Robin Glenn wants Pink. Let me go ahead and pull that out. And then let me go ahead and pull out Alan Jackson. Where was that at? That was in a previous crate. There it is. Got it. Okay. And then he wants this. All right, now I can move some of these over to another crate. All right, I think that means those 5 crates have turned into 3 crates. Excellent. Excellent. I knew y'all would come through. I knew y'all would come through. Sunday, I might do like a gigantic, try to video everything we have in stock. I did that one time as like a half-hour video. I was like, yeah, this is a good idea. I put everything in alphabetical order, too. And then I started videoing, and I was 18 minutes in, and I realized I hadn't gone through half of the inventory. I was like, oh, my gosh, this is going to be a half-hour video. I don't know if anybody's going to watch this or not. And sure enough, I woke up the next morning, there was about 50 comments. I was like, well, that was probably worth my time. All right, here we go. Oh, man, it's a blue juice night. Holy moly. This stuff is kicking in. I feel like I got bugs crawling out of my skin, Jerry. here we go. First thing we have, we got a TCB. And the first TCB I have is Queen's Rock, a soda Jeff Brinley for $40. GTR, David, I was about to sell it. It's been at $35. Since you asked, you can bid. It would have to be more than $35. If you say pass, I'm going to immediately sell it to Troy Audit. Dolly went to David Tate. Corey James got Alan Jackson. And Robin Glenn got Pink. And then the Narwolves is at $18 with Joseph Ellis. David Smith's out, and that's a final call. So the first thing I'm going to do is text Tanner and find out maybe where that vintage flip leftover is. Let me ask him. And then I have last night's too. So let's go into new vinyl then while I'm looking at that, okay? And then over here, GTR is sold to Audit, Troy Audit for $35. And good, I have sleeves over here, so let's do that. Troy Audit, this is sold to you. Okay? Now, that's still getting bid. The Narwolves, new auctions. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button? I think we had such a great turnout last night because I had to basically start singing to get people to hit the like button. And if you want me to start singing, then start hitting the like button. If you don't want me to start singing, then also start hitting the like button. Either way, I'm about to start singing for likes, okay? I sing for likes. Let's go ahead and grab this right over here. We got, oh boy, nice new stuff. Oh my gosh. Look at all this. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Let's do this. Troy, Susie's all over the lock department. She's all over the lock department. I think we're done on Narwolves. It's up to Joseph Ellis now. And let's go over here to what? Let's go over here to the Japanese crate. I have officially made it where I can get it a lot closer to me now. And David Johnson's probably like, thank God. Thank you. Thank you, little baby Jesus. Thank you. Oh, boy. Here we go. Next Japanese pressing. No Obi, but it is Van Halen. Oh, boy. Van Halen. A little bit of discoloration on the cover right here. It's got some of those humidity spots. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful copy. Beautiful copy. There is the insert. The cover would have to grade VG+. You can see some of those humidity spots on the jacket. No Obi. That's an amazing sounding record. $35 start on that. Narwolves is out. That's sold for $20 to JK. Thank you, JK. That's sold to you. Van Halen's now a $35 start. Japanese press. No Obi. And then over here we got Toto 4. Nice. Bless the Rains down in Africa. This is Toto 4. A $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There it is. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the other insert. The cover is very nice with Obi, and that's a $35 start. Over here, we're going to go ahead and do this. Button up your bootstraps. We have the slits, and this is called Earthbeat. Earthbeat is a 1981 UKOG. It is super clean, near mint in shrink. It's got that foreign type shrink wrap on it. $10 start on that. Okay? Let's do this. Let's do this. And now, all new vinyl here, never shown. First thing in here is this, Prong. And I have, oh boy. So first thing, let me pull up the pre-order and see if there is anybody still needed one from the pre-order. Okay, lots of prongs come in. We're working on that. So first thing, we have this, and we have Prong. And Prong, Prove You Wrong. Those all came in yesterday, okay? Everybody already got one of those. Let me go check last night's waiting list and see if anybody needs a Prong, Prove You Wrong. How about Mad Season, Rush, Prong, Beg to Differ, Metallica, Testament, Robert, this is all stuff I got to order. Robert Plant, Twin Peaks, Lost Highway, Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, Ozzy, Ordinary Man, Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. I still have that in stock. No, he's talking about the standard version. Blizzard of Oz, Sabbath, Cinderella, Doechii. Okay, so no waiting list for that Prong. Those are available. That prong right there is available. That is Prove You Wrong, $39.99. And then this one's called Beg to Differ. But now let me pull up the pre-order for this one. There might have been some people still on the pre-order for this one. There was not, okay? There was not. So I think I just had another prong. I don't know why I just discarded that one because I think there's one right here. Let me try to find out where that other prong went to. I just had it right here. Y'all remember? These are one of my, these are very important to me. I carry these around in my wallet, Seth, these waiting lists. I carry these around in my wallet. These are very important to me, okay? Sometimes in the middle of the night, I wake up like, oh my gosh, where are those waiting lists at? I start sweating and coughing and hyperventilating. So prong, there was some people still on a waiting list, okay? And this was Solarplex, Jim Berg, Thrasher Morales, Ivan R., and Danny Thomason, which is this copy right here. So we need to redo that waiting list. Prong is $39.99. So there was 5 copies here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Solarplex, Jim Berg, Thrasher, Ivan R., and Danny Thomason. Paul Brothers, you're now top of the waiting list. And anybody else that comments live tonight. Anybody else that comments live tonight, the next person's Paul Brothers, and then y'all will be next in line, okay? Those are all sold. Prong. Now, Ed and Riviera, let me know if you want Prove You Wrong. I still got 2 of those, and the other one is sold out. It will be a waiting list. Let's go back up the top and figure out what happened. The first thing that I had was Toto 35. The slits got a bid for 10. Toto 36, Toto 40. What is the slits? Toto 42. And then Van Halen 50. Slits is at 12. Van Halen has a bid for $50. And then over here, Toto has a bid for $42. And the slits is at 15. This is right here. This is the slits Earth Beat. It's an 81 UK original. It is Earth Beat and Earth Dub and Begin Again Rhythm. Looks like it's a 3-track maybe. It appears to be a 3-track. Craig Thomas on the slits for $15. That is the high bid right now. And we have a final call on Van Halen. So Ed Riviera, let me know which prong. John Minsmoyer wants on Beg to Differ waiting list, okay? John Minsmoyer on Beg to Differ waiting list. Oasis, What's the Story? Morning Glory. Double LP, $44.99. Don't You Look Back in Anger. Wonderwall. Champagne Supernova. They're right now on their big tour. There's Oasis. What's the Story? Morning Glory. $44.99. Def Leppard, Hysteria. I'm pretty sure I have a waiting list for this. Def Leppard, Hysteria. $44.99. Let's go over here to my backpack. And we're going to open up my laptop and figure out who was on a waiting list for this, okay? WWF or Danzig. That's coming up in the next half hour. I would not leave the chat. I would just stay right here, leave it up, sit back, do not leave. You blink, you're going to miss it. First is Def Leppard. Def Leppard is DEF. Leppard, and the waiting list for Hysteria was the following person. It was Scott Dwallow. Scott, I got you down for Hysteria. I got 1 extra copy if anybody else wants one. That is $44.99, okay? Thank you on that. Let's go back to the top. The Slits has a bid for $20. Stephen Parton gets that last Def Leppard. And then over here, Van Halen's at $50. Was for waiting list. Yes, okay, so Ed and Riviera wants on the prong Beg to Differ waiting list. And then over here, we have 3 copies of Ozzy Ordinary Man. Now, I still got people on a waiting list. I can't figure that out right now. Let me just set those right over here. If you do want an Ozzy, it will definitely be, I can show it to you. It won't be until next week. Does anybody want an Ozzy Ordinary Man? You got to let me know right now. You won't get tagged until next week, okay? Ordinary Man is $29.99. If you want one, let me know. Those are already spoken for. It'll just take me 10 minutes to figure out who gets it. Let's move over a new record over here in our end cap, right? How about ELO, the very best of Electrolyte Orchestra? And yeah, you can just leave them up front. $34.99, the very best of ELO. That's a 2 LP, and that is $34.99 all over the world. I'm going to leave that right there. Very cool, the spaceship. James Young on the Hysteria waiting list. Todd Coe on the Hysteria waiting list. I only had 1 extra copy. I don't mind ordering y'all one. It won't be until next week. Great night to go on a waiting list because you're not going to get billed Monday. You're definitely going to get billed the next Monday if I sell out of something, okay? Next is Batman, the soundtrack from the 66 TV show series. Batman is $33.99. I've got 2 of those. And Kiyosako Circus, that's the 2014 remaster, $33.99. Van Halen is sold to Nathan Carter for $50. Nathan Carter, that is sold to you for $50. Thank you on that. I'm going to put that away. Van Halen is sold to Nathan. I think we're done on Toto. The Slits is at $22 with John Kaiser. That's going once, going twice. We got Greg Herman on Batman, and now Toto is officially sold. And Toto here is sold to Troy Audit for $45. Thank you, Troy. That is sold to you. Very nice Japanese pressing of that. All right, that's going right over here. Now, it didn't show with my monitor, but I just got a notification from Todd Coe. I don't know how that works sometimes, but look, I glanced over here on my phone, and I had a waiting list from Todd Coe. He says, ELO sold, but no Def Leppard waiting list. Now, somehow I got a notification for that, but it's not here on the chat. So, Todd, I don't know how that happened, but he's saying no waiting list for Def Leppard, but he does want ELO. If anybody else wants one, that was my last copy. So, those are gone. I've got 2 copies of REM Monster 25th Anniversary, remastered from the analog tape, and we have Famous Monster Speak. That's always a cool record, $24.99 on that. The Slits is a final call to John Kaiser for $22. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. Don't look back. The day is breaking. I've been too long since I felt this way. That's Boston, a Japanese pressing with Obi, Orange Epic label. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP, there's the insert, there's the original inner sleeve. Now, the insert in the inner sleeve does have some of those humidity spots. There is some humidity spots there. The jacket, front, back, everything, the jacket's nice. Just unusual. The humidity just hit the inner sleeves. Famous Monster Speak is sold to Autumn Betts. Chad, what's the possibility of ordering CDs besides LPs? 100%. 100%. Any kind of new release that's coming out, I can get you a CD version too. For sure. Yeah, I can do that. You just let Ed know. Let me know. We can make a note here live. It's sometimes more secure to directly message Ed. But yeah, same thing. We can take care of you on new pre-orders. I have a lot of people who do that. You'll see some pop up every now and then. You'll see some pop up, and they'll be like, I'm trying to find our next record to put over here into the window. Let's see. What's the next record? Here we go. This one's always popular. Let's put this over here in the window shopping. Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire. I've got 2 in stock. They're $29.99. Rage is $29.99. It's usually easier to sell a little bit cheaper record too than a $50 one sometimes. All right, next record over here is Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures. Joy Division, $33.99. Boy, those are tough to find OGs of. And how about the soundtrack to Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho? That is $29.99. The original 1960 movie score. The Slits is sold for $22 to John Kaiser. Wow. No bid on Japanese Boston. Don't look back. Going once, going twice. I am looking for a $35 star. Chad Thompson says, I want a Rage. Now there's 1 Rage left. So to Chad Thompson. Now the Cult Pure Singles. That's a double LP. The closest thing to a Cult greatest hits you're going to get to. This is all of their singles. She Sells Sanctuary, Fire Woman, Love Removal Machine. That's a 2 LP. The Cult, $38.99. That's a double LP. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be this. Wow. Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper is a 2024 $1 trillion deluxe edition. Inflation got them. It's no longer $1 billion babies. It's $1 trillion babies. A $1 trillion baby. It is a 3 LP set, sealed, a $35 start. $35 start. Psycho soundtrack is sold to Brent Robley. Mike Conway, Boston's a $35 start. Mark Steele says he'll take a Cult. And then I've got Megadeth, Unplugged in Boston, new, Coke bottle clear vinyl, $29.99. And then Slayer, this is a live unofficial. They're doing the Monsters of Rock Festival in 1994. That's a double LP, $39.99 on that. Our next auction is going to come over here from the Japanese bin as we possibly wind down Boston. I'll make sure Paul Conway or Mike Conway does it 100% want to lock in a bid. The first thing I'm going to do is don't shoot me. I'm only the piano player. This is also a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus, and you guessed it, pristine. It has the lyric book with it. It has the Japanese book with it. Nice jacket and gatefold cover. That's a $35 start. Also, we have Creator, Gods of Violence, 2 LP Creator. That's $39.99. And Megadeth, this is a live unofficial. Megadeth is Holy Wars live in 2000. Megadeth, $38.99. That's a 2 LP there. Steve Weaver on Slayer. That's sold to Steve Weaver. Brandon Jones wants Megadeth Unplugged. Alice Cooper has bids for 35 and now 36. And then Montel Jordan. This is how we do it. Montel Jordan. There was a waiting list. I think it was Stacy Brown. Montel, the waiting list was, in fact, Stacy Brown. Stacy Brown gets a Montel Jordan. I have one left for $39.99. If anybody else wants a Montel Jordan, this is how we do it. Tim Graham wants Famous Monsters of Filmland. Speak. That's always a cool record. Now, OGs of this in high grade are actually quite collectible because it came out in the 50s and it's a children's record, so they're always beat to heck. So, pretty cool to have that in print. Boston has Michael. Boston was a $35 start. Mike Conway's in. And Michael Hamburger, if you're betting on Boston, it's at $35. Steve Weaver on Creator. I hadn't pulled that yet. Scott Markheim on Megadeth Holy Wars. Thank you, Scott Markheim, on that. And then Boston's at $37. One Montel Jordan left. This is Exodus Exhibit B, The Human Condition, Go Vinyl. And I think Sean Druin should be on a waiting list for this. Exodus, and this is Exhibit B, The Human Condition. And yes, it was Alonzo. No, it's Alonzo, Breezy Brisno Jr. Alonzo for Exhibit B, okay? This is The Human Condition, Go Vinyl, $36.99. I have two more left if anybody else wants one. I have a special request for David Smith. David, Ed's already tagged this for you. Come Back Kid, Trouble EP, $33.99. Now, the way we do special requests, if Ed does it, he usually just orders one and puts it in the crate and tags it. Sometimes I'm like, oh, wow, that's a cool title. I didn't know we could even get that. I'll go ahead and order a couple extras. If anybody else wants one, it will be in next week if they're in stock. Come Back Kid, Trouble EP, $33.99, clear black yoke with red splatter. So if anybody else wants one, that's done. Brad Waite's also on the Megadeth Holy Wars. And I have two copies of Slayer Live Undead, blue and black split colored vinyl with lyric photo, insert, and large poster. Slayer is $34.99. Wow, what a great crate. First great crate of 4. So right now tonight, we've got 4 crates of new vinyl, counting this one. 5 Hatchet Ed crates. I'll tell you the story on that big invoice we had to cancel in just a second. Again, very unfortunate. And then, so last night, there was 3 John crates I didn't even get to. He priced 4 more today, and Laura's in the back working on more right now. Wow, that means I'm going to be showing new stuff again probably till midnight, plus all these auctions. Insane. Steve Weaver on Slayer. That's done. I think we're done on Boston. Sold to Michael Hamburger for $37. Thank you, Michael. That is sold to you. There is one Megadeth Unplugged left. That is correct. Let's go ahead and put Boston in a new sleeve. And I don't think Elton John got a bid. So a final call. That's worthy of one more try. Don't shoot me. Danielle, my brother, $35 start. Guy Shard has Alice Cooper for $40. Scott Markheim, you're out. So he has that at $40. That's the Seal $1 Trillion Deluxe Edition. No bid on Elton John, final call. And then over here, Javi Soto on the last copy of Megadeth. And that crate's worthy of one more quick read-through. We'll probably go ahead and see if John priced a check condition crate. If so, we'll go ahead and knock that out, okay? Go ahead and knock that out. And I got blue juice tonight. Oh boy, I got the high octane. I'm drinking diesel tonight. Oh boy, this is rocket fuel. This is the same thing they use over there at NASA and SpaceX. I'm ready to go to Mars. I'm ready to go to Mars. All right, here we go. Next auction is the following. Motley Crue. This is either a 2009 original or 2018 reissue. I think that hype sticker is more indicative of that earlier pressing, but we don't know for sure because it's sealed. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. Scott came back in on Alice Cooper, so he has that at $41. Quick recap. Prong. The only Prong. No, I have that other one in stock too. Tonight, this is Prove You Wrong came back in. $39.99 for Prong. I've got 2 copies of that. Also, Oasis is $44.99. That's a double LP. Here we have Batman. That is $33.99. That's the soundtrack to the TV show. One left. Kiss Psycho Circus, $33.99. Now, what's crazy is this is the same version as the OG. They hadn't changed much, except this is not a lenticular cover. So they pressed a lenticular cover in 2014, and then I think a standard. That standard version is the same exact version, matrices, cover, and everything. Pretty remarkable. 33. They've kept that same version in print for 11 years still. $33.99. Alice Cooper has a new bid. Motley Crue has a bid for $35. REM Monster is still available over there. Over there, $33.99. Joy Division also, same price, $33. Psycho Soundtrack, $29. Cult is $38. Slayer is $39. Creator is $39. Montel Jordan, $39. Exodus, $36.99. And we have Slayer, $34. Also, do you have a Monsters of Rock gatefold record? This is Slayer at the Monsters of Rock. 1994, Slayer at the Monsters of Rock, $39.99. All right, so Elton John did not get a bid. You can buy that for the $35 buy it now. Man, there's some great music on that one. $35 buy it now. So you can step up to the plate righty now and get this one bought. Over there in the window shopping to the left, Rage Against the Machine, Rally Round the Family for $29.99. And Melanie Jennings is going to get the Elton John for $35. High bid right now on Alice is $45 of Guy Shard. Final call on Motley Crue, one bid, $35. Anybody else in here? Anybody else in here? If not, let's see what we got going on over here with the first John, perhaps check condition crate. We hadn't done a recap of the vintage stuff either. So let's get started with that. There's his 3 crates from yesterday. I have a strong feeling he priced a check condition crate out today. He did. Right here it is. Let's go through it. Let me take a quick peek. Ooh, nice. Oh, yeah. Exactly what you'd expect. Great titles, great prices, check condition stuff. It's about a half of a crate. And then I think the other 6 crates he's got tonight, we'll do buy it now best offer, all EX Plus near mint arrivals. That's pretty amazing. And then all Paul Catrich and Paul Catrich on REM. He got REM. Thank you, Paul Catrich. Thanks. So do you. $8 limit shipping. We'll be live tonight till about 1 a.m., maybe 2. And then we'll be live again tomorrow, same time, up until probably about the same time again. And $8 shipping goes through tonight and tomorrow. Anything you buy live tonight, tomorrow, or in the group, including on Sunday. And then a new invoice starts. We'll bill you on Monday. REM is sold to Paul Catrich over here. Alice Cooper out. What Alice Cooper? And then Cycle Circus was an all-new studio album. One bid on Motley Crue, sold to King Fluffy for $35. This is Alice Cooper. It's a $1 trillion deluxe edition from 2024. It's sealed. And Alice Cooper is got a high bid with Guy Shard for $45. It's the sealed Triple LP Deluxe Edition. Next auction is Vinnie Moore. Vinnie Moore is an 88 US specialty, OG, still in shrink. It's a super clean copy, shrink and hype, a $25 start. Vinnie Moore. I promised a couple people we would run the Danzig like at 7:30-ish, maybe 8. I mean, 8 sounding better. It's such a big record. And then there was something else that was asked about. Let me see how we are right now on likes and viewers. 235, great. That's great for a Friday night this early. Make sure you've hit the like button. And we got some high-end records again tonight. Last night we did the Motley Crue, which was amazing, and all the Aussie. But this Danzig may be one of the more scarce records we're going to be offering this week, and desirable. So just be prepared for when it goes up for auction. Such a big record. And then over here in the Japanese department, let's see what I got going on for just a second. Let me move my laptop and let's run up another Japanese and see what we got here. Classic, yes, nice. Yes is going to go up right now. Ooh, it has the bonus 45 with it too. Excellent. So yes is Classic Yes, which is a great compilation. Starship Trooper, Long Distance Runabout, The Fish, and You and I. And then over here on side 1 was Heart of the Sunrise, Wondrous Stories, and Yours Is No Disgrace. Wow. It comes with a bonus single where you got Roundabout, and I've Seen All Good People turn their head each day. So Satisfied, I'm On My Way. It does have a little bit of a corner bump up here, but a nice Classic Yes with bonus 45, $35 start. All right, so Vinnie Moore has a bid for 25. Vinnie Moore has a bid for 40. Alice Cooper, 48. And then over here, Alice Cooper's at 50. New check condition stuff, new arrivals, priced as marked. Let's get started with Santana Borbalaba. What is this one called? Borboleta, Santana, foil cover, VG Plus, $14.99. Vinnie Moore is in shrink with hype. It's an 88 US specialty original. near mint in shrink and hop. It's on that label, Squawk, and it's essentially near mint OG and shrink and hop. Over here, Whitney Houston, self-titled. Whitney Houston's VG for $12.99. Asia, there's your nightly dose. You know what? It might be our weekly dose. I hadn't seen a lot of Asia this week, have we? Not much. There you go. Asia, it was the heat of the moment. Santana, thank you, James Rayner. That's so to you. Foghat, Stone Blue, Foghat, VG Plus, $9.99. VG Plus, $9.99 on Foghat. Is that a first print of Rage Against the Machine? No. This is a brand new sealed copy, $29.99. OGs of that album are very difficult to come by. The Best of Joe Walsh, VG Condition, $9.99. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $19.99. Christopher Yoakum, let me know if you want back in on the Alice Cooper. Guy came right back in at $50, by the way. Sean Schaefer on Asia. Thank you, Sean Schaefer. Wow, some great titles so far in here already. That's so to Sean Schaefer. And April Wine, The Nature of the Beast. April Wine, VG $9.99. Best of Joe Walsh. That is so to Stephen Parton. Todd Coe on Foghat. Stone Blue. What about Vinnie Moore over here? I think it just still got that one bid for $25, right? No, it's at $40 with Alonzo Breezy. $40 of Alonzo Breezy. Hammers up on that one. Yes has a new bid for $36. And we got the Jacksons Victory. VG Plus $19.99 for the Jacksons. Flashdance soundtrack. That's VG Plus $14.99. And Joe Jackson Night and Day EX $16.99. The Doobie Brothers Minute by Minute. What a Fool Believes. VG Plus $9.99 on that. Over here we have this. Alice Cooper sold to Guy Shard for $50. $50 on that. Vinnie Moore and Classic Yes. Yes is at $40. And then Vinnie Moore, David Baber's out. And then Vinnie Moore, the last bid was Alonzo. And yes, we're about to sell that. Yes is at $38, now $40. Aerosmith, Draw the Line, VG $12.99. And we have REO Speedwagon. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. I need you to roll with the changes. It's time for me to fly. Both on there. VG $9.99. And Elvis Costello, this year's model, VG Plus $18.99. Michael Freiberger on Aerosmith. Also, Supertramp, Live in Paris, VG Condition, $18.99 on Supertramp. And Peter Criss, VG $19.99. Just has the original under sleeve. Just the original under sleeve with this one. No merch, no poster, no insert. VG $19.99. Todd Coe second on Aerosmith. And Santana 3. VG $9.99. Vinnie Moore sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. for $40. They're battling out over Yes. Topographic is out. It's up to Peter Mazzolino. David Johnson has it right now at $43. Our next auction is going to go up right now, except Balls to the Walls. Except is an 84 U.S. Pittman original. Super clean, near mint with the original under sleeve. A $25 start on that. Over here, our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. Great compilation to have if you're looking for some Clapton and for some Cream and for some Blind Faith. This is the history of Eric Clapton. It's a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's one LP. There's two LPs. There's the insert. There's the gatefold jacket. The history of Eric Clapton, a $35 start. Tony Clem put T.O. and then he put REO. Did you want just REO Speedwagon? If so, Tony, that's so to you. What year is the Peter Criss? It is the year it came out, which is what, 77? This is an OG pressing, 77. Robbie Woods on Santana 3. And then Yes is at 45. Accept has a bid for 25. And Sig on Rep. And Rep was for... So I got to make sure two comments. I got a 2, unless that was a miscue from Tony. And then I think Sig probably wanted REO as well. So Sig, that would have made you second. Yeah. REO's already sold. Journey Infinity is VG Plus $14.99. This is Infinity, right? Yes, and Journey Infinity, VG Plus. Those names sometimes confuse me. Wow, beautiful history of Eric Clapton here. Gatefold 2 LP. This is an amazing compilation of music. Like I said, Derek and the Dominoes, Cream, solo work, etc. 35 on that. Hendry says he'll take Peter Criss. That's so to Hendry Smink. Thank you on that. And now Yes is at 45. David Johnson's out. David Johnson says he's done. Johnny Paycheck, Greatest Hits Volume 2, $9.99. However, Volume 2 does have Take This Job and Shove It. That's $9.99. Accept has a new bid for $35. Scott Arnold, You've Been Outbid. Elton John's Madman Across the Water. It's an early 80s reissue from MCA, which is the second label he was on. He was originally on Uni, which is a subsidiary here in the United States of MCA. That's VG Plus $24.99, one of my all-time favorites there. Okay, and then we have John Durden on JP for Johnny Paycheck. Peter Chris is already sold, and these are near arrival sticker price. Jim Croce, his greatest hits, photographs and memories. It has the original on her sleeve, $9.99, and Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams, VG Plus, $14.99. Also, Alarm Strength, VG, $12.99. Yes, is sold to Peter Mazzoliano for, oh, there went the air horn. I knocked it off the table. It's okay. That thing is sturdy. That's industrial grade. That's sold to Peter Mazzoliano for $45. Thank you, Peter. That is classic. Yes, with the bonus $45 as well. Nice. With the bonus $45. There's that. And now Accept has a new bid for $37. And then over here, Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton over here is final call for $35. James, you technically have, let me make sure you asked before Hendry. Did you ask before Hendry? What year is Peter Chris? Then Hendry says, I'll take it. Then Peter Chris Price. Okay, so actually, James, you have dibs. You technically asked before Hendry, and he probably understands that. And so it's actually yours if you want it. You did ask the year and price before him. It's yours if you want it. Just let me know. What is Journey? Journey is Infinity. Infinity. And that is VG Plus $14.99. The price was $19.99 on Peter Chris. VG $19.99. Bruce Hornsby, that's just the way it is. VG Plus $18.99. Scott Arnold on Jim Croce. That's so to Scott Arnold. And we have Bob Seger. Wow. That is a French unofficial pressing of Noah. So Noah is one of the rarest Bob Seger albums. This is a French bootleg of Noah. VG condition, $29.99. All right. Hendry, he says he's going to go ahead and take the Peter Chris. So Hendry, I've got to give that to him. He did ask right before you. Sorry about that. This is sold to James Sanders. James Sanders from YouTube. He's over as originals. These are sticker price, no more, no less. Yes. Yes. And Journey is sold to Alicia S. And then Clapton, Sieg, that's a $35 start. Make sure you put $35. We're about to sell it. And then Accept is with Chad Thomas at $37. Mark Overton, just so you know, you've been outbid. And then over here we have Clapton, one bid possibly from Sieg at $35. And then there was any 45s tonight, very possible. There's definitely going to be cassettes later tonight. And let me go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is this right here. This is an unofficial pressing of Godsmack Awake. As y'all may or may not know, Godsmack just reissued all their catalog, but before that, they were bootlegged because they were not in print. And this is Godsmack Awake. It's on green vinyl. It's going to go up for just a $20 start. Now Clapton has a bid for $35 and $35. Technically, Brad bid first. I do have 8 tracks. Next is Billy Idol, Rebel Yell. Billy Idol's VG Plus $19.99. Also, the Beach Boys. Today, in mono, that's VG Plus $14.99. And then Edgar Wintergrove, they only come out at night. Frankenstein. That's Frankenstein. Also, free rides on there, $22.99. Wow. An OG dolly. We've been selling the Vinyl Me Please. Here's the OG dollies. Coat of Many Colors. 71 Indianapolis. VG and Shrink, $34.99. Billy Idol is the full album. Accept is sold for $37, and that's sold to Chad Thompson. Thank you on that. Billy Idol is a full album, and it's OG. And now we have the Beach Boys sold to Nick Bargeron. Let's go ahead and tag that. And now, Sieg, you're out on Eric Clapton. The high bid is $35 of Brad Waits. Always make sure when you're bidding on an auction, you put the numerical, because now technically Brad bid before you. So now you're out on that. Godsmack has bids for $20, now $25, now $25. And Stephen Parton was first on Billy Idol. That is so to Stephen Parton. Yeah, Rebel Yell, full album there. Next in sequence, 3 and 4. He did his albums, like his first album is 1 and 2. And then his second album are sides 3 and 4, which came out later. He basically said this is a continuation. Here's sides 3 and 4. Pretty interesting how he did that. And now I'm going to take a drink of blue juice. 1 second, please. What a fantastical crate of new vintage stuff there. All right, Sig's out on that. Well, that did sell then for $35 to Brad Waits. Brad, you were able to slip in your bid before his, and now you got it, $35. There we go. Godsmack is moving to a final call for $25 to Josh MFer Jones. And then he tied Todd Hill. You tied him. And actually, Josh, you had the high bid. You actually had the high bid. I think you technically just bid against yourself. You did. You technically just bid against yourself. Godsmack is at 25 with Josh Jones, but he's also bid 28. All right, so the Bob Seger, 2 questions. So Noah, it doesn't say Noah anywhere on here, but I'm pretty sure that's what this is. Now, an interesting thing about Bob Seger is on Noah, he only sings on like half of the songs. He brought in somebody else to do the vocals. Very interesting part of his career. I think that's the track listing, but there's also heavy music on here. So it may not just be a straight bootleg of Noah. It may just be an early compilation. Very well could be, because when Seger's kind of career got revived after Live Bullet, and a lot of people started looking for his previous albums, and they were actually pretty tough to get, so they started getting bootlegged. But I don't think heavy music's on Noah. So it looks like Noah, but I don't think that's the track listing. It says Bob Seger, 6667. It's an unofficial from France, VG $29.99. It looks just like an unofficial compilation, maybe. Now Godsmack 30, now Godsmack 33. Let's read through those again, and let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing, and that is 38 Special Forces. This is a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. So there's that. There's the insert, and that is the cover and Obi. 38 specials now for bid. Let's run through those one more time. Whitney Houston, self-titled, VG $12.99. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, VG plus $9.99. April Wine is VG $9.99. The Jacksons Victory, VG plus $19.99. Flashdance, VG plus $14.99. Joe Jackson, EX $16.99. Doobie Brothers is VG plus $9.99. Elvis Costello, VG plus $18.99. Supertramp is VG $18.99. Madman Across the Water, Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza, VG plus $19.99. Steve Miller Band, VG plus $14.99. Alarm is VG $12. Bruce Hornsby, VG plus $18.99. Edgar Winter Group is EX $22.99. April Wine is sold to Todd Co. Thank you, Todd. That's so to you. And then Dolly's still available. 71 Indianapolis, VG $34. And Bob Seger, 6667 bootleg compilation, VG $29.99. Josh has Godsmack at 33. Todd Hill, it's up to you. Brogan Scones on Steve Miller. That is sold to Brogan. And then it's Stepping Out on Joe Jackson. No, I think that's on the album Stepping Out. That should be on the album Stepping Out. No, it's on this one. Yeah, it is. EX $16.99. Boy, I just had a total crate collapse. Oh. I look away for 1 second and they misbehave on me. Oh, there we go. All right. It is. It is. He does have an album called Stepping Out, too. That's a little confusing. Simon & Garfunkel to Joseph Ellis. Godsmack, a new bid for 38. And then over here, we have Joe DeGauto says he get it. And guess what? We've already filled up a second crate tonight. Excellent. So let me pull that for him. And if anybody else wants anything in there, that will be fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and swap out this crate and our sold crate on a great pace tonight. Maybe we can keep this up. Tanner has gave me the location of the leftovers from the flip crate. I have identified them. Yep, there they are. So we will show those, and I'll get to those in 1 second. Let me put these right over here. If anybody changes their mind, you know what? You're like, you know what? Chad, it's Friday night. I'm feeling a little tipsy. Go ahead and just give me the rest of those records. I'll be like, hot diggity dog. You got it, and I'll give you everything that's left in there. And that's literally what I'll say. I'll say, hot diggity dog. All you got to say is, Chad, I'm feeling a little tipsy. I've already had a little bit too much of the old Jack over here. So go ahead and just give me the rest of that crate, and I'll regret it on Monday, and I'll be like, no problem. It's yours. Here we go. Let's put this up right here. And Godsmack is sold to Josh Jones for $43. There was no bid on the 38 special Japanese pressing. It's going to go up for a $35 buy it now. Special Forces, 3.5, $35 buy it now. If you want it, you can have it. When's this side going up for bid? Very, very, very soon. Okay? The goofy laugh. I will laugh like Goofy if someone buys the rest of that crate. Yeah, you got to buy the rest of the crate, though. Okay. I need my laptop. But first, let's introduce some auctions. Here I stand, head in hand, turn my face to the wall. The Beatles, help. I need somebody. A beautiful Japanese pressing with insert UK flag series number 5, a $45 start. That is now up for bid. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is this right here, out of order. It's a 1986 USOG hardcore punk, original cover art. Reissues did not have this cover. Nice. Out of order is going to go up for a $25 start. Todd Coe on 38 special. That's sold for $35. And then here we go. We got a restock, and I had them back ordered from everywhere because I've had a couple people asking, Chad, where's my Stevie Ray Vaughan? So guess what? I back ordered them with 3 different places, and then all of a sudden, Music on Vinyl must have done a repressing, and guess what? I've got a bunch of Stevie Ray Vaughans now, but you should have this one for 2 reasons. One, it's Stevie Ray Vaughan, and the other reason, it's tough to get an OG of. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky is Crying, Harold Ackerman. I've got one for you, Harold. Harold Ackerman. This is so to you and Guy Shard. I just remembered Billie Eilish albums, signed albums. I don't have any that I know of, but this is sold. The Sky's Crying. Can I convince 2, 4, 6, 8 more people watching that you need a Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying? It's a brand new Music on Vinyl pressing, 180 gram minty. It's minty because it's what? It's brand spanking new. Let me make sure I don't have any under Stevie here. And I don't. So I got plenty of extras. I had them back ordered with 3 places. I hate when I take a wait list for something, I'm telling somebody, yeah, it'll be right back in. And then I go and I was like, are you kidding me? But that's crazy though, because like one place had over 180 of these in stock. That means distribution across the country. They are selling hundreds of these like in just a few days. That just shows the demand for Stevie Ray Vaughan records. Music on Vinyl, $39.99. The Sky's Crying. Okay, here's something else that's been out of stock that I had back ordered of a lot of places. Sleep Token. This place will become your tomb. Man, an artist that gets asked about almost every day. Sleep Token. This place will become your tomb. The first person is Noah Colwell, and these are $36.99. Noah, there is Sleep Token. This place will become your tomb. And I don't have anybody else on a waiting list, so that's sold to Noah Colwell. Out of order has bids for $25, $25, and then over here, out of orders at $27, now $30. No bid on the Beatles. Final call for a $45 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Oh boy, here we go. I have become, this is a 1979 U.S. Santa Maria OG, the first inner gatefold, revised credits. This is an OG. This is an OG. Lucas Patterson, you know what? I also have you on a wait list for Sleep Token right here. It's an old one. I was about to say, Lucas, are you still watching? Because here you are also. There was 2 people. Yep. And I have one more waiting list on Sleep Token. That's Take Me Back to Eden, Leslie Silvley. So we also need to pull one for Lucas Patterson. 42 Foxes wants a Stevie Ray Vaughan, Sky is Crying. And now Pink Floyd. So this is an OG first pressing. With the sleeves, VG++ EX, a $30 start. 3 auctions up right now. So I've got 4 extra copies of Sleep Token. And then Demue Bigore, there's another copy of Storm Blast. That's $33.99. And then Mushroom Head, Call the Devil. Mushroom Head is on red vinyl. That's $34.99. And then Smash the 80s. And guess what? We had a waiting list on this with Mike Massey. I just seen it right here. I'm going to have 2 left. It's a great 80s comp on 2 LPs. Mike Massey, you was on a waiting list. So guess what? I've got one for you. Now there's 2 extra copies. If anybody else wants to Smash the 80s, that's a double LP, $34.99. Oh boy, I want to go ahead and show this right now. Finally, back in stock. King Diamond Abigail on cobalt blue vinyl. And we just had a pre-owned copy of this not too long ago. We auctioned. $36.99, brand new and sealed. I got 10 copies of King Diamond Abigail. Sleep Token is on black vinyl. Sleep Token's on black vinyl, okay? So out of order, we had bids for 34. Out of order, 35. The Wall, 30. Pink Floyd, 30. Pink Floyd, 35. Pink Floyd, 40. Pink Floyd, 40. Pink Floyd, 45. There's King Diamond Abigail, and that is on blue vinyl, $36.99. Let me put those right there. Mark Morris says he'll take one. And now Scott Oman says he'll take the 80s. And now the Beatles is a buy it now for $45. Wow, a no bid on Help, a Japanese pressing, UK Flex Series number 5. Hopefully somebody has Beatles typed into their chat right now and they're hitting send. Otherwise, I'm going to be pretty disappointed. So this is a $45 buy it now. Peter Mazzolino has struck first. He says, I'll take it. That's so for $45. Out of Order has a bid with 40. Pink Floyd has a bid for 50. Brian Campbell also wants a King Diamond. Philip Holt, you were second on the Beatles. Next is Mammoth. Wolfgang Van Halen. Mammoth is $36.99. And there was a waiting list for Mammoth. And the wait list for Mammoth was Nick Bargeron and Mark Morris. Nick Bargeron and Mark Morris. Black ice colored vinyl. Nice. $36.36. I have 2 left if anybody else wants them. Pink Floyd is at 50. Out of Order is at 40. John Cozer's out. Next Japanese auction is going to come from over here in the Japanese crate. And that is going to be this right here. It is going to be what? It is going to be who? It is going to be something very unusual. This is pretty cool, though. I don't see this too often. This is Happiest Years of Disney Favorites. Wow, what a cool cover. Disneyland Obi, a Japanese pressing, and I don't think I've had this particular one before. The vinyl's near mint, as you would expect from these Japanese pressings. It has an insert with it. Very awesome jacket. Gatefold. It has a storybook in the center. Snow White pictures, Bambi, Cinderella, Peter Pan, Dumbo. Very cool. The Disney catalog. Disney Favorites, 50 years. That's a 2LP, a $35 start. That is now up for bid. Also in here, we have Nashville Poo Tang. And this is got a little bit of a, it doesn't really have a bend. The shrink is really tight on this right here. Just FYI. Yeah, now it looks fine. Yeah, this, you need to, whoever buys this needs to take the shrink off immediately. This one's way too tight. They have shrink wrapped that one. $29.99. That is available. And Scott Dwallow was on a waiting list. So we're going to give that one to Scott. We might want to leave a sticky. He's not watching right now. He's out of town. We might want to leave a sticky note that says open and take the shrink wrap off, because that's a little bit too tight on that one. Okay, then over here we have out of Order 40, and then Disney 35, out of Order 42. Show the Pink Floyd sleeves, Metal Knight Part 2, Disney 25. Brent's already in at 35. Now there's a bid for 30. It was a $35 start. Brent bid 30, then there was a bid for 25, then 30. Pink Floyd has a new bid for 51. All right, so Pink Floyd is the first press. So the first press, the jacket, right in here, it says Words and Music, Roger Waters, except Young Lust, Comfortably Numb, Run Like Hell, and The Trial, with other credits. Unrevised credits, yeah. And I think what happened, they had to give credits to, I forgot what happened there. They revised it. It was maybe something over in here. Bob Erzin as well. So they had to change something later in the jacket. This is, in fact, the first jacket. It has both original inner sleeves. It is obviously the first disc, the first matrices, the first pressing. It's a 79. It's not bad. VG++ EX. It's got both inner sleeves. As many of these I've had, I should know by now, but I forget every time I look at it, the exact credits on that one. But that has a new bid for $51. I do know it's original. Out of Order is now moving to Final Call with John Kaiser at 42. Disney has a ton of bids. And then Tim Graham, yeah, you got a Mammoth, I think, earlier this week. I'll double check again, but I think you got a Mammoth earlier this week or possibly last week. Yeah, I think it was possibly last week. Okay, and then Nashville, we got 2 people on a waiting list. The first person is Paul Brothers. The second person is Sieg. Okay. They changed it to credit only Roger Waters. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I think basically Roger was like, I wrote everything. I wanted where I wrote everything. And that what their last great work together, and then all of a sudden they started fighting. They all started getting too smart for each other. When you get a bunch of geniuses in the room, things start happening, especially a bunch of rich geniuses. Ever watch the Beatles Let It Be? You could just tell. You could tell they were friends, but man, they were just all going different directions. John was John, Paul was Paul, George was trying to do his own thing. All right. Next thing here is Merciful Fate, Melissa. Thunderstorm colored vinyl, black with yellow marble, $36.99. Disney, Vladarchek has it for $60. Out of Order, The Hammer's Up, and Pink Floyd's at $55, now $56. We have Windy City Blues. This is actually, no, not what I thought it was, but it's only $19.99. Windy City Blues, The Transition, Pine Top, Washboard Sam, Guitar Pete Franklin. That's only $19.99. Disney's at $65. And I've got 2 copies of Tomorrow is the Question, the new music of Ornette Coleman. Some new jazz there for you for just $29.99. All analog mastering by Bernie Grundman. $29.99. All right, Out of Order is officially sold. That is sold to John Kaiser for $42. Thank you, John Kaiser. That is sold to you. Michael Baker on Merciful Fate, Melissa. Disney's now at $70. Pink Floyd's at $56. Metal Massacre, $38.99. Ruby red vinyl for Metal Massacre. And I always have a waiting list for this, it seems like. Kevin J. Reitz, he was on a waiting list for this. Kevin J. Reitz. I now have several copies still left. That is available. Darren Chrisman on Quiz. And that was for Quiz. And then we have, this is new. At a great price because it came from my on-sale distributor. This is a half-speed master Bob Marley, Babylon by Bus. And this has the die-cut cover just like the original, $39.99 for Bob Marley. $39.99 for Bob Marley. So Pink Floyd, Robbie has it for $56. Philip Hope and Travis Woods, y'all are out. Travis Woods, Philip Hope, y'all are out on Pink Floyd. And now Vladarchek has Disney for $70. All right, I've been talking about it. I think it's time. Let's go ahead and put this one up right here. Oh, wow. This is a big record. This is a real OG Danzig. Now, somebody was very smart, and they've kept the hype sticker. Okay? It's actually just, it's not glued to the cover. It's just laying on there, okay? It's just statically charged. So it's not glued or anything. It's just actually just very nicely just laying on there. So beautiful jacket, almost no signs of wear. This is a very tough record to come by. It's a true OG EX++. Back here earlier, when Paul brought it to me, he's like, man, he's like, I'm thinking about keeping this. And I looked at it, I was like, I'm thinking about keeping it. I don't have one myself, and like, we don't get them too often, especially when they look like this. This is real. It's official, it's an OG, and it's probably the nicest copy I've ever seen. Just a hair from being near mint minus. EX++ has the Def Jam. Really cool, it has the hype sticker produced by Rick Rubin on the front. And, of course, Mother's on there. Big album here, $175 start, Danzig. Honestly, if it gets close to an air horn, I wouldn't be surprised. $175 start, that's up for bid. Michael had already placed a bid of $56. Travis is at $60. I think we're done, okay? Next in here was Cancer. We have not done WWF yet. I have not done WWF. But here is Cancer for $38.99. Justin Deckelman was on a waiting list. This is To the Gory End. Okay, he was on a waiting list for Inverted World. Is that right, Justin? Are you watching, Justin? I'm pretty sure he was on the waiting list for this one. I think I wrote down the wrong title. Inverted World. This is To the Gory End. Justin, are you watching? I have 3. I'm going to have extras regardless. And then here's Government Mule, Like a River. I never had seen this before. $33.99. And this is a 2LP Indie Record Store Day exclusive, orange and red smoke vinyl, $33.99. Danzig already took off. I had a feeling this thing should get close to an air horn. If not, I'll be surprised. But we're about to find out, though. This is a beautiful copy. And then over here we have Disney, and this is sold for $70 to Vladarchek. Disney for $70, 4 or 500. Absolutely. Absolutely. We're about to find out what's about to happen right now. People are placing their bids. This is sold for $70. And then over here, we got Pink Floyd, and it's sold. Pink Floyd is over here, sold for $60. Hey, rare high-end records, I put them up for sale so I don't get disappointed, and I don't want to get disappointed because I'm like, man, well, I would have just kept that. So every time I put something up, like last night, every time I was putting up a record last night, I was like, okay, y'all don't disappoint me now. Don't make me turn this into a record museum. There we go. All right, so Danzig's at $350. We'll let that simmer over here where everybody's calculating, yelling at their cats. Get out of here, cat. I'm trying to bid on this Danzig record. Get out of here, cat. Danzig's at $350. And let me make sure Steve Weaver gets a cancer. And let me go ahead and tag one. I think I just messed up the title. This does need to be tagged. This does need to be tagged for Justin Deckelman, okay? All right, there's that. Now, first thing I've got to do is do a quick recap here. Here's something we need to sell out of. Man, did y'all see this earlier? King Diamond, blue vinyl. This has been like let's see, from here and here, this is stuff from my on-sale distributor. And sometimes they're able to get stuff like this is not even for order with my main distributor. I can't even order these anymore. So when I see these pop up, I ordered the last 10 they had in stock. Hopefully they get more, but that's blue vinyl, King Diamond Abigail, $36.99. Okay, let's recap the whole crate. Danzig is a real OG pressing, yes. I'm on the wait list for Verdict. I already have the cancer. Okay, so I must have messed that up. Okay, so we do have an extra cancer in stock. Okay, I'm glad you're watching then. All right, Danzig's at $360. I'll go back over it again, but yes, it's real. It's a gatefold. It's essentially near mint. It's a spectacular pressing. There is nothing else. There's really nothing bad to say about it. It's everything you could want. Everything you could want. All right, AC/DC and more. Everything you could want and more. It's the gift that keeps on giving. This is a 1979 U.S. Specialty OG. It is in EX condition. It's a $25 start. A 79 U.S. Specialty OG. It's in EX condition. It's a $25 start. This is AC/DC Highway to Hell. That is OG, a $25 start, okay? Danzig has a bid for $450. AC/DC's a $25 start. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. David Johnson's on the edge of his seat. The drums are rolling. And that next Japanese pressing is going to be Three Dog Night. Joy to the World, a Three Dog Night greatest hits. Shambhala. This is going to go up for a $35 start. There's one LP. There's a gatefold jacket. There's the Obi. And there it is, $35 start. Okay, let's read through this crate one more time. Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying. Tough OG to find, came out in 1990. New and sealed from Music on Vinyl, $39.99. Finally, Sleep Tokens are back in. This Place Will Become Your Tomb, $36.99. Demue Bigore, Storm Blast, $33.99. Mushroom Head, Red Vinyl, $34.99. Smash the 80s, One Left, Double LP, New Order, Duran Duran, Aha, Spandau, Simply Red, Bananarama, Smiths, $33. King Diamond, Blue Vinyl, $36.99. Mammoth, $36.99. Black Ice Colored Vinyl. Merciful Fate, Melissa, Thunderstorm, Black and Yellow, $36. Windy City Blues, $19.99. Ornette Coleman, This is Acoustic Sounds, Bernie Grundman, $29.99. Metal Massacre, Red Vinyl. Metallica's on there, $38.99. Bob Marley, great price for the Half-Speed Master Double LP for just $39.99. Cancer, To the Glory Ends, $38. And Government Mule is called I Peace Like a River. And this is the follow-up to the Grammy-nominated Heavy Load Blues. 2 LP colored vinyl, $33.99. Okay, so the first thing we have over here was, as far as a bid, we had Danzig at $450, Danzig at $460. Government Mule Guy is a original studio album. And then over here we got Alice Cooper come in. Alice Cooper. I do have some audiophile stuff I'm about to do very soon. Jeremy Merck on Stevie Ray Vaughan. AC/DC 25, Danzig $500, and then Nick Galletti on King Diamond. That's sold to Nick Galletti. And then Danzig 510, Danzig 550, and then Thrasher wants that last cancer, and I think we're done, okay? So AC/DC, don't forget, right here in the middle, we're selling an OG AC/DC. Michael has it for just $25. Three Dog Night's a $35 start. And then over here, Danzig has hit 550. Gabriel says he's out. Gregory Roberts has it. And then we have one Merciful Fate left in here, and that's Melissa on Thunderstorm Colored Vinyl, $36.99. Okay? There's that. I'm hoping one day they'll do an official reissue of Danzig, you know, but something must be up with that licensing, because a lot of his stuff and all that Sam Hain, not available. Did y'all know earlier this week we sold a real official Sam Hain record? Man, that slipped by me almost. I pulled it out. I thought it was going to be a bootleg. And Paul was like, no, no, no. He's like, if you're seeing stuff in the hot pictures, most of this collection, it's real stuff. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh, Alice Cooper. You know what? That's a great question. Let me pull those up right now and see the status on that. And I know they didn't push it back because I've seen where other people's got them. So, yeah, let me pull that up and see if I can get an update, see if they're in my cart or see what happened, okay? And let me figure out who I ordered that with. That's a great question. It looks like they are shipping me the rest of the prongs. Okay, Black Sabbath Volume 4s won't be here till Monday either. Alice Cooper. All right, let me figure out who I ordered that with, because I know some people's curious. I know they're not in tonight, though, so... Okay, I didn't order it with them. Let me check this company. Let me check this website. They have 100 copies of Van Halen Balance in my cart. That's good. So we are getting all of the Van Halen Balance orange vinyl. I've got 100 in my cart. They're going to be here for August 15th. So we are getting all 100 Van Halen Balance. I think I've got like 80 pre-orders. And if anybody else wants in on that, let me know, because that is truly a limited edition title. Revenge of Alice Cooper. Release date, 7/25. I ordered them 7/11. They're on my cart. They have not shipped. They're back ordered. So, you know what? I'll send an email. Let me search this company and see if they have them in stock. They're back ordered too. So the best thing I can tell you is I don't know unless I email a sales rep. Right now they're showing... that entire release is back ordered, all versions. The Revenge black vinyl out of stock, CD box set out of stock, single CD out of stock, yellow vinyl out of stock. It's all out of stock. So either I'm not getting any, or they are waiting for more to come in from the distribution. Okay. And then over here, Charles Siebert says, flag. Are you sure I didn't get in? Hold on a second. Let me do all this in order. I had Thrasher at Cancer. Okay. And then we have on AC/DC. AC/DC, Charles Siebert bid first. Yeah. Charles Siebert, $25. And then Michael Hamburger, you bid $25. Charles Siebert has it. Michael, you're out. Nick Galletti wants the Merciful Fate. Yes, Guy Shard, this is orange and red smoke colored vinyl. And now there's a third AC/DC bid, now a $30 bid. And put down Craig Proper for a Van Halen Balance. Put down Van Halen is $39.99. Put down John Kaiser for Balance. And Mushroom Head Call the Devil is right here. That is sold to Anthony Clark, okay? Now, Danzig. Final call. Gregory Roberts, $550. We're about to sell it. Big auction. Danzig, real official, $550. We are about to sell it. Patrick, I will let you know by middle of next week. Government meal is sold to Guy Shard. If anybody wants on a waiting list for Merciful Fate, Mushroom Head, let me know. Joy to the World is $35 start, no bid. Danzig's at $550. I'm going to change crates. Well, I'm going to bring a Hatchet Ed crate over here. As soon as I set down the crate, I'm closing the bidding on Danzig unless there's a new bid for more than $550. That's the way that cookie is going to crumble. There is a lot of great stuff left in there. We do have 5 Hatchet Ed bins. Let's go ahead and knock out one right now. Let's go ahead and knock out one right now. This is a lot of stuff. We had a guy, I'll tell you right now, we had a guy who bought a lot of stuff from us. He was very well established. Then he had 2 unpaid invoices for over $4,500, and he did not pay us. And we're having to resell most of his stuff tonight. Bidding is closed on Danzig. Bidding is closed on Danzig. Gregory, it's yours for $550. I knocked the air horn off the table earlier. Let me crawl underneath this table and grab it because we're going to need it. And thank you, Gregory. We only get this record about once every maybe 5 or 6 months. We sold a loose disc without a cover one night for, I think, 120 bucks. Just a loose VG disc with no cover. We sold, I think, for about 120 bucks. John had it back there with his disc missing the jackets. John has big boxes back there, like empty jackets. No, they're not for sale. Before anybody asks, no, they're not for sale. And then he has a big box of just loose disc. No, those aren't for sale. The reason they're not for sale, because every once in a while he can match one up. So we have all these loose jackets. We have all these loose discs. And I was looking through them one day, and I was like, whoa, John, you didn't tell me you had a Danzig. And I was like, this thing's going to bring $100 this out of the jacket. And he's like, you're kidding me. I was like, no, this is a expensive record, not even with a jacket. Thank you, Gregory. This is first air horn. Welcome to the Air Horn Club. Big auction here. I hate to see it go, but I'm okay with that price. Otherwise, I'd be losing sleep tonight. So here it is. Danzig is sold. Amazing. Thank you, everybody else that bid. I guess the next bidder was Gabriel. Thank you, Gabriel, for tuning in again. Welcome, everybody. We are officially underway for Friday night. All righty. Nice. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the operations room center, too. Tanner texted me this morning. I was still awake when he got here. I left a little bit earlier than I normally do because I had to go home and start ordering vinyl. And he was here this morning. The first thing he texted me, he said, you sold all the Aussies? He said, you sold all the Aussies, as in, like, you're not going to regret that? And I was like, oh, yeah. I'm sitting here actually right now thinking, why did I do that? Why did I do that? All right, here we go. Let me get this back in its sleeve. All righty. Rare record, especially in high grade. Maybe one day we'll get a reissue. And Gregory, what I'm going to do, like I said, that hype sticker, I'm just going to slip it back down there like Laura had it. All right. There it is. Click like on It's a Wonderful Life. Bailey, what was his, on The Wonderful Life? Bailey, Building and Loan. Hopefully we don't have a run on the banks, though. Okay. Whew. No, we sold all Aussies. We even sold the one that still has to be authenticated. But I do have the signed Black Sabbath, and I'm actually talking to somebody right now that has some other signed memorabilia. And that's the only reason I confidently let that go. The only reason I confidently let that go because I knew I had some people that had... I have somebody that wanted to sell some more, so. Okay, let me get back on track here. Let me update. Let me scroll through comments here. So we sold government meal, right? I did pull that for Guy. Yep, okay. And then ACDC 32. Sorry, I'm way behind on these. ACDC. 3 Dog Night is near mint minus and pristine. 3 Dog Night is near mint minus and pristine. and make up the rod, the light. Yeah, now we're even. We're even Steven now, Gregory. We're even, okay? Stanley Richmond also wants a Van Halen balance. So I was taking orders for Van Halen balance. Let me make sure I didn't miss any of those comments either. We had one for Craig. Chad Thompson, let me know if you want one. John Kaiser was number 2. The other Van Halen balance was Bubba 77775. And then I think there was one more I saw down here. Stanley Richmond on Van Halen balance. That's the new orange vinyl that comes out 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today. And then here we go. Okay. Now, AC/DC, sorry once again. If you might want to go ahead and bid again because I'm kind of lost. There's been so much happen. I think Michael Hamburger has it for $32. Now Rich has it for $33. There we go. It's at the bottom. Nobody has bid on the Three Dog Night. I've got to make it a buy now unless somebody bids very soon. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And that next auction is this right here. And let's go ahead and put up Deicide. Deicide is called Once Upon a Cross. Once Upon the Cross. It's a record store day. First time it was pressed in the United States. It's a limited edition 2500 on Autobots, metallic red, white, and blue vinyl, sealed for a $35 start. Over here is AC/DC Highway to Hell. AC/DC Highway to Hell is a 79 US specialty OG. This is an OG AC/DC in EX condition, okay? Now, what is Hatchet Ed? Hatchet Ed is when we have to cancel orders that we don't get payment for. Now, this is only 1% of most of our orders, okay? We actually have an incredible high pay rate. It's only 1%, but as y'all know, we sell a lot of stuff. 1% of our total volume is actually going to be quite a bit of vinyl that doesn't get paid for. The biggest problem is huge orders, okay? So, you know, we understand every once in a while we just have somebody pre-order something and we never hear back from them. They're a new buyer in the group and we just can't get a hold of them. We expect that's going to happen every now and then. These right here hurt. This is where somebody bought a lot of stuff and he had 2 invoices totaling over $4,500 and we just never did hear back from them. Of course, I never share names unless they are possibly out here doing it to other stores and other websites. And then I'm like, hey, just here's this name. And I usually share it privately. But this is 2 huge orders that we have to resell. We also know that stuff happens and sometimes you can't pay for stuff. We'll give you extra time. You just got to talk to Ed. The worst thing that can happen is if we don't hear back from somebody. Okay, if we don't hear back from somebody and we're sending messages, it's bad, okay? That means we're like, okay, these people have ghosted us. They've done us wrong in this situation, etc. So we have to resell all their stuff. Right now, we're going to take probably at least 2 hours tonight to try to resell all this stuff, and we could be selling other stuff instead. We could have already shipped these and sent them to other people that would have bought them. So Ed is great at what he does, but you got to talk to him. And if you ever want to buy from us in the future, so like, man, I'm going through a hard time. I can't pay for these, but blah, blah, blah. We'll probably let you come back. But if you just ghost us, silent, you know, we just go ahead and block your name. And unless you try to set up other fake accounts, which other people's tried to do, we'll find out who you are. I'll have to block those 2. You just lose your buying privileges. I blocked 5 people this morning. I saw some of these canceled invoices other than him. I blocked some other people. I'm like, you can't buy from us. You never pay. You get far behind. Like, you got to, obviously, you might want to think about doing something else, you know, before you can buy records. AC/DC's at 41, Deicide's at 55, and Three Dog Night is a buy it now for $35. It sucks we have to go through all this because, like I said, it's only like 1%, but it makes such a big deal because we have now our volume keeps growing and growing, and it seems like it's still like 1% from the math I've run, but the more we sell every month and every year as this business continues to grow, we're still at 1%, but that means we keep having more and more non-payments. So there's that. All right, so Three Dog Night is a buy it now for $35. That was a no bid. Here's all this, and we're back. Now y'all know the story. Most of this is from 2 invoices, $4,500 worth of records. So let's try to do this. We have Candlebox, the Maverick years. Candlebox is a 7 LP box set Some of these are pretty difficult to get on vinyl, like Lucy and Happy Peels. And then it has a B-sides and rarities, and of course their big debut album. Candlebox is a 7 LP box set, $159.99. Heart Dreamboat Annie, nice. I mean, I need these. These should sell. And this is $59.99. Dreamboat Annie. That is a MoFi pressing, numbered on the back, $59.99. AC/DC is at $47. Deicides at $65. And we also have this right here. We have Miley Cyrus, Something Beautiful. That is her newest album, $36.99. Derek Cesaro on Three Dog Night. Thank you on that. And as always, I always say thank you to all of our regulars and payers because y'all are amazing. The other 99% is what keeps this place going. So thank you as always. Next Japanese auction, since we got Three Dog Night off the board, is this, and that is the Rolling Stones, High Tide and Green Grass. Great Rolling Stones compilation here. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese book. It has a gatefold jacket. Great Stones comp. $35 start on that. All right, AC/DC's at $48. Deicide, $75, now $85. We have one Grateful Dead, Greatest Hits, blue vinyl. The greatest of the Dead studio hits, $33.99 on that. Jerry Cantrell, so you get Degradation Trips Volumes 1 and Volumes 2. It's on brown and orange swirl vinyl, 28-page book. That's $99.99. It is a 4 LP box, $99.99 from Jerry Cantrell of Alice in Chains. Wow, hadn't seen this in a while. They were a limited edition of 100. Flotsam and Jetsam, My God, numbered 49 of 100, $44.99 on that. And Seether, Holding On to Strings, Better Left to Fray. Seether is $33.99. And Lady Gaga, Mayhem. Lady Gaga, that's her newest album, 2 LP, $44.99. Derek Cesaro on Jerry Cantrell, thank you on that. Deicide's out with Steve Weaver. Alonzo has it for $85. And AC/DC, Ryan Mustang's out. Rich Krulak has that for $48. Also, Fiona Apple, Win the Pawn. Fiona is $36.99. Mr. Big, let me make sure it doesn't have a seam split. Yeah, it does. I was actually selling these at a discount because of the seam splits. This record was cursed. I ordered over 50 copies 3 different times, all seam splits. Just a few slipped through. $29.99. They were $36. So they do have a seam split, $29.99. That's $7 off. Quicksand Slip, 30th anniversary, remastered. It's on Diver Orange Marble Vinyl, $34.99. And Blue Murder, Nothing But Trouble. Blue Murder is a 2 LP. It's on blue with Black Cat Swirl, $54.99. And Wild Side, wow, a lot of those Real Gone Music limited edition 90s pressings in here. Fire Orange Vinyl, $39.99. And we have, hey, Highway to Hell, the Hellfire colored. That's on like orange red colored, $39.99 for AC/DC. Wow, a lot of new vinyl in here. Yeah, this guy did buy a lot of new vinyl and a lot of pre-orders. So AC/DC is sold, and that's sold to Rich Krulak for $48. Deicide's gone, and we can confidently sell Deicide now. And Deicide sold to Alonzo Breezy Brenzo Jr. for $85. And we can go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones, one bid, Chris Gardner, $35. Now, last night, right at the last hour, I started putting up cassette lots. We did cassette lots of Ozzy, cassette lots of Rush, other stuff like that. I'm about to start trying to mix in some of those tonight so we can get through more and get this whole tub of cassettes sold before it's too late tonight. GenCast on AC/DC in the crate. Ooh, I see something coming up that is now out of stock. Ooh, it is the Rhino Black Sabbath Kevin Gray limited edition, all analog cut, $44.99. I wish I had more of those in stock. Black Sabbath, $44.99. Next Japanese pressing is going to be the following. Let's put up Night Ranger Dawn Patrol. Night Ranger Dawn Patrol is a, whoops, I slapped the camera with it. Night Ranger is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert, it has the cover and obi, and that's a $35 start on that. Sorry, camera. Daniel Strom on Black Sabbath. The AC/DC auction already sold, and we had a Highway to Hell in here. It's also sold as well. All right, now let's get back to some of the advertised auctions for tonight. I know there's some people waiting on the WWF, so let me find it. And it's right here. This is an unofficial So I don't think anything like this has ever been officially released. Maybe, I don't know. If so, it's pretty rare. Full Metal, the album. WWF World Wrestling Federation. Pretty cool, though. Look at that. How cool is that? It's an unofficial from 2021. They did 500. It's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. And it has an insert with it. Full Metal. ACDC, or excuse me, WWF. Got my acronyms wrong there. That's a $25 start. All right, let's go back up to the top. And we saw Black Sabbath. Troy was second. Hiram was third. Then Mortgage Guy Rob. And then we have WWF at 25. Danzig already sold for, it was a CD officially. Yeah, there is no official pressing of this. I was about to say, I think I have seen that CD before. Also had the other night a really cool Stone Cold Steve Austin CD with a lenticular cover. I was like, man, if they ever make that the vinyl, oh my gosh, they probably could sell 10,000 of those. It's a really cool release. I need to go back and look that up because I kind of wanted to keep it. I was doing like a CD blitz, and I ran across it. I was like, man, that's a sweet. I never knew that existed. WWF 25. Jay Jameson said X ? X ? I'm not for sure what that means. And then over here we have Steel Panther, Balls Out. Steel Panther's $44.99. Steel Panther, Feel the Steel, $33.99. Taylor Swift, self-titled, Taylor's $33. We have Under Oath, and this is Under Oath, the place after this one. Ruby Red Vinyl for $33. Temple the Dog is $44. That's a double LP. Slaughter, The Wild Side, is $54.99. Is there another AC/DC in here? That is the only, okay. And then Duran Duran, self-titles, $33. And then Lil Wayne, The Carter 6, that's his newest album, $39. You're asking for X, the auction, okay. Let me find it in here. But first, I'm going to do this one because I had my eye on it next. This is Y&T, Down for the Count, C-O-U-N-T, The Count. Y&T, their catalog is OOP, an 85 US Carrollton OG club, super clean, a $25 start. Let's go back up the top. We have Derek Cesaro on both Steel Panthers, sold. And then, Mark, I can put you on a waiting list for Balls Out. I hadn't tried to order that in a while. I don't know if it's in stock, but if you want me to try, I can. WWF 50, and then Metallica, live in Seattle, 1989, 2LP colored vinyl. Metallica's $39. We have Ministry, The Land of Rape and Honey. That's a music on vinyl, $39. PJ Harvey, To Bring You My Love, is $14. Spin Doctors, Pocket Full of Kryptonite, is $39. Beck Odelay is $33, and we have Devil Driver Beast. Devil Driver's $34.99. Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, $38.99. I actually have, do I have a waiting list for this? Of course, I just ordered like 8 more copies. We'll check. Stone Temple Pilots is $24, Unplugged. Social Distortion, Sex, Love, and Rock and Roll, $33. A Perfect Circle's $44. Neil Young Freedom is $39. And Prong, that is the black vinyl that is now out of print because they just did a colored version, $38.99 on that. Wow, a lot of stuff going on. Let me work my way up, make sure I didn't miss any claims. So X is on deck. WWF 25, WWF 26, 30, 30, 45, 32, 40. We sold that, which was Steel Panther. So Mark Morris, I'll put you on a waiting list. And then over here, hello, and then we'll put the Clash on deck. And then WWF 50, and WWF 51. Y&T has a bid for 25, WWF 60, and then WWF 55, 54. Mark Morris does one on a waiting list. John Howard got Duran. Stephen Parton on the STP Unplugged. Scott Markheim on Metallica Seattle. And then WWF 60. Deckelman also on a waiting list for Balls Out. And then Janet, I can get more of those STPs. I'll also put you on a waiting list. And then we also have Throbbing Gristle is going to be, I think, is that something tonight too? The Social Distortion is on the label Craft. It's on Craft, and that is $33.99. Nice pickup on Neil Young, Richard Yeager, Y&T 30, Y&T 30, 32. Gregory, if you don't want Social Distortion, Derek Cesaro does. Night Rangers, a no bid. Dawn Patrol, a $35 buy it now if anybody wants that. It is available. And then STP on that. John Howard says Devil Driver, okay. Big difference, Devil Driver and Duran Duran. Let's do a swap out for him right quick on that. Night Ranger is sold to Rich Krulak for $35. Steve Mason was second. So Duran Duran's going back in the bin. No DD Duran Duran, DD for Devil Driver. And that was sold to John Howard instead, okay? Mark Steele on the Flotsam and Jetsam. Let's go ahead and sell that to him. WWF 66. WWF 66, Night Ranger 35. And then Brad Waits on Metallica. Okay, if that's for Seattle, I actually think we just sold it out this week, and I just ordered more. Derek can have Social Distortion. So Derek Cesaro, you do get Social Distortion. So let's move these two down and put up another Japanese pressing right quick. I'm going to do a quick breeze through those again. And yeah, a lot of this is new and sealed. So we can take waiting list. There's a chance I could get a lot of this back in stock. Almost everything is in print. Some of these I still have copies of right now. Like, I'm pretty sure we still got copies of that Ministry, Temple of the Dog. I mean, some of these we still have around here. This is Boston, Third Stage. This is a Japanese pressing. Boston has the booklet, solicitation card, gatefold jacket with Obi. Beautiful Boston, 35. Prong is not numbered. Like I said, these just came out this week. I have them. Like, I have that in stock, the new numbered version. That's probably going to be a tough sale because that was the black vinyl, and they just reissued that. And I have Rude Awakening in stock. And then let me try to find that other prong. And then we had one that came in tonight. That's over here in this other crate, I think. Where's that other prong at? I have the numbered ones right here. Yeah. So that's probably going to be a tough sale when I have the new numbered ones that come out today right here. These are the new numbered clear and red marbled, 39, $1 more. $1 more. Brad Waits on the waiting list for Seattle. So this is black vinyl, same label, music on vinyl, and then that was an old version from back in March. See, March 26th, that was in print. Those are the new ones I just showed you, $1 more that come out today. So Slayer guy, if you want one of those, let me know. YNT 35, YNT 36, Deicide, Mystery Machine. You're a little behind on that one. Brad Waits on the Seattle Metallica waiting list. YNT 37, WWF 68. We got a waiting list for Plasmatics, or we got a request for Plasmatics. WWF 70. Boston has a bid for 35. Wow. All right, so let's go back and run through these one more time very quickly, okay? I've got the Candlebox box set. Candlebox box set, the Maverick year, 7 LPs, $159.99. Heart, the MoFi Dreamboat Annie for $59. We have Miley Cyrus for $36. We have Grateful Dead $33. Seether $33. Lady Gaga's $44. Fiona Apple $36. Mr. Big on sale for $29 because of the scene split. Quicksand was $34. Blue Murder is $54. Wild Side is $39. Taylor Swift $33. Under Oath is $33. Red Vinyl. Temple of the Dog $44. Slaughter's $54. Lil Wayne $39. Ministry $38. PJ Harvey $14. Spin Doctors $39. Bex $33. Iron Maiden Live in Holland 1981 $38. Perfect Circle $44. Prong Black Vinyl $38. And Duran Duran $33. All right, so WWF is with Cody Wright at $70. That's the high bid, going once, going twice. In the middle's Y&T. The most recent bid was Mark Steele at $37. Boston has bids for $35, $35, and now Michael Hamburger has it for $37. Chad, are you doing on sale new vinyl and Hatchet Ed tonight? Tonight, we have the following on the agenda. I have 2 more crates of new vinyl to go through. I've got 4 more Hatchet Ed crates to go through, not counting miscellaneous stuff like toys, CDs, and other miscellaneous items that didn't get paid for. There's 7 new John crates over here we're going to do best offer. The rest of the night is going to be nothing but new arrivals, new vinyl, and Hatchet Ed crates, and we have unlimited auctions we can run. Unlimited auctions. If you're watching tonight for the next 4 or 5 hours, there will be nothing but new arrivals for the rest of the night. There'll be nothing but new arrivals for the rest of the night. It'll be put back stuff, new stuff, and new vintage stuff. And I didn't mention Laura. I hear the pricing gun. There'll be a pricing gun. The pricing gun is in the back. Laura's marking stuff too. Candlebox is sold to Derek Cesaro, and he says he's done. Are you sure? We're just getting started, Derek. Come on. Troy Audit says he'll take the Duran Duran. The Spin Doctors is sold to Saluki 47. Spin Doctors, Saluki 47, and Beck. And Beck. Beck is right here. Those are actually back to back. Those sold to Saluki. Mystery Machine doesn't realize his feed's behind. Boston's at 42. And wow, there was no more bids on the WWF, and there was no more bids on Y&T. So let me swap out crates. If you change your mind, and Bob Reiger says, give me a wild side. Nice. If you change your mind, these are right here behind me. We still got 4 more like this to go through. Let's mix it up with a crate of, let's go ahead and do the newest new stuff. Let's knock out another one of those. And then we're going to do a John, probably, or let me try to find a Hatchet Ed crate that has some vintage too. And I've got new puzzles I hadn't tagged. Ooh, audio file. Here we go. This is pre-orders and stuff like that. So we probably need to go ahead and knock this out for sure. This is pretty cool to see available on MoFi. And my crate's already full, so let's do some switcheroo. And I'm going to go ahead and say this right now, because before I walk away, no more bidding on these. Okay, these are closed. I'll tell who won them in just a second. And Boston is also sold to Michael Hamburger. Let me swap out crates. Let me go ahead and do that. And we're about to start a brand new crate with a MoFi pre-order that has come in. Nice. Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab pre-order. That's the words I like to hear. I'll repeat that again. A MoFi pre-order. I am crate poor tonight again. I do have a discount code. I mentioned it last night. I don't know how many people were watching, but we do have a discount code with the crate company. Okay, so if you want to buy crates, we do have a discount code. We are still working the numbers on the logistics, the logic, or the logistics. It's a lot of logic too. But basically, they can drop ship them for us. So it's one of those deals we're really probably not going to make any money off of it, but it's going to save y'all money buying crates, okay? Unless we cut a deal. I mean, the problem is shipping these things. We're thinking about ordering a bunch and then just selling them directly. Or you can order them through them, and then they're going to drop ship them, or order them through us, and then we can order them through them. Basically, we're going to use the discount code. It's kind of confusing right now. We're going to do a test run. I'm going to try to find somebody that needs crates, and then we're going to figure out what's cheaper. Us ordering them and then drop shipping them, or us charging y'all, and then us ordering them and then having them ship them directly. Or us ordering a bunch and then we ship them directly after they get here. So give us the weekend. I haven't sat down and figured out, because it's going to come down to like pennies difference, I think. But over the course of us we've invested tens of thousands of dollars in crates. And as we continue to grow, we need probably 10 more pallets right now of crates to store all of our vinyl in. So I'm not talking about 10 crates. I'm talking about 10 pallets of crates, which a pallet I think is 54. So, all right, I'll figure that out. First, I got to pull up this pre-order. I got to tag all these auctions, and we're about to do this right here, okay? So right here, WWF is sold for that winning bid. Very cool record. Cody Wright, $70. And then Y&T was, I think, Mark Steele's. Mark Steele's. Oh, I need to get that in its sleeve. Hold on a second. But yeah, just probably if you're interested, you might want to go ahead and let Ed know so we can get you in line. And then we'll have to do a test to figure out the best way to do it. But, you know, it gets cheaper if you order a bunch, of course. And now we can get y'all a discount. So it's not really going to be for us. It's more so for y'all. So if we can just give y'all the discount code and y'all handle it, everything, that might be best for us. Mark Steele 37. Mark Steele 37. And then over here, Boston. Boston is sold to Michael Hamburger for 42. All right, here we go. All new stuff hitting the block right now. Yeah, there's lots of requests for some big auctions over here. And then Seth came by earlier to pick up. He came by earlier to pick up stuff to take home to key in, like CDs and cassettes and stuff we sold. He's going to work on that tonight. And he also dropped off a crap ton of new auctions. And I think some of them we might can get into them, some of them tonight. Next auction is the Rolling Stones. This is undercover, a Japanese pressing with Obi. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the cover and Obi. That's now up for bid. Okay. Now, next auction is Dead Kennedys and X. Okay. Those were the next two I've seen requested the most. So let's go ahead and knock them out right now. Big auction still going. We have not sold Wasp. Have not sold Nuclear Assault. There's still some big stuff. This is like a continuation of Metal Night. This is an 83 US Specialty reissue. It's in shrink, a nice copy, EX, a punk essential. In Laura's opinion, at least. Laura says this is a punk essential. X is a $30 start. And we have Dead Kennedys. Wow. A 1980 UK sealed. A 1980 UK repress sealed. Hard to know for sure since it's sealed, but the back cover matches the 1980 UK Utopia pressing. It has got the headless people on the back. It's a $55 start. Wow, there it is. Derek Cesaro still hanging around. Great. Don't go anywhere, Derek Cesaro. Here we go. Michael Jackson. Here we go. Michael Jackson. A new MoFi pressing comes out today. It came out last week. It came out July 25th. This is $59.99. It's a new 2LP 33 1/3 Michael Jackson Dangerous. And we do have a waiting list for it, or a pre-order for it. So let me go ahead and tag these. And a lot of this stuff in here is MOV, MoFi, and Analog Productions. We got one for Stacy Brown. Thank you, Stacy Brown. We got one for Philip Holt. Thank you, Philip Holt. We got one for Peter Mazzoliano. Thank you, Peter Mazzoliano. We got one for Oso Adventure. Thank you, Oso Adventure. We got one for Troy Robinson. Thank you, Troy Robinson. We got two for Kelly Vlodarchek. So, Robert, I'm assuming you don't want a third one, right? And then Dwayne Sevilla with one. And then Julianne Roman with one. And then we have next Scott Beebe with one. Scott Beebe. So, I've got two extra copies of Michael Jackson Dangerous. New 2LP gatefold, MoFi, 33 1/3 RPM. Two extras on hand. Okay, and now over here we have X at 30, Dead Kennedys 55, Dead Kennedys 55. And also we have this, Headhunters, Herbie Hancock, Analog Productions. Analog Productions, and this is 100% analog mastering, a 33 1/3 single pocket jacket, $44.99. Tim Graham on Michael Jackson. Now there's one Michael Jackson left. Two Herbie Hancock, all analog from Analog Production. And I saw these in stock, and I was like, whoa. Hadn't seen that in a while. Days of the New. First time ever on vinyl from 1997. This has Touch, Peel, and Stand. Great song, great album. Double LP, music on vinyl, $39.99. Nobody bid on the Rolling Stones. It's a $35 buy it now. Japanese pressing of Obi. You can pick that one up right now for just a $35 buy it now. Dead Kennedys is at $80. Patrick Lear wants Days of the New, $49.99. $49.99. And then what about X? X has a bid for $35 with James Allen, which means the very first bidder, Preston Rose, you have been out, just FYI. Patrick Lear wants a Days of the New. And then that means there is two left. And then I got Reservoir Dogs soundtrack from Music on Vinyl. Reservoir Dogs is $38.99. Music on Vinyl, the groundbreaking first soundtrack for a Quentin Tarantino film. This is $38.99 for Reservoir Dogs. I've got three of those. X is $33. That may do it for X. I mean $35. James Allen. Dead Kennedys is at $100. A sealed copy, 1980. And then this is, finally. Oh, man. Yes, Close to the Edge. QRP, Analog Productions, and Atlantic 75th Anniversary Celebration, 45 RPM, Boy, this feels amazing. It's got the textured cover, close to the edge, $59.99. Let me find my laptop. I know Mike Bartlett and I think one other person has been waiting for these to come in. And so let's open this up and find out who gets one over here. And let's do yes. Mike Bartlett, and that might be it. Was there somebody else I was supposed to write down? Maybe it's just Mike Bartlett. Close to the edge, $59.99. $59.99. This is a beautiful jacket. And if unless we need to sell it tonight, I'm going to go ahead and set one aside for myself. Oh, man. It looks like I'm going to be spinning some yes tonight. Oh, man, how sweet this is. Wow. All right, show's over. I got some yes to listen to. Wow. That is sold to Mike Bartlett. Anybody else need one? Oh, one sold to Chad Williams. Okay. One sold to Chad Williams. And then over here, X, William Hargett has it for $40. Dead Kennedys is at $105 of John Kaiser. Okay, that's still getting bids. Nobody on the Rolling Stones, right? $35 start. And then we have Frozen, the soundtrack. I saw this and I was like, you know what? I probably should try at least one of these. Frozen's $29.99. Kid Rock's Greatest Hits featuring the smash hit single Ba Wada Ding a Dinga Dinga Bonga Bong. That is Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, $44.99. And Anthrax Stomp 442. Anthrax is $36.99. Foo Fighters, self-titled. Foo Fighters is $29.99. And we have Gothic Echoes. This is on red marble vinyl with Joy Division Ministry, Rosetta Stone, Christian Death, Switchblade Symphony, Gene Loves Jezebel, Jay Aston, and more. $29.99. $29.99. Okay. First thing we have is Henry's Choice says, count me in. Is that for a yes, Henry's Choice? So X has a bid for 40. For the longest, it was at 35 with James Allen. William Hargett bid 40. Dead Kennedys was at 100 with Derek. And then John Kaiser bid 105 and Derek is out. And then Claim King Kong. King Kong, was that for Kid Rock? And then Jeremy Rourke on A. And A is for Anthrax. And now X is at 50 with Tony Swanson. So now it's between William and Tony, okay? And where are we? We need to read through that crate again. Okay, unless Henry's Choice does want a yes. He says, count me in. I'm assuming he's meaning yes, or he could have meant for the Kid Rock smash hit, Ba Wawa Danga Danga Dinga Dingy Donga. My name is Chad Williams. Yes for yes. Okay, I got 2 extra copies of yes close to the edge. Round by the corner, so far away. So far away. Last copy, Michael Jackson, Dangerous. 2 LP, new, MoFi, $59.99. Also, Herbie Hancock. I rewatched Tommy Boy, I think, last Saturday night. Herbie Hancock. James Hancock. You mean Herbie Hancock. Herbie Hancock, $44.99. Oh, Tommy Boy movie. What a classic. Days of the New Track, Shelf in the Room, Touch, Pill, and Stand, Face of the Earth, Solitude, The Down Torn, The Downtown, What's Left for Me, Freak, Now, Whimsical, Where I Stand, How Do You Know You, and Clean. Of course, the big song is Touch, Pill, and Stand. And then Reservoir Dogs soundtrack, $38.99. And then over here we have Close to the Edge. And then over here we have Close to the Edge, 2 left. And then we got Frozen for $29. Kid Rock's Greatest Hits is $44. Foo Fighters is $29. Self-titled debut. And Gothic Echoes is $29. And then Dead Kennedys. Final call. Everybody has set out. John Kaiser has this sealed. A 1980 UK repress. And that is at $105. And then over here we got Los Angeles X. Los Angeles X is an 83 US specialty reissue. And this is a final call, and that is at $50 of Tony Swanson. Everybody else has said out, okay? And great Days of the James Vasquez on Frozen. I figured somebody would buy at least one. And then, yeah, Days of the New, great album, $49.99. Okay, and let's go ahead and let's see if we can find a vintage Hatchet Ed crate. If not, I'm going to grab a vintage crate from John and do best offer, okay? There's still, what, 4 Hatchet Ed crates left? There is. And then we got another crate of new vinyl. But let's swap it up right quick. When I come back, it looks like I'm selling some auctions. And I'm going to put up 3 new ones, including a Japanese. Let's go check the Hatchet Ed over here, vintage. I think there's one that looks like there's quite a bit of vintage and pre-owned mixed in, which could be anything. That could have been Paul stuff. That could have been Laura stuff marked. Could have been John stuff that was marked. It could have been it could be auctions at the end. It could be auctions. Yeah, this one has some unpaid auctions. Yeah, this one has unpaid. Ooh, this one has some big unpaid auctions. Some big titles. I don't know if they're big prices. We're about to find out. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a good one. All right, so let's knock this one out here. I think y'all are going to like this a lot. So let's find out what's going on over here, okay? Man, I keep smacking the camera. This camera has been... Let me try to move it over here some. And now I need to get a little higher. You might get seasick. You might get seasick. Here, hold on a second. I need to change views for a second. Okay, that's probably going to be pretty good. All right, there we go. Now, over here, we have Dead Kennedy sold for $105, the John Kaiser. And then X, thank you, Mr. Swanson. Ron Swanson, Tony Swanson for $50. And then Michael Hamburger does want Days of the New. And yeah, I can get the second album and I can get the third one. They were actually in stock. I can get those if anybody else wants one. So to Michael Hamburger. There's what? Green and red, right? Yeah, green and red albums. All right, ready for... There's only one no bid. Rolling Stones, $35. And somebody asked about a cassette earlier. Let me go over here and revisit that tub, or not revisit it. Let me visit it for the first time. I'm going to start doing some cassette lots like we did last night. Good way to knock them out. And we're going to do these. And then, what are these? Coin supplies? Coin supplies came in. Wow. Stuff's going on here I never know about. Okay, and then we have 4 Iron Maiden cassettes. No Prayer for the Dying, Seventh Son, Somewhere in Time, and Power Slave. All nice, original cassettes. Look at that. $35 start for those 4. $35 start for those 4 Iron Maiden cassettes. That's now up for bid. We hadn't sold off, and we hadn't sold plasmatics. Let's do plasmatics, and then I'll do off, okay? Plasmatics and off. So let me find that first. And we got some higher-end stuff, too, in the high-end tab. Let's do plasmatics. It's right here in the front. And plasmatics is sealed. And we got Wendy O. Williams covered up. An 83 US reissue. 83 US. It is sealed, unopened, a $35 start. Okay, and then over here, we have Frozen. I think I've already pulled that. Yeah, James, I already pulled Frozen for you. I did. I already pulled that for you. Plasmatics, Maiden has bids for $35 and $40. And yeah, Wasp and Off is on deck. Wasp and Off is on deck. First, our next Japanese pressing is this. And that is going to be the best of the Doobie Brothers with Obi near mint minus a $35 start. $35 start. There is the best of the Doobie Brothers. There is the cover and Obi, a $35 start. All right, here we go. And this is what I'm going to do. This is a Hatchet Ed crate. No need to go into that whole discussion again, but essentially these are non-payments and putbacks. Please make sure you pay your bills, and you're good stewardess and patrons of CollectCo. Treat us well, we'll treat you well. These are all first come, first serve sticker price. It could be pre-owned. It could be pre-owned sealed. It may be unpaid auctions, and those are up here near the front. So we'll get started with Gorillas, the fall. Gorillas is sealed, a 2021 reissue. Gorillas is $29.99. We have Spirit World, Death Western. We sold a copy of that last night. Yeah, and this was an auction. There's no price on it, though. So I'm going to lay that right over here. I'll either price it later or we'll just run it for auction, okay? Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, so far. No condition notes, great compilation, probably my favorite. I put on Sweet Judy Blue Eyes on the way home this morning. I was like, I want to listen to it. It just hit me. I was like, I want to listen to Sweet Judy Blue Eyes. And I listened to it, and I was singing like a maniac. We have Led Zeppelin, self-titled debut, sealed, $29.99 for Led Zeppelin. And Neil Young, everybody knows this is Nowhere, a 1970 U.S. repress. Gatefold jacket, Mr. Neil is $19.99. And we have Dylan by Bob Dylan, EX $19.99, okay? So first thing I'm going to do is update all these bids. I put up 4 Iron Maiden cassettes, and we had bids for 40, and then 35, and then 35. So we're still at 40, but I hadn't worked my way down. And then first thing we have is Plasmatics 40, Plasmatics 38, Plasmatics 45. And over here, what is the Gorillas? Put up Wasp soon. And my wife will be home soon. Please put up Wasp, okay? Plasmatics is at 50 and Plasmatics 55. Okay, so what we're going to do is say those 4 Iron Maiden cassettes are still at $40 with Jeff Brindley. We're about to sell them to him for $40. Over here is the best of the doobies, no bid. Let's make that a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. That is the best of the doobies, a Japanese pressing, $35 buy it now. Let's put that in its new sleeve. And that is available. And that's one of the better sounding Doobie Brothers records I've ever heard. I'm telling you, they must have used analog mastering, or they did something amazing when they made those. That's a great sounding record. That's sold to Steve Mason. No claim so far in here. We did have a question on Gorillas. That's the fall. Gorillas is sealed, $29.99. The Plasmatics is at $55 with Chase Arnold. And we have Intergalactic Kid Cudi. That is sealed for $19.99. All right. So we got out the yin yang request for Wasp. Let's do it right here. Well, I hope there's 2. I hope y'all are talking about this one. IF like a beast, Wasp, Animal, Shrink and Hype. Wow. An 85 USOG, $20 start. If that's what y'all are talking about, what a nice copy. Near mint with Shrink and Hype. It's been a while since I've seen one this night. $20 start. That is now what for bid. $20 start on that. And now the Iron Maiden cassettes are sold to Jeff Brindley for $40. Thank you on that. Now, Wasp has a bid for $20. The Plasmatics is a final call to Chase Arnold, a sealed copy, $55. Next is Neil Young Harvest. That is a 2017 record store day with HD side, $29.99. Harvest Moon, great song, great album. And then Bob Dylan Self-Portrait. Dylan is a double LP OG, $49.99. And the Bobby Fuller 4, I Fought the Law and the Law 1. This is $24.99. It's in shrink. It is a reissue, but a very nice copy. OG's on the Mustang label. A very tough record to get. Also, Tom Petty, Southern Accents. Don't come around here no more. Great. Fantastic. $34.99 on Petty. And another one, live, Pack of the Plantation, VG Plus, $29.99. Okay? First thing is a new Japanese pressing. This one's been looking at me. I don't know what it is. So let's figure it out and put it up. It is a what? The Byrds Greatest Hits. Wow, I've never seen that before. The Byrds Greatest Hits, a Japanese pressing, CBS Sony, near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. Insert, lyrics, not poster, excuse me, OB cover, The Byrds, a $35 start. So over here, WAS 20, what was the CSN? That is essentially a Greatest Hits. It's called So Far. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, $34.99. Tuesday morning, Sunday in the afternoon, what have you got to lose? Kid Cudi is sealed, Intergalactic, $19.99, WAS 35, WAS 35, WAS 40, WAS 50. These are new, these are sticker price Hatchet Ed. Sticker price Hatchet Ed. These are putbacks and non-payments. These are sticker price, okay? WAS 55, WAS 55, and Plasmatics is sold. Wasp is still for bid. Plasmatics is sold over here. Plasmatics is sold to Chase Arnold for $55, okay? Now, right over here, WAS 60, we have Wasp at 65. The Byrds is a $35 start. We have Bob Dylan in concert, 1963, pressed at RTI mono, sealed, $24.99. Dave Grohl play. Dave Grohl is sealed, a 2018 USOG, $29.99. Promise and the Chocolate Factory with the Fungi Ensemble, $39.99. This is on chocolate brown vinyl. That's Promise and the Chocolate Factory, $39.99. Dave Grohl, Bob Dylan, Promise. What could be next? Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. EX, $22.99. Wow, great stuff in here. Brent Robley on Bob Dylan, sold to Bob Dylan. I mean Brent Robley. And then we have Paul Simon, self-titled, $19.99. And this is Kid Cudi again, Man on the Moon, sealed, also $19.99. Now Wasp is at 70. Final call on the Byrds. And the next auction is off. Here it is. Off. OFF. It's a 2014 USOG. Cover art by Raymond Pettibon, the artist behind the Mast of Black Flag's iconic album covers. This is the, behind most of Black Flag's iconic album covers. In shrink, off, $20 start, wasted years. That's now up for bid. Next thing, Wasp, 75. Wasp, 75. Chad Thompson on Bon Jovi, sold. Paul Catridge was second. And Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water, $12.99. Paul Simon, There Goes a Rhymin' Simon, $19.99. Paul Simon's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Dinosaur Jr. Farm, oh my gosh! Holy moly! And it comes with a Laura Crate hype sticker. Whoa! I'm speechless. I'm without speech. I'm speechless. I'm without speech. Somebody really screwed up not paying their invoice. Holy moly. They're regretting this right now. Oh my God. I'm going to need a break after that one. Wow. You never know what twists and turns are going to happen here. Yeah, I think all this is from one person. 2 invoices that totaled $4,500. All right, so let me figure out where I left off. I said Wasp was at 75. Bob Kobe was at 70. Off was at 20. Mark Stanley, first on Dinosaur Jr. Mark Stanley. Then Mortgage Guy Rob. Then Brent Robley. Wasp is at 85. Tim Voldness on Primus and the Chocolate Factory. Off has another bid for 25, 26, 27. Okay, so Wasp is a high bid. Chase is out. Bob Kobe, $85. The Birds Greatest Hits Japanese pressing. This is a $35 buy it now. The Birds Greatest Hits, $35 buy it now. If anybody wants that, it is available, okay? $35 buy it now for the Birds Greatest Hits. That is here if anybody wants it. Off 30, off 35, off 35. Okay, that's still getting bids. There's only 2 Japanese no bids tonight. That's the Stones, Undercover, and that new auction's coming. Let's show a few more records in here. Pixies is $27.99. Pixies is Surfer Rosa, $27.99. Also, Tom Petty Long After Dark, original label, an 82 US Pitneyville OG, $27.99. The Birds is sold to Brent Robley for $35. Thank you. We have Radiohead, King of Limbs, a 2011 US OG. Wow, Laura loves Radiohead. OG Radiohead, $39.99, no condition notes. George Harrison Cloud 9 is $19.99. And Tanya Tucker's Greatest Hits with Delta Dawn, $14.99. Bob Kobe, you get Wasp for $85. And Off is at $35 with John Howard. Everybody else is out. $35 with John Howard. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And let's see what was requested. Let's go ahead and knock out the other Wasp, because I think somebody's like, no, not that Wasp, Chad. This Wasp. So here's this one, Last Command. Wasp is an 85 US OG in shrink, original under sleeve, nice VG Plus copy. It has got the original under sleeve and shrink, a $30 start. All right. First thing, Throbbing Gristle. I'm going to grab it right now. But first, George Harrison, so did Jeremy Rourke. Jeff, I just sold it. And Gorilla's Plastic Beach. Absolute masterpiece. Laura loves Gorillas, $39.99. And Radiohead, Hail to the Thief, $39.99. And Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever, $27.99. Undercover does have the obi. Yes, beautiful. Japanese pressing complete with insert. $35 buy it now on that. Yes. Off is moving to a final call. $35 with John Howard. I think everybody else is done. Next thing is Michael Butler on Tanya Tucker, Delta Dawn. Off. Ivan's already at 35. Wasp is a $30 start. Now 30, now 35. And we have, let me step over here and grab the throbbing gristle. But first I'm going to grab, I'm trying to sell some cassettes and lots tonight. And we already did one lot of these. Let's do a lot of these. Good way to knock them out a lot faster. And luckily this guy had everything in alphabetical order. So yeah, let me grab these. Then we'll do some buy it nows too. But right now I'm trying to focus on lots, instead of putting these up individually for $7 and $10 start. I don't have a lot of 45. Well, I do have 45s tonight. Probably going to be chipping away at the cassettes first. Check out this Judas Priest Ram It Down. It's a promo copy. Look at this. That probably worthy of an auction by itself. A promo copy, no artwork, promo Judas Priest, and then a stock copy, Turbo, Screaming for Vengeance, British Steel, and then Prisoners of Pain is sealed. That's never been opened. I don't recall seeing that one before. And then Hellbent for Leather. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Judas Priest, including a promo copy of Ram It Down, promo marked in a promo sleeve, promotion copy not for sale. $75 start on those. $75 start. Stacy, I have pictures. I'll send them to you. I have taken pictures. I took pictures and didn't send them to you. I'm going to send you some platter packs. How many times have I told you that, though? She's probably like, all week. You suck, Chad. That's what Stacy's probably thinking right now. Over here, we have Wasp at 35. Price of Tom Petty. Tom Petty was $27.99. Jeff, it's yours. If not, somebody else has claimed it. $27.99. And then Devin Reese was second. Eric Self third. Off is at 36. Off is at 36. Wasp is at 38. Wasp is at 40. Both gorillas are still available. Yep, both gorillas. That one and the one from earlier. Yes, they are, Robert. Wasp 43. Judas Priest $75. Judas Priest $75. Judas Priest $80. And then over here, we have Jeff Halsworth does want Tom Petty. Brent offered $30 for the Rolling Stones. That is sold. That is sold to Brent for $30. All right, back to the Hatchet Ed crate. Bob Dylan, VG Plus, $24.99. Bob Dylan, VG Plus, $24.99. Another Gorillas, D-Sides, sealed, unopened. A 2020 Record Store Day, $49.99. Vladarchek wants this Gorillas, and he wants that Gorillas. Both Gorillas sold to Vladarchek. Off has a high bid of 36 with Ivan R. Who had it for 35? Off was at 35 with John Howard. John Howard, just so you know, you're out on Off. Now he's back in at 37. Vladarchek also gets this Gorillas. Judas Priest cassettes are at 90. And the last bid that came in on Wasp was Mark Steele at $45. Okay, here's our first unpaid auction. Okay, so the way I offer these is you can buy them for the last sold bid. If not, we re-auction them later. Okay, first Matthew Kopus on Bob Dylan, a classic. Next is Blood on the Tracks, a MoFi pressing, $70. It was a 2013 near mint numbered MoFi pressing, another Bob Dylan, $70. We had originally started that at $55, so $70 if anybody wants it. That was the last sold price. The Cure, $70. No notes. Hopefully there's notes. It's an OG. I can tell you that from just the way it looks and feels. It's a club edition. It is a club edition. RCA Club. I would say if we were putting this up for bid, it was probably higher grade. Let me glance at the disc, but this appears to be an OG Cure Club. That disc looks like it's VG Plus, maybe EX. And then this side looks nicer, just at quick glance. And that disc looks really nice. I'd say overall this is VG Plus EX. I bet it was one of those VG Plus Plus / EX, meaning one side was just a little bit worse than the other three. Okay? Radiohead The Bends, 2018, $30. $30. And Neil Young Freedom. That is an OG copy. Gold stamp promo, $50. Let me pause there to tell you that Wasp is tied at $50 with Chad Thompson and Steve McGee. Steve, you're out. Chad has it. Everybody else is out. The Judas Priest cassettes are at $90 with Troy Audit. Jeff Brinley's out. Those are final call, including the promo, Ram It Down, and Prisoners of Pain, which was sealed. Off was a final call to John Howard for $37. Okay? Toto, $25. That's called Turn Back. This was a Public Enemy record flat. This is not a record. This is just a promotional record flat. $6.99. Bob Dylan, The Times They Are Changing. 64 mono Terre Haute with lyric insert EX Plus, $160. $160. Wow. Traveling Wilburys, Volume 3, $70. An original 1990 US Club. VG Plus, $70. There's Dylan again. Same record. Traveling Wilburys, Volume 4, $50. And that was a 1988 US Specialty OG. And then The Cure, or excuse me, The Doors, a Record Store Day mono, $35. And that was the minimum bid. That was the minimum bid on that, okay? Now, let's see what happened. Wasp out. Clash has not been sold. How much was The Cure? $70. OG Club copy, $70. Oso asked first. How much was the Benz? $30. And that was a 2008 US reissue. Okay? And then any curative. Wasp out. Did the Clash go? No. Cure price, $70. Brandon Johnson says Bob Dylan. He said, never mind, pass. Clash has not been sold. What was the album before Bob Dylan? Traveling Wilburys, Volume 3. The Public Enemy, just so you know, this is not a record, okay? This is just a promotional record flat. This is no vinyl, no music. But Brandon, if you do want that, just say sold. And then Mark Riley on The Doors. And that, like I said, that's what the minimum bid was, $35. That's sold. Michael Butler wants both Traveling Wilburys. Those were both OGs. Those are sold and sold. Okay, and then Tony Swanson says he'll take Radiohead. Oso Adventure gets The Cure. It's also time to sell Troy Audit, the Judas Priest, and the Judas Priest are sold to Troy Audit for $90. Those are all sold. Brandon, if you're a first-time buyer, Brandon, Santa Barbara, just say yes, and then we need to message. I need you to message our page, okay? That's so do you. Let me put that with a cardboard backer. Let me find a piece of cardboard to put that with so they don't accidentally lose that. I've had some of these get misplaced before because they get slipped down in between records because they're so thin. And now Wasp is sold and so does Off. And we got lots of stuff to put up. So Wasp is sold to Chad Thompson for $50. And then Off is also sold. So first time buyer, just make sure you message our page. Welcome Brandon to Coletco. And over here we have Off. And then Off over here is sold, and this sold to John Howard for $37, okay? There's that. Now, new auctions. And we've had a request out the yin yang for a couple things, including The Clash, Combat Rock, a 1982 U.S. Carrollton repress. It is with the original sleeve, and it's essentially near mint minus a $25 start on The Clash. So what happens is, this guy that bought a lot of this, or bought most of this, he had a lot of paid invoices. Like I said, he'd already transacted thousands of dollars with us and was a great customer. So when I'm auctioning these records to him, I'm thinking nothing about it. We're saying sold, we're putting it right over here. I'm saying sold, we're putting it right over here. But all of a sudden, he's got 2 unpaid invoices for $4,500. So I didn't think anything about it when I was selling these records until we realized he had 2 unpaid invoices. Then this right here happens. And when this happens, it's not good. So a lot of these auctions, he was buying great stuff. I wasn't thinking anything about it. Now we got to try to resell everything. The Clash is up for bid. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that's Paul McCartney, Press to Play. Paul McCartney is a Japanese pressing with Obi. It's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start, near mint minus and pristine. It does have the insert. It has the cover and obi, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Clash. There's no mention of a poster. Okay? Now, let's read through these one more time. Okay? These are all available, sticker price. He is alive, yes. Led Zeppelin, because he blocked us, I think, this past week when we sent him a final warning. Led Zeppelin, sealed remaster of Led Zeppelin's debut, $29.99. Neil Young, everybody knows this is nowhere. VG Plus, $19.99. Cinnamon Girl, Down by the River. Bob Dylan, EX Condition, $19.99. Neil Young Harvest Moon, $29.99. Record Store Day 2017. Bob Dylan Self-Portrait, 2 LP, No Condition Notes OG, $49.99. Also over here, the Bobby Fuller 4, a reissue. It is a vintage reissue, probably from the 70s, late 70s, $24.99. Over here, Mark Stanley, one of those price dinosaur Junior Lure Crate. He said $44.99. Okay, awesome. And we can thank Scott Arnold, right? Scott Arnold has sent us pizza here at Coletco. It just got delivered. Thank you, Scott Arnold. Laura just walked by with a delicious piece of pizza on a plate. Now I'm kind of hungry. And there's wings up front, too. Thank you, Scott Arnold. I don't know if I can enjoy that till after the sale, but I will. Thank you, Scott Arnold. The Dinosaur Jr. with the Laura Crate sticker, I think, was $44.99. Yeah, $44.99. It was a 2009 USOG. 2009 USOG. Okay, finishing up this crate, Tom Petty's $34.99, Southern Accents. Tom Petty Live, VG Plus, $29.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young so far, $34.99. All right, so what else has been requested from auctions? Still great stuff. And let's go ahead and do something from the high-end tab. And let's do this right here. My War by Black Flag. And folks, this is a real OG. Something we never get in. And look at the grade. Unbelievable. Black Flag, My War. This is an 84 USOG, and it's a misprint. The back cover has the order of the tracks A5 and A6 swapped. The labels have the correct order. It's near mint. It's real. It's Black Flag, My War, a $95 start. The Dinosaur Jr. is taken. Yes, it had the Laura Crate sticker. There was about 12 people who were trying to buy it. Clash is at 33. Okay, and then we have a request for Anthrax. We got Brandon Johnson on Dylan by Bob Dylan. This one right here. Thank you, Brandon Johnson. Now the Clash is at 35. My War is a $95 start. We have Kid Cudi, Intergalactic. That was sealed, $19.99. Dave Grohl Play. This is an amazing recording if you've never heard it or seen it. You can watch it too. He starts with that drum solo. Amazing. Sealed, $29.99. Paul Simon is $19.99. Black Flag has a bid for $95. Another Kid Cudi, The Man on the Moon, that is sealed for $19.99. Also, Simon and Garfunkel again, Bridge Over Troubled Water, $12.99. Paul Simon again, $19.99. Paul Simon's Greatest Hits again, $19.99. The Pixies, Surfer Rosa, it's a 2020 pressing, $27.99. No Condition Notes. Tom Petty, Long After Dark, that is $27.99. And Radiohead, The King of Limbs. Radiohead is an original pressing from 2011. OG, $39.99. Natasha on KC. Natasha, there's two Kid Cudis. Let me know if you want Intergalactic, The Man on the Moon, or you might want both. Michael Butler on Play. Michael Butler on Play. And that was the Dave Grohl. Thank you, Michael Butler. And then Black Flag has a new bid for $100. Derek Cesaro on the OG Radiohead. That is sold. Oso Adventure on the Pixies. That's sold. And now guess what? My crate is full. So let me swap out crates right quick. I've got another crate of new vinyl to knock out after this. We still got 3 Hatchet Ed crates, 7 new arrival crates from John. And Laura's working on stuff right now too. So holy moly, everybody. And I'm in a little bit of a transition here while I grab some empty crates. I just robbed one off Jake's desk. Sorry, Jake. Oh, I just kicked Otis's water bowl too. Sorry, Otis, I just kicked your water everywhere. You got to watch me. I'm like a big gorilla going through the store. Natasha wants both. Both over here. That's sold. And then another Radiohead, Hail to the Thief, a 2008 US. That's $39.99. And then here are the unsold auctions, or the unpaid auctions. Blood on the Tracks, a MoFi pressing, numbered near mint, MoFi, $70. That was the auction price. And OG Neil Young Freedom Gold Stamp promo, that is $50. And Toto, a Japanese pressing, $25. And Bob Dylan. Now, this is pretty dang nice. Big price on it, but think about it. It is a 64 mono EX Plus, and I would probably never grade a record like this near mint minus. Probably Paul, John, and Laura wouldn't either. That would be nearly impossible. 64 mono, and it has the lyric insert. So you're talking about the true OG of this in mono, and it's high grade, $160. Beautiful. Think about it. Think about it. Okay, and let's update what's going on. The Clash is at 40. The Clash is at 40, okay? Paul McCartney did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $35. Paul McCartney's a buy it now for $35. Did you have any other cure in the other Hatchet Ed? No. No. That's the first Hatchet Ed that has auctions. The last one was pretty much all new vinyl, or was all new vinyl, yeah. That was the first one that had auctions with it, okay? Now, Black Flag, Clash details, let's go over all those again. McCartney's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. So the Clash is, it's the OG year, right, 82. It's the second label, essentially. So the first one was kind of on a custom label. This is on the main record label, Epic. So they call it a repress. EX++ near mint minus. It's a beautiful copy, and it has the original inner sleeve. The Clash is at $40 with John Durden. Black Flag is an OG copy. And this just isn't any OG. It's a near mint minus OG. It is a top copy with the misprint back cover. That is something we never get in. The last bid on Black Flag was T-Bass at 105. John, you tied T-Bass. So you're actually out, okay? Clash is at 40. And Black Flag's at 125. I'm going to change crates if there's no other objections. That's one of their magnets from the shelves so we can keep up with dates. I'll go lay that on Ed's desk. That's one of our date 510. Man, they do so much behind the scenes here. I'm going to get a hold of like a video company, a social media company or something. I want y'all to see the behind the scenes of what they have to do to keep all this stuff in order every week. And the stuff that doesn't get paid promptly, what they have to go through to shift it around and keep it organized. So if somebody does pay a 2-week-old invoice, what they have to do to go back and find it and how they have to move everything around. I mean, there's like Jake and Jack and Jill and G and Steve and Ed, and Tanner helps out too. They're constantly having to label these dates and move these different weeks around. And I'm glad I'm not back there doing it. If it was up to me, I don't even know what they do back there. That's why we got such a great team here. They are back there working every day. You can imagine the logistics of trying to keep thousands of these items, especially when we get into miscellaneous. I'll be like, yeah, I'm going to do miscellaneous this week. And they're like, oh, no. Oh, no, because we basically have to bring out new tables and new racks and new labeling to keep all everybody's orders. So there's this right here. All right. What does Seth do? Not much. Not much at all. Black Flag's at 125. So who tied? John Kaiser, do you want back? Or, yeah, several things. John Kaiser and T-Bass. And then the Clash is at 40. Steve McGee, do you want back in? It's all up to you. It's all up to you. Could you sell me that record? Yeah, do you want the MoFi or do you want the times they are changing? I guess I would, that'd be a tough decision because this is, I would say, not just being a salesman because it's more, but to me, that is pretty epic to have that high grade. But also, this is hard to pass up too. That has Tangled Up in Blue on it, and it's MoFi. So, yeah, Seth actually does, he keys in stuff mostly. So one of the things that takes the longest here is keying in all this and then keeping it in alphabetical order by y'all's name. That takes, so Jack comes in, I think Mondays, Tuesdays, and he's pretty much a full-time employee doing nothing but alphabetical order by y'all's names. So it's just that, you know, is on the clock 40 hours a week just sorting everybody's records so they can find them faster to ship them. It's pretty remarkable. All right, this is sold to Guy Shard. Great decision there. Thank you. All right, that's done. Black Flag's at 130. He's out on the Clash. This is sold to John Darden. It's time for new auctions. Sold to John Darden for $40. All right, next auction was Anthrax Volume 8 that was requested. Let's do it. Anthrax Volume 8. And that was right here. Anthrax Volume 8. The thread is real. And Anthrax is a 2021 limited edition, red and orange and green and yellow, double LP. It's sealed. Some of these have sold for as much as $150. Wow, a $35 start, $35 start. There it is, okay? And plasmatics maggots, plasmatic maggots. Okay, I've got that next in line right here too. So, start using AI. We've went into chat bots and asked, you know, how to do things faster and better, but a lot of it's manual. You know, it's like how do you get something to keep all this in alphabetical order faster? You know, that's one thing. So we've been trying to. Jake ran one of these sales. He set up an AI prompt and ran one of these sales through a chat bot, I think, to figure out how to label. Like we're trying to figure out how to label stuff. Like, could a AI generate labels instead of the sticky notes? And you basically have to hire a company. It would take a team to set up the AI to run my voice through a chat, AI and to generate labels. And it's probably not going to do it too accurately. It's probably going to have to be a lot of bugs, and then you probably have to pay the company on a retainer to constantly update it. It's probably going to constantly need updates. So it would be a huge investment, but it would be, yeah, it probably, I kind of looked into it. You're talking about tens of thousands of dollars investment to get AI to basically watch these sales. But man, it's, we're going to keep it the way it is right now. I think if we ever have 2 or 3 going at the same time, we'd have to, you know, otherwise we'd have to triple our staff here. Here's our next Japanese pressing, the Best of the Monkeys. $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. It has a cover and obi. It's a $35 start on that. This is all brand new vinyl, never shown. First is MoFi Van Halen Fair Warning. The Ultra Disc One Step. Amazing. If you want to rock some Van Halen and you got the stereo equipment for this, wow, $134.99. That's what I told Tanner. My accent, even with the subtitles, like, it doesn't really understand what I'm saying because of my accent. So it would take AI to learn my language, and you'd have to update it. And when I'm saying REO, the AI would spit out Oreo Speedwagon. So you'd have to like constantly be training it and updating it. You'd have to have a company, you know, being paid to do all that. So I'm like, we'll just keep it the way it is. But yeah, we're always looking at how to do all this stuff faster. But one thing I don't think AI can do is how to keep a place organized, you know, as far as just storing records and these new collections, how to process them and do our space. Big thing for me is space. I'd pay an engineer to come in and try to figure out how to redo this store, but it would take, oh my gosh, you'd have to move everything out, move everything back in. A whole team would have to be in here redoing shelving and lighting and everything. Leonard Skinner, nothing fancy. Analog Productions, a 2LP, 45 RPM. Analog Productions, $59.99. Leonard Skinner, nothing fancy. 2LP, $59.99. Also, we have MoFi, Stone Temple Pilots Tiny Music. And right now, this is the only way this album's in print. Tiny Music is $59.99. Black Flag is at $150 with Charlie Marks. We're about to sell it. Are y'all telling me this Anthrax only has a bid of $33? Can I bid? That's like the lowest this has ever sold for in the history of the world. These have sold for sealed for as much as $150. The median on this thing is $57. It's supposed to be a $35 start anyway. $35 start on Anthrax. This should be like at 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. And then the Monkeys does not have a bid. We're looking for a $35 start. Next thing over here is what is the Van Halen? It's fair warning, $134.99. If you don't have this, then you just say, do I have Van Halen fair warning MoFi Ultra Disc One Step? If you don't, then you just say, yes, Chad, I'll take a Van Halen Ultra Disc One Step MoFi $134.99. And then we have Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner. This is a 2LP, 45 RPM. And the reason I have 4 of them is because I probably have a waiting list. There is so many incredible records I have just shown in this crate, and everybody has all of a sudden decided to take their coffee break. So make sure you are paying very close attention. MoFi is $134.99. This is Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner. These all, if this crate doesn't sell out, then there's a major problem. That means you're not paying attention. We have Leonard Skinner. I don't think I have a waiting list for this. Of course, that is a very difficult word to spell. No, unless I misspelled it, there is no waiting list for pronounced. That is $59.99. That is a 2LP 45 RPM. Extreme is $38.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan in step is $46.99. All right, Black Flag is sold. This is sold, and this is sold to Charlie Marks for $150. That is sold. Anthrax is Volume 8. Volume 8, a 2021 limited edition, red and orange and green and yellow colored vinyl. And this is sealed. And that is sealed. And the last bid on that came in was $41. Nobody bid on the Best of the Monkeys. That's a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on the Monkeys. Next comment was the following. We have Eric Dalby asked about Van Halen. Then Gregory Roberts asked about Van Halen. Anthrax got a bid for $40. And then over here, Anthrax 37, Anthrax 41. And then Eric Dalby said he does want a Van Halen, and he wants an STP. Thank you, Eric Dalby. We do not have any Aussie Ducks. Todd Kilgore, that's a waiting list. That's a waiting list, okay? And then Chad Thompson wants an Extreme Porno Graffiti. And then over here, Anthrax is at 42, Anthrax is at 45, Anthrax is at 50. Okay, so the first thing we're going to need, no need price on MoFi STP. That is $59.99. $59.99. First thing I need is Monkeys in a sleeve. We got to sleeve up these Monkeys. And this is a $35 buy now, the Best of the Monkeys. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. That is a beautiful Japanese pressing. Now Anthrax is at 44. Should bring $200 or $300. Over here is, I've got one duck in stock. It's Lemmy. I've got one duck in stock. It's Lemmy. He is $24.99. That's the only duck I have in stock. Lemmy Killmeister. I have one available, $24.99. Also over here, we have Ice-T, the original Gangsta, OG Ice-T. It's not an OG record, though. It's $38.99, new for Music on Vinyl. Ingve is $38. And Queensryche, Mind Crime at the Moor, new, numbered to 3500, a 4LP, does have a tear in the shrink. Queensryche is $79.99. Todd, I can put you on a wait list for Ozzy. I do not have those in stock right now. I do not have those in stock right now, okay? But Anthrax is at 44. Let's put up another auction. We have Wendy O. Williams, Plasmatics, Maggots, the record. This is now going up for bid. An 87 US OG Hot Pog in shrink, near mint top copy. A $35 start for Plasmatics. Razman over on YouTube wants the Monkeys. Sold to Razman. You've bought from us before, right? Also in here, we have Genesis. This is relatively new, and I have not had this. Abacab. Abacab. New Analog Productions. Pressed at QRP. Mastered from the original analog tapes or best available source by top mastering engineers. Cut at 45 RPM. The new Genesis, $59.99. 2LP. Blind Melon self-titles, 38 with No Rain. Ingve Malmsteen Eclipse is 38. And I may have a waiting list on some of those Ingve. Let me check right quick. Let me search ENGWIE. And there are no waiting lists. I did spell that right. YNGWIE. Yep, unless I misspelled it in my spreadsheet. There is that. And then over here we have Alice Cooper. That's Welcome to My Nightmare. Analog Productions, $59.99. And Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul Part 1. That's a Hall & Oates Greatest Hits. That's $44.99, okay? Realizing my crate's kind of crooked there. My camera's kind of crooked. Okay. Wow. Lots going on. Gregory, if you decide you want an STP, just let me know. Anthrax has a new bid for $52. Plasmatics has a bid already for $55. Plasmatics $65, now $70. Now $75. What is the Ingve? There's two. There's Eclipse, new from Music on Vinyl, $38.99, and essentially Rising Force or self-titled, that's $38.99. Plasmatics is at $80. Ken Crooker wants an Alice Cooper, so to Ken Crooker. All right. Now, the last bid that came in on Anthrax was MT Matte at $52. Now it's at $60. Now the Plasmatics is at $90. And now let's read through these again. So most of the stuff in here is all audiophile labels. I order all this from one person. That's why we're able to get it literally at the price that MoFi or Analog Productions would offer it. Sometimes plus or minus $5 approximately, okay? So the first thing is these Leonard Skinnards are probably some of the best-selling analog production records we've ever had. Why? Two reasons. One, they're cut from the original analog masters. Number two, I don't think without a doubt, it's probably the best sounding versions of Leonard Skinnard you can get in stock. So the first one I have is Nothing Fancy, Saturday Night Special. It's over 2 LPs. They play at a 45 RPM. That is $59.99. I have one left. MoFi. We had a big pre-order on this originally because this is not in print as an individual LP right now. I don't know why. I can get Core. I can get Tiny Music. Or I can get Purple. I can get Core and Purple. Tiny Music is only right now through MoFi. Another 2 LP, $59.99. Now, probably the best-selling one I have is this one, the Pronounced Leonard Skinner, the debut album. Amazing. I have two myself. I've got one put away for good measure, and I have the one that I originally got when we first started ordering from Analog Productions. $59.99. Anthrax is now at $61. Trent, you're out. And Plasmatics is at $95. Okay? Other Analog Productions, also mastered from the analog tape, is Stevie Ray Vaughan In Step. This is a single LP, $46.99. A single LP, $46.99. That's Stevie Ray Vaughan In Step. Also, Ice-T, Music on Vinyl, that's $38.99. And then this Queensryche. I'm going to go ahead so I don't prevent any more shrink damage. Little tear there. That's a 4 LP Queensryche Live, $79.99. Also, Genesis Abacab, 45 RPM, 2 LP, $59.99. Also, Blind Melon, $38.99. Ingve, pretty much the only albums by him that's in print. You can't hardly get anything else. And then a Hall & Oates greatest hits, Sarah Smile, She's Gone, Rich Girl, Kiss on My List, You Make My Dreams Come True, $44.99. Carol says number 3, it's Leonard Skinner. Number 3? So Plasmatics out, Anthrax out. Plasmatics is at $95. It's up to Trent Peasley on the Anthrax. Next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. It is Jafria. Jafria is with Obi. It's Near Mint Minus and Pristina. Jafria is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. This. Rob Fordham, you must have ESP. I was about to say, I wonder if Rob Fordham's watching. I don't know why. I had a feeling. And then Guy Shard. And now, Guy, I don't know if you missed it earlier, but I also had an Alice Cooper. It already got claimed, but when I saw this, I thought you might be interested. This is Welcome to My Nightmare, and if anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. It's another 2 LP, $59.99. Anthrax has a new bid for $62. MT Matt, you've been outbid. Hammers up on the Plasmatics. And it's time. Laura has delivered a new crate. And, man, we got a lot of stuff to go through. You said it was 2 reasons why they said you just added a third. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do that. I'll say there's 3 reasons why this needs to be sold, and then I'll end up naming 5 things or 2 things. All right, so when I come back, I'm selling some auctions. It looks like we have found our rightful bidders. I need to stretch right quick. Oh, wow. What a lineup of stuff we have tonight. Holy moly. It's just one of those nights. It's just one of those nights. It's just one of those days. Okay, I'm going to try to stand back up now. Here we go. All right. All right. Sitting on the park bench. What else is going on over here in Hatchet Ed? Let's do... Whoa. All right, let's knock out one more Hatchet Ed, and then we'll go through the lure crate. Oh, wow. Y'all want to be paying attention, okay? Goodness gracious. Holy moly. Yeah. Might be the greatest crate I've seen all week. Goodness. Good gosh. All right, let's do it. It's Hatchet Ed Friday. That is now a thing. All right. Over here, Genesis. Guy Shard does one on the Alice Cooper waiting list. Guy Shard does one on that Jafria 35, What Ice Tea, Original Gangster, and then Jafria got another $35 bid. So Michael Hamburger bid 35, Gerald Whitworth bid 35, cassettes are on deck, and now Wendy O. Williams and Plasmatics is sold. So Plasmatics is sold. Plasmatics is sold, and this is sold to the winning bid of $95 to Charlie Marks. And then Anthrax. This is sold to Trent Peasley for $62. Jafria is tied. Michael Hamburger bid first. Gerald Whitworth, just so you know, you are outbid. That's at $35. Let's lay that right over there. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be Rat Dancing Undercover. Rat is an 86 US Specialty OG, original under sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $20 start on Rat. That is now up for bid. And then over here, our next auction is going to be the Ramones. Vloddercheck must have ESPN. This is, whoa. This is an 88 USOG gold stamp promo. Our copy comes with a press photo. How amazing is that? Original under sleeve. This is a 2LP top. I mean, I don't want to say top copy because it's EX, but it's nice. And it has a press photo. $75 start on the Ramones. How cool is that? This is Hatchet Ed stuff. Non-payments and putbacks. Mostly from one person. Huge order. These are first come, first serve. They are sticker price. And I have a feeling y'all are going to want to pay close attention on this crate, okay? Very close attention. There is the gold stamp promo. That is a nice copy. Everything's now up for bid. Let's get the party started. We have Charlie XCX. It's sealed. And Laura loves Charlie XCX. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 heart rating. 10, 11. No, it's a 5 heart. Sealed for $29.99. Ghost. Ghost is $19.99, and this one's called Pope Star. Yep, Pope Stars and Shrink with Hop, $19.99. And we have Bangles with a Laura Crate sticker. Holy moly! VG Plus, $12.99 on the Bangles, all over the place. Wow! Promise, suck on this. Promise is sealed on cobalt blue vinyl. $29.99 on Promise, and Black Flag, My War, a sealed copy for $29.99. Whoa! goodness, what is going on all of a sudden? We had this guy really screwed up big time, didn't he? Ramon 75, Ramon 75. We have Jafria at 45. Sean Druin wants an iced tea from the last crate. Sweet tea. My mom makes excellent sweet tea. Half sugar, half tea. Sean Druin on iced tea. Oh my goodness. Who would have thought? Stephen Parton on the Bengals. But you missed the other one, Stephen. We had one earlier you didn't get. Can y'all believe it? Stephen Parton gets the Bengals. And then the Ramones is at 80. And then Shakedown second on the Bengals. Sandy Mile third on the Bengals. Phil Freeman fourth on the Bengals. The Ramones is at 100. Kristen Barnett 5 on the Bengals. Tony Lewis 6th on the Bengals. Kenneth Jenks 7 on the Bengals. Now Jafria has a bid for 50. Garrett Seibert first on Black Flag. James Rayner 8th on the Bengals. Todd Gilgore 9th on the Bengals. Larry Gonzalez 11th on the Bengals. And now we have Brogan Scones on the Primus. And then over here, he said, I saw it. I passed on Dinosaur Jr. There we go. And then over here, we have Alicia, 11th on the Bengals. We have Toto, a Record Store Day Essential on Bloodshot colored vinyl. Look how cool that is. Bless the Rains down in Africa, $24.99. Over here, Jafria, Michael Hamburger at $50. Michael Hamburger at $50. Are we done on Rat does not have a bid. An 86 USOG, no bid on Rat. I'm looking for a $20 start. Let's give that another chance. Over here, the Ramones. The last bid I said on the Ramones was Vladarchek at 100. All right, we sold Primus, and then Stephen Parton first on Toto. Hiram was second. Gerald Whitworth on Ghost. I told y'all this was a crazy crate. Also, Paul Simon, still crazy after all these years, $19.99. Just step out the back, Jack. And then we have Calvera. Yeah, Schizophrenia. Some metal in here too. Sealed on blue vinyl. $24.99. Cro-Mags, The Age of Coral. Multicolored red vinyl. $29.99 on Cro-Mags. REM. Sealed, a 2023. Life's Rich Pageant. $24.99. Skinny Puppy Bites, a 2022. Skinny Puppies, $22.99. Ghost and Pira. Red vinyl, $27.99. Goodness gracious. And Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Mexico, sealed, red and green vinyl, $39.99. Holy moly. All right, I'm going to have to go eat a couple of fudge rounds and chug some milk. This is getting kind of out of hand. Next thing I have over here is what? We have Gerald Whitworth out on Jafria, and that means when I get to the bottom, I'm selling to Michael Hamburger for 50. Same story on the Ramones if there's not a new bid for more than 100. The next comment, though, was Rat 20, Rat 20, Rat 25, Rat 21, Rat 23 is Rat OG, yes. Ramones, new bid, $105. Rat 20, Rat 20, Rat 20, Rat 20, and then Hiram Calvera. How about Hiram Aponte on Calvera? Garrett Seibert on Rapid Eye Movement. Nice. Rapid Eye Movement. John Oliver, second on Calvera. Garrett Seibert on SP for Skinny Puppy. Rat is out. Hiram Aponte first on Ghost. And then Ivan next on Skinny Puppy. And then Devin Reese next on Calvera. Charlie Marks next on Skinny Puppy. But Charlie Marks first on Rage. Now the Ramones is at $115. Whoops. There's that guy's name. Let me throw it away. He's going in the trash. And then over here is Mastodon, the Hunter. Mastodon's a 2011 US, $29.99. And SOD, Stormtroopers of Death, a 30th anniversary. It's possibly on colored vinyl, sealed, $39.99. Ramones, $125. Jafria is sold then. I'm at the bottom, and guess what? We are done. Japanese pressing, soda Michael Hamburger for 50. I don't think I've had that before on Japanese vinyl. If so, I do not recall. Let's go ahead and put Jafria in there. That is sold. And now, guess what? We can sell Mark Stanley, the Mastodon. We can sell Brian Reynolds, the SOD. And now, where are we on Ramones? $125. Rat. The last bid that came in on Rat was 4 people have bid $20. Kaiser, Studdard, Dunfield, and Melanie Clausen. So John Kaiser has this for 20. Now the Ramones is at 130. And now, moving right along in here, this was Sepultura, Arise, a 2018 remaster, $34.99. That's about $10, $12 below the new copies. Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time, 2014, $29.99. The Dillinger Escape Plan with Mike Patton. This is $24.99. The best mathcore band, Mike Patton on guest vocals, orange with black and white splatter, $24.99. So there's a lot of great pre-owned metal stuff in here. Don't forget, this crate's pretty insane. Also, there is a lore crate on deck, and guess what? We're about to do another cassette lot. Let's do another cassette lot right now, and this cassette lot is going to be pretty good here for this cassette lot. Let's pull out these right here. Let's do another cassette lot. Hope y'all are ready. Okay, so here is the cassette lot. Here is the cassette lot. We've already done Judas Priest. We've done Iron Maiden. So here's Led Zeppelin. Check out this one. This is an older cassette configuration. It comes in this snap case box. That's definitely an older Led Zeppelin cassette. Look at that. Can't say it's OG, but that's how some of the first cassettes like that were made. Very cool. So Led Zeppelin 3, Led Zeppelin 4, Led Zeppelin 1s, and Jimmy Page and Robert Plant, No Quarter. So 1, 3, 4, and then I've got part of a box set. That's from the Crop Circles box set, so essentially a compilation. I've got cassette 1 and cassette 4. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cassettes, a $45 start. So 4, $45 start, 6 total cassettes, okay? $45 start. There we go. Let's go back up to the top. And first, Garrett Cypert on Sepultura. That's sold to Garrett Cypert. Rat, Sean Druins at 25. And then Brian bid 25. Rat, 22. Mark Stanley on DEP. That's probably for Sepultura. So, Mark, you were second. Ramones, 140. Ramones, 150. Sean Druin, Rat, 25. Charlie Marks first on Iron Maiden. Michael Herrera, third on Sepultura. Rat's now at 30. Tim Volness on Mike Patton. Toto album's already sold. And then Ramones, 155. Rat, 25. Led Zeppelin, 45. And we also have Neil Young, Return to Greendale. Neil Young's a double LP, $24.99. The Pixies, Bossa Nova. The Pixies is sealed, just $19.99. Ministry, The Land of Rape and Honey. That's that newest limited edition Rhino 2 LP edition, 2024, $37.99. And King Diamond, oh wow, what is on here? It's $19.99. It's King Diamond, and it has the mask. What is on the front of that thing? What is on the front of that? What is on the front of that? Whoa. All right, let's update the Rat. Now we got bids of 26 on Rat. This is a VG Plus copy, an 86 US Specialty OG. VG Plus copy of Rat Dancing Undercover. Rat, that's at $26 of Alan Hagen. The Ramones is a battle between Vladimir and George Jones. George Jones has it for $145. The Led Zeppelin cassettes are at $45. Rat has a new bid for $26. I think we already had a bid for higher, though. And then first is Craig Thomas on the Pixies, sold to Craig Thomas. Deckelman on King Diamond, sold to Justin Deckelman. Garrett Cypert was second on King Diamond. Scott Arnold third. Nick Galetti fourth. Janet Blue fifth. William Drugovich second on Pixies. Craig passes on Pixies. So William Drugovich, you do get the Pixies. William Drugovich was second, so you do get the Pixies, okay? Hiram next on King Diamond, then James Davidson, Robert Barnett third on Pixies, so now you're second. And then Steven next on King Diamond. Charlie Marks first on Ministry. Todd next on King Diamond. And then we have over here, we have Rat Out, Dillinger Escape Plan, Rat Out, Rat 28. Next is Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, VG $14.99. And then Smashing Pumpkins is sealed, $34.99. Rats at $28. George Jones gets the Ramones for $155. That is sold. And Jeff Brinley, you get all 6 Zeppelin cassettes for $45. Thank you. Okay, now Rats at $28. That's at $28 over there. Deckelman wants a closer look at the King Diamond cover. Deckelman wants a closer look at the King Diamond cover. No, there's nothing wrong with this. You probably saw the reflection of the shrink wrap. This is nothing wrong with it. It is near mint vinyl and cover. Near mint vinyl cover and lower crate hop sticker. Okay, there's that. Robert Vladimir on Smashing Pumpkins. I think we can sell most of the stuff in here. Next is Neil Young at the cellar door. Great live Neil Young there, $24.99. And then Jane's Addiction's Nothing Shocking, 2020 pressing, $29.99 for Jane's Addiction. Okay, $29.99. Chad, I meant Dillinger Escape Plan, not Sepultura. Okay, so what happened earlier? Did you say Dillinger Escape Plan with Mike? Okay, let me go back. That was a long time ago. Dillinger Escape Plan. Calvera, REM, Ghost, Calvera, Rage, Mastodon. Okay, Sepultura, Dillinger Escape Plan. Dillinger escape plan. You have a DEP, and I think I might have tagged you for a Dillinger escape plan. There was a Sepultura, and before that was before all that though, right? Dillinger escape plan was tagged. At this point, I don't know. I was going so fast there. I think I put you down for DEP because you put DEP, Dillinger Escape Plan. But if you meant SEP, then I need to put it back and then Tim Volness put Mike Patton. So I don't know if the first person would be you. If you didn't want it, then it goes to Tim Volness. He put Mike Patton. Okay, so let me go back down to the bottom. So no DP with Mike Patton. All right, so we need to make sure this goes to Tim Volness. Tim Volness, this was $24.99. Mike Patton on guest vocals. I do want it. Okay, you did get it. Okay, so you were first. Yeah. If that's what you did want with DEP, then you were first, okay? So that needs to go to Mark Stanley. Okay, that goes to Mark Stanley. He does want it. All right, sorry about that. So first thing was Jane's Addiction. That's sold to Stephen Parton. You got to watch me when I'm in turbo mode. Plus, autocorrects can be detrimental. We have meat puppets, but I think you put what you wanted to begin with, and I thought you got autocorrected. We had SEP and DEP all back to back. Meat puppets, an 82 US. List price on the spine, 3 inches from the bottom, and labels have a large center ridge indicating a repress. Wow, they got some, to figure out this one, you got to bring out a ruler. This is near mint. I still never see this, though. A $35 start for meat puppets. Rat is a final call to Ryan Mustaine for $31. He had outbid Alan Hagen. It's at $31. Next is another copy of the Pixie Surfer Rosa. A 2020 pressing sealed for $29.99. Pantera, the 2LP Vulgar Display of Power, $34.99. A 2020 press. Neil Young, Everybody's Rockin', $24.99 for Neil Young. Another side of Bob Dylan, $34.99. This looks like a 70s pressing. It is. It's a 70s reissue. Super clean vinyl, though, $34.99. And we have Primus. Okay, we're now into the auctions. This is $40. Primus is a 2002 U.S. reissue, no condition notes, $40 on Primus. Let's put up another Japanese pressing, and that is going to be Duran Duran 7 and the Ragged Tiger. Duran Duran is a $35 start. 7 and the Ragged Tiger, near mint minus and pristine. It has an insert, OB and cover. Duran Duran, a $35 start. Kenneth Jank says, give me the Primus. I think we're done on Rat. Hammer Up, $31 of Ryan Mustaine. I think we're officially into the auctions. Pearl Jam, $47. It's an unofficial 2012 live in Chicago and then other various live performances. It's a numbered colored vinyl, Pearl Jam bootleg, $47. The 1992 broadcast. So sides A, B, and C, 3 sides of the 2 LPs is live, a full concert, Chicago Cabaret Metro. And then side D is Saturday Night Live, MTV Awards, Park Plaza Hotel, singles premiere. $47 on that. That's a live, sealed, unofficial Pearl Jam, $47. Next is Pink Floyd, $25. That is a 2016 180-gram remaster, stereo remaster, Bernie Grundman, $25 on that. Rat is sold for $31 to Ryan Mustaine. The Meat Puppets is just at $40 with Charlie Marks. And then final call on Duran Duran for $35. Garrett says he'll take Pink Floyd. I'm pretty sure that was the minimum bid for that the last time we had it up. Richard Yeager was second. Whoa, $150. White Zombie. That's an original. I don't have any other information, but I just know that is OG because I don't think this has ever been reissued. Has the original on her sleeve, gold stamp promo. And the best of my memory, it was a nicer copy. Rob Zombie, $150. I'm going to say, yeah, it's VG++ EX. I saw a couple scuffs. It's not bad whatsoever. Make Them Die Slowly. $150. I don't have the exact sticker with the details anymore, but yeah, that is a tough one to get there. $150 on Rob, okay, or White, Rob, whatever. And then this is $25. Neil Young and Crazy Horse at the Fillmore, a 2007 USOG, first time that was officially released, and that's $25. White Zombie is sold to Melanie Clausen for $150. Robert Barnett, you're done on Meat Puppets. I'm just waiting for you. It's at $40. And final call on Duran Duran. Stephen Tuttle on Neil Young. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Might as well jump. Van Halen. This is in shrink. It is an OG copy, a Columbia Club copy. VG Plus, a $20 start on that. And then Toto, a Japanese pressing of Isolation, $15. Japanese Toto, $15 on that. The Meat Puppets is an 82 US repress. And the way we know it's a repress is down here. The price is written on the spine, $6.98. And it's 3 inches from the bottom. So you literally got to measure it. And the labels have a large center hole ridge. This right here, like a push mark. That's also kind of known as a push mark. This right here. And so it's an 83. That's a $35 start, okay? Van Halen has a bid for $20. Next is Blind Melon, $110. This is the Analog Spark, I bet. 2008, first time on vinyl. It is near mint, Blind Melon. Yeah, Analog Spark. This is a highly regarded pressing. It has the insert with it. It is Blind Melon, 2018, 2018, first time on vinyl, out of print. Blind Melon is $110. Other auction, no, this is a straight buy it now. L7 is $36.99. L7 bricks are heavy. $36.99 on L7 bricks are heavy. Also, Alice in Chains, $35. The 2020 US sealed facelift, $35. And Bob Dylan Grand Prix 20, which is a Japanese compilation, $35 on Bob Dylan. Wow, that was a great crate. Let's read through those again. We'll make sure Robert Barnett's done on the Meat Puppets before we sell it. He's back in at $41. So Charlie Marks, you've been outbid. And Duran Duran is a $35 buy now. That's a no bid, a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. And Craig asked earlier, did this guy have any putback 45s? There are some. Let me see if there's any 45s. Yeah, there's about two little crate. No, there's a half crate of 45s, a handful of CDs, and a few toys, one box set, and a bunch of Hard Rock Cafe buttons. Y'all remember when we were selling all those Hard Rock Cafe buttons? I think he bought like 20 of them. So I got those, and then I have more over here that I've never shown before. All right. So Heath Norman gets Duran Duran. That is sold to Heath Norman. And let's put that away. Meat Puppets, Charlie Marks, now it's back to you. Scott Arnold has Van Halen at 25. He's back in at 45 on the Meat Puppets. And then Mark Price is going to pick up the Blind Melon. Thank you. That's sold to you for 110. All righty, so let's read through that again. The first few auctions are still available in the crate, but we'll start back from the back with the straight price putbacks. Lower crate is next. Lower crate is next, and we still got two more Hatchet Ed crates, and I've got all the vintage stuff galore to go through. Buy it now, best offer. Let's find the next great cassette lot. There's probably, what, over here, 30 KISS cassettes, so we'll probably break those up into 2s and 3s. Let's grab these Lita Fords. I've got all these Lita Fords we can do for a lot. That would make a great one. And then I've got 2 Metallicas for the next lot. Okay? So let's do all these Lita Fords. I think they're all different, too. Let's see, that one. Yeah, some of these I've never seen before on vinyl. Yeah. All right, so here is Lita Ford. Let's get started with these. All right, first we'll do this one I don't have seen before. Oh, it's the best of. Wow, I wish they had put that in print on vinyl. That's worthy of a reissue. The best of Lita Ford Dangerous Curves, Lita Ford Stiletto. There's the very popular self-titled one. Is that the one that has the Ozzy song with it on it? Close My Eyes Forever. I think that's the one with Ozzy on it. And then Dancing on the Edge. And then Out for Blood, okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Litas, and then a sealed cassette single of Hungry. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Lita Fords there. $55 start. Lita Ford cassette collection. Next over here is, he's out. This is sold to Charlie Marks for $45. Van Halen got a new bid for $27. And let's run through these one more time. First thing is Charlie XCX. It's sealed. It's $24.99. Also, Paul Simon, still crazy after all these years, $19.99. Lita Ford has a bid with Jeff Brinley for $55. Also, Crow Mags. Crow Mags is on red and white kind of swirl vinyl, $29.99. And Neil Young returned to Greendale. Neil Young's $24.99. Let's put up Warlock right now. Warlock with Doro. This is Triumph and Agony. This is an 87 U.S. Specialty OG with the original inner sleeve, EX condition, a $30 start on Warlock. Also, we have Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, VG condition, $14.99. Neil Young live at the cellar door. Neil Young is $24.99. Pixie Surfer Rosa. Pixies is $29.99. Pantera Vulgar Display of Power, 2020. So these new are $50. This one's near mint pre-owned, $15 off, just $34.99. Shakedown got Neil Young at the cellar door. Preston, you were second on that one. And then Neil Young and the Shocking Pinks, that's $24.99. Another side of Bob Dylan, $34. L7 is new and sealed. Bricks are heavy, $36.99 on that. And then the unpaid auctions, the Pearl Jam unofficial from 1992, $47 sealed. Toto, a Japanese pressing, just $15. Alice in Chains is still there. Yes, the 2020. And Bob Dylan's $35, okay? So Van Halen is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $27. Warlock did get an opening bid of $30. All the Lita Fords are about to sell to Jeff Brinley for $55. Final call. Gregory Roberts does get Alice in Chains. John Oliver first on the Pantera. Paul Catridge second. Another $30 bid on Warlock, and Michael Snared on L7. Brandon Johnson on Bob Dylan. Now, do you want the Japanese compilation, or did you want the other side? Another side of Bob Dylan. So let me know on that. And then there's also, I guess that's it. What year is this Neil Young concert here? This is an older concert too. What year is this one? Mastered from the original analog tapes with Crazy Horse. What year is this? 90s? This is a 90s show. Why doesn't it say? Man, it's crazy. They don't have a year on this. Anyways, Brandon Johnson on Bob Dylan. That's sold to Brandon Johnson. Okay? And Warlock is still getting bids. Time to swap out crates. I am going to go hide the lower crate sticker. And I am going to condense this with the other Hatchet Ed stuff. All the auctions got sold, right? Nope. Let me leave that up there so I know. And what I'm going to do with these, I mean, some of them like Toto, that's definitely... I mean, if I put this back up for auction, it will be a $15 start again. I'm not taking any less than that. But if no one gets Pearl Jam, possibly sometime tomorrow or maybe even later tonight, I'm going to throw it up back for its original starting bid, which was, I don't know, it's not on the sticker. I think it was $35. It's probably $35. So you can buy it now, or you can try to bid on it again later for a lower starting bid. That's why I always offer the auctions, because some people's like, heck, I better go ahead and grab it right now. Throbbing Gristles. Yes, Throbbing Gristles. Why? That must just not be written on the cover, like, plainly, because I have... yeah, it's not. No wonder. See, I didn't even know which one this was. I apologize. I've been passing through it. I didn't even know what it was. Throbbing Gristles, Discipline, recorded live at the Illuminated 666 Club, Manchester. Recorded live at the 5036 Club, Berlin. An 81 UK original. Originally a limited edition, and it's never been pressed since then. A $25 start. Sean, I did pull you an iced tea. Yes, you did get an iced tea. And then Neil Young was 2003, okay? And then Alan Hagen says he'll take that Toto for $15. I was about to say, like, if I do run this again, it will be a $15 buy it now. So Alan Hagen, that's so to you for $15. All right. Like my dad who went to get cigarettes and never came back. Oh, man. Sorry for the childhood trauma. Ouch. Sorry. I'll try to be a better father figure for you, Travis. And then Lita Ford over here is sold. And Lita Ford is sold to Jeff Brinley for $55. Okay? There's that. But seriously, did I miss any Japanese bite nows? The only one, well, of course, Paul McCartney's a no bid. It's $35. Press to play. And I think there was one other Japanese. These Lethal Forwards are sold. Thank you again, Jeff Brinley. My stack of cassettes has gotten out of control over here, so let me go take these in the operation room. Oh my gosh. So, and one small kiss lot. How about I do 3 kiss lots in a row and you can just buy them all? You might have some competition on those, though. You may have some competition on those. Let me go ahead and take this in here. I'm going to put it right next to the Danzig record that's sold to Gregory for $5.50. Chocolate chip cookies. Whose chocolate chip cookies are these? And Scott Arnold sent pizza up front. Man, I need to go up there and take a look at it. I might have to go take a bite right quick. I got to go up here and get something to drink anyways. It's Pizza Hut too. Nice. Might have to get a piece. Knock this out right quick. And we got honey barbecue wings. Oh man, I'm going to feast tonight. Nice looking pizza. Excellent. Diet Coke never hurt anybody. Good old-fashioned Diet Coke never hurt anybody. Okay, I'm here. Just give me 1 second. I'm on a snack break. Man, that was good. Thank you, Scott Arnold. I'm going to eat the rest of it after the sale. Maybe Laura eat another piece or two. Otherwise, I'll eat that whole thing after the sale. Whew, I feel revived. I feel like a phoenix rising from Arizona. Next thing. Now I got to go get another one. I got to go eat the rest of it. All right. So over here we had Warlock and Throbbing Gristle. Throbbing Gristle is $25. Warlock 55, Warlock 56, Warlock 60, Warlock 61, Warlock 62, Warlock 65. Throbbing Gristle $35. Throbbing Gristle, $35. Travis, you've been outbid. Now I'm going to swap out crates. I feel like a phoenix rising from Arizona. That's what Frank Costanza said. That was a Seinfeld quote. Okay, that was a Seinfeld quote. You got to have some pretty deep knowledge to know about that one. Okay, here we go. I am hiding the Laura crate sticker. She's even flagged which one she thinks I should put it on. Nice call, Laura. I am hiding the sticker. I'm hiding her tag. And let's do it. All right. The Laura crate sticker has been hid inside of the pocket of the jacket. Let's get started. Here we go. Throbbing Gristles at 40. This crate's going to probably be pretty insane. We still got crazy stuff to auction. It's 10 o'clock on Friday night. Hopefully everybody has hit the like button. Hopefully everybody's hit the share button. And I hope you're all ready for another several hours of vinyl entertainment. And I'll be back here tomorrow doing this again. I have nothing else to do. Now, guess what? I officially started planning for football season, okay? I am going to the Syracuse game in Atlanta. So in about 30 days, y'all are going to be missing me a lot on Saturdays, okay? I'm an avid Tennessee Vol fan. I go to pretty much every game. So starting in about a month, I probably won't be here on Saturday nights. The away games, I probably won't be here on Friday nights either. It's about the only time I take off from work, except for maybe a handful of other times during the day or during the year. So I think the Syracuse game is the first Saturday in September. I'll be gone. I'll be traveling. Seth's already bought tickets and booked hotel rooms, and he basically came in yesterday. He said, hey, we're leaving Friday before the game. So we will be traveling to a lot of Tennessee Vol games. I'm probably going to be going to every one of them. I know a friend down in Florida. He's a customer, Brandon Sanders. He's going to take me. I'm going to hang out in the swamp this year. Seth and Tanner and the rest of our Vol crew don't want to go back to the swamp and get embarrassed again. So I said I'll step down there and step into the heat and step into the swamp. And we're going to go to Starksville. I'm going to go to all of them. I'm going to try to go to every game this year, home and away. So I won't be here for a while on Saturdays unless it's the off Saturday. And sometimes on those, I'll probably be watching football. So that's about the only sport I follow, college football. All right, here we go. So I'm going to go ahead and let y'all know right now. We do gift cards. Yeah, you can buy those on our website. You can buy those on our website, okay? You can buy those on our website. Now, I'm a tolerable Tennessee fan, okay? I'm a tolerable Tennessee fan. You have a feeling on Friday, Saturday. Yeah, Paul will be here doing those shows. I got to start getting my schedule right now. All right. And then I'll be sick. Yeah, if we beat Georgia that third Saturday, if we beat Georgia, I'll probably be sick because there'll probably be cigar smoke. So, okay. Yeah, Tanner told me the other day, he's like, dude, your kryptonite is smoke. You can't be around smoke, can you? And I was like, no, I can't. I can't be around fire and smoke. I have to be literally hospitalized. Throbbing Gristles at $55. Warlocks at $67. Here we go. A tolerable SEC fan. Yeah. No, I'm nice, okay? Listen, I've been to some games and I've seen some Vol fans. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is why people hate us. This is a prime reason why nobody likes us. They're drunk and hollering and yelling and... Okay. We have the Smiths, Meat is Murder. Smiths is $24.99. Laura Crate, first come, first serve. New arrivals, Smiths, $24.99. That's like $7 below list price. The best of REM, $27.99. No condition notes, does have a little bit of a corner ding. That's a great price, $27.99. And we have the Cure, and this is mixed up. The Cure is sealed, $39.99. Laura loves the Cure, 5-heart rating, sealed. Don't forget, that Laura Crate sticker is hidden within one of these records. We'll reveal it after I read through them and we go through them again. And then I'll tell you if it's been claimed or if it's still in here. So stay tuned. Black Label Society, Alcohol Fueled Brutality Live. This is Zach Wild, sealed for just $24.99. Greg Preston on REM. Sold. Greg Preston, REM. There's that. Terry Gearhart, first on the cure. Thank you, Terry Gearhart. That is sold to you. Warlock, Throbbing Gristles at 60. Razman's out. What about Warlock? The last bid was Michael Hamburger at 67. He had outbid somebody. I've got to sell it pretty soon, though. We got a lot more auctions to get to, okay? Cyclone Doug on the Smiths. The only thing left right now is Black Label Society. Chuck Wilson next on Mixed Up. That was the cure. Nice. Gorillas Demon Days, the picture disc. It is $44.99. Laura loves Gorillas, a 4-heart rating. $44.99. Rodney on the Black Label Society. What a great price at $24.99. And Tori Amos under the pink. Tori Amos is $19.99. All right, so Travis Wade, you do get the Throbbing Gristle for $60. Ask and you shall receive. And then Warlock, I just did a final call. Michael Hamburger, $70. Wait a minute. I thought I said you had it. $67. Did somebody bid more? Yes. Yeah, it was Steven. I was waiting for Steven to bid. $68. Now it's $70. Scott Arnold on Tori Amos, okay? So to Scott Arnold. And then over here, thanks, Dad. You're welcome, son. I'm glad I came back from those cigarettes. Now, your mom, don't ever listen to what she's saying about me. Psycho Billy, this is the Hillbilly Moon Explosion, $19.99 on that. And we have Twisted Sister come out and play. Twisted Sister is sealed, an 85 USOG pop-up cover, sealed for a $30 start. Sealed for a $30 start. Ivan R. on Heel, and that was Hillbilly. Sold to Ivan R. Thank you on that. And this here is Ice-T live at Montreux 1995. 1985. It's a Record Store Day exclusive from this year. $19.99 on that. Blue vinyl, Ice-T, and Coheed and Cambria. This is sealed, $24.99. The second stage turbine blade, $24.99. Wow, so sealed Twisted Sister. It does have a saw mark, but it has that original embossed pop-up manhole cover. Has the hop stickers, and that's never been opened. A $30 start on that. And then Warlock is at 70 with Michael Hamburger. Stephen Lewis Jr. is out. We're about to sell that then. Over here, oh my gosh, it's Ice Spice on orange vinyl. What a cover. Sealed. Ice Spice is $19.99. Coheed is sold to Rob Fordham. Twisted Sisters at 30. Next is the Foles live at the Royal Albert Hall. It is $24.99, a Record Store Day exclusive, okay? There's that. There's that. And about the only other thing I'm going to miss for this fall, there's some concerts. McCartney, Eric Clapton. I think me and my uncle's going to go to that. And I don't know. My family's trying to talk me into a vacation. I'm talking about like they want me to be gone for a week. And I'm like, a week? What? A week? A week at Disney World? I was like, I'd be having a panic attack. I'd be over here hyperventilating. All right, let's do some Kiss cassettes. We're going to do a big lot of Kiss cassettes. Man, there's a killer one in here too. Goodness gracious. So let's do these right here. A big lot of Kiss cassettes coming up right now. Over here, we got Twisted Sister at 30. And then over here, we have Pete Yorn, Arranging Time. Wow, it's signed too. Pete Yorn is signed $24.99. Pete Yorn, $24.99. And MF Doom, Food. Laura loves MF Doom, 2-heart rating, $29.99. All right, so Warlock is sold. We can officially sell that to Michael Hamburger for $70. Twisted Sisters at $31. So here's my next cassette lot. Kiss. And check this out. Sealed and sealed. Now, first, we've got Hotter Than Hell, self-titled debut, Peter Criss solo album, Ace Frehley solo album, and Unmasked. Now, Gene Simmons is sealed. Gene Simmons is sealed. And then Killers. Now, I can't confidently say this is sealed. Okay, I know Gene Simmons is. That's 100%. I can tell you that is an original seal on a cassette. Killers, I don't know. Because this is foreign. Yeah, this is Holland. That very well could be the original shrink wrap. I don't know if we have any serious Kiss people on here that know just by looking at it. But, you know, it is from Holland. It has a piece of tape over it too. I don't know if that's the actual seal. It looks like one of those reseal machines. It does have a pretty good seam on it. So, but that's probably a pretty dang good item, sealed. Kiss Killers. And then Gene Simmons is definitely. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. And then the 2 sealed ones. So 6, 7. A $75 start for all the Kiss. There's 2, 4, 6, 7. $75 start, including 2 sealed. Okay, Twisted Sisters at 36. The first on MF Doom was Ivan R. Okay, Ivan R. That sold to Ivan R. Joseph, you were second, then JetBlue. Okay. Next is Talking Heads on white vinyl. Talking Heads on white vinyl is sealed, $29.99. And then Bird in Flight, Donald Byrd, Blue Note, $27.99. And Charlie XCX, what a cover. Charlie XCX sealed, $29.99. She has some risque covers, doesn't she? $29.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And we still got this back here to do. Holy moly. Holy moly. Trying to get me hooked up with your sister. Oh my gosh. We have Nuclear Assault, game over. Am I trying to get set up with somebody in the chat? Nuclear Assault, game over. Nuclear Assault is on camo colored vinyl. Wow, I bet that looks pretty cool. It is sealed. It's a camo picture disc. This is a limited edition numbered of 200, sealed, a $55 start. Nuclear Assault, game over. Nuclear Assault, game over. Twisted Sister, 36. Twisted Sister, 40. Kiss, 75. Kiss, 80. Donald Byrd sold to Donna. Donna gets Donald. Kenneth Jenks second. Robert Vlodarchek on Charlie. Greg Lee on Talking Heads. And then over here, and we have Nuclear Assault 55 and now 75. Also, we have Ramones Leave Home sealed, $24.99. 180 gram, $24.99. And we have White Light, White Heat, The Velvet Underground, sealed, a 2008, $24.99. Depeche Mode, the best of Depeche Mode, sealed, the 2017 version, $64.99. But that is a 4 LP box. 1, 2, 3 LP box, $64.99. It's best of Depeche Mode, still at a great price. So the Kiss cassettes, Joseph McCormick, you have them for $80. Jeff Brindley's out. Nuclear Assault's at $75. Kenneth Jank on digital. And that was, I bet, for Depeche Mode. And you got auto-corrected. Also over here, we have Nevermind the Bollocks. Here's the Sex Pistols. It's a 2020 pressing. That's a really cool color. It's on pink vinyl from Rhino. Start Your Ear Off Right 2020. I remember those. I remember when those came in originally. It does have a little bit of a seam split here. There it is. Digital, that was for VU, Velvet Underground, okay? So that's sold to him. What about Twisted Sister? Where are we over here on the sealed Twisted Sister? Clay Moore has it for $40. It looks like he's about to get it. We're talking about a sealed OG copy. Alonzo's at $80. The Bollocks price is $32.99. It does have a little bit of a tear right there on the seam. $32.99 pink vinyl. All right, that was the last non-check condition, okay? The rest of the crate are all check condition titles. Rest of the crate is non-check condition, or they are check condition. So that means these are going to be graded individually. Joseph McCormick, you get Kiss. The Kiss cassette lot sold to you for $80. Thank you on that. Now Twisted Sister, $42, and Nuclear Assault's at $80. Before I get started with the check condition stuff, and the Sex Pistols are staring at you right in the face, let me go ahead and grab some more Kiss or another cassette lot. What else do we have over here? We got some Journey. We got some more Kiss. All right, let's do one. All these. How many did we have in the last one? 7. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. All right. Here we go. Love Gun, Destroyer, Dress to Kill, Rock and Roll Over, Psycho Circus, Hot in the Shade, and Crazy Nights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 Kiss cassettes. We'll do those for $55 start. 7 Kiss cassettes, $55 start. Okay? Now, Garrett Seifert asked about the Sex Pistols. Okay? And then Glenn asked about the Sex Pistols, $32.99. And then John Durden asked about the Sex Pistols. Okay? Coldplay, A Rush of Blood to the Head. Coldplay EX, $22.99. Wow, Clocks is on there. Dun 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 dun. The Lumineers EX, $14.99. The Lumineers. Justin Timberlake, Future Sex Love Sounds. Bringing Sexy Back, $27. Have y'all seen that concert where he's just letting the crowd sing? Everybody's upset about it. He sings and then he just lays down the mic and letting the crowd sing, but he does it like for the whole song. There's all kinds of memes. I've been seeing it all over Facebook and TikTok. He's like, I've got that sunshine, and then he just sets down the mic and he's just letting them. He doesn't sing for the rest of the song. Okay, so up here we have Twisted Sister at 48, Nuclear Assault at 112, Amanda Darby on CP for Coldplay, Stephen Parton second, Shakedown on the Lumineers, Twisted Sister 50, and then Stephen Parton next on the Lumineers, and then Justin Timberlake So to Notorious over on Twitch, and then the Ramones. The Ramones back here is Leave Home. It is sealed. $24.99. I think Kristen and Rob, I might have missed y'all's comment earlier. It's Leave Home. It's a sealed copy. Kristen next on the Lumineers. And then he's out on Twisted Sister and he's out on Nuclear Assault. And the Kiss are a $55 start, okay? We have Nuclear Assault, Game Over. Nuclear Assault is a final call then. And that is with MT Matt at $112. Kristen Barnett does want the Ramones. And Twisted Sister is with Claymore at 50, and that's a final call. Over here, we have the Wallflowers, Bringing Down the Horse, VG Condition, $17.99, and The Cure, Disintegration. This is a VG Plus / EX copy, $24.99. Stephen Parton on the Wallflowers. How much was Justin Timberlake? It's already sold. Shakedown gets The Cure. Shakedown gets The Cure. Hiram next on the Wallflowers. Glenn next on the Wallflowers. Garrett next on The Cure. Kristen Barnett next on The Cure. Janet Gray next on The Cure. Tony next on the Wallflowers. Kristen next on The Cure. And we have Young the Giant, Mind Over the Matter. EX, $22.99. Young the Giant. And Briston Maroney, Sunflower. Indie Rock from Knoxville, Rocky Top. VG Plus, $12.99. Over here, we have Twisted Sister. This is officially sold, and that is sold to Claymore for $50. Nuclear Assault is sold for a winning bid of $112 to MT Matt. What are the Kiss at? We're looking for a $55 starting bid. You get Love Gun, Destroyer, Dress to Kill, Rock and Roll Over, Psycho Circus, Hot in the Shade, and Crazy Nights. There's 7. I'm looking for a $55 start. Next is Amos Lee, Mission Bell, EX, $14.99. Okay, let me close my laptop for a second. Sorry about the Japanese delay. Let's go back right over here, and we got the next Japanese pressing is George Harrison, Somewhere in England. George Harrison's a $35 start. This is a $35 start. $35 start. There is the insert. There is this. And that's a $35 start for George Harrison. We have Everclear. So much for the Afterglow. Everclear is EX, $24.99. And we have the Dead Weather, Sea of Cowards. The Dead Weather's Jack White. VG Condition, $14.99 for the Dead Weather. New arrivals here from Laura. What a great crate. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Holy Diver. Dio is an 83 U.S. Allied original pressing. EX Condition with the inner sleeve. Ronnie James Dio. Holy Diver, his first solo album. $50 start. Wow. Amanda on EC. And EC was for the... EC? What was EC, Amanda Darby? 3C and EC. Everclear, Everclear. That's so Amanda Darby. And we have Robert Barnett on the Dead Weather. Ron second on Everclear. Dio 50. And the next is Kiss. No bid. Those 7 cassettes for a $55 buy now if anybody wants them, okay? Let's read through those again. I'm not going to tell you who got the lower sticker. For all you know, it still may be in the crate. We're going to read through them one more time thoroughly because that was a fast read through there, okay? Where did I fall on Everclear? You got Everclear. No, wait a minute. No. Janet Gray gets Everclear. Glad you threw a challenge flag. JetBlue 004 and then Amanda Darby. Everclear Janet Gray was first. Okay, then Amanda Darby. Okay? And then Stephen Parton got the Sex Pistols. That's so to Stephen Parton. Alicia S. gets the Kiss cassettes for $55. That's so to Alicia S., okay? And that was everything from Love Gun to Crazy Nights. I'm saying that because the last lot was also a Kiss lot that I'm stacking these on. Debbie, you were second. Brian third on Dead Weather. Dio has a bid for $55. Nobody's bid on George Harrison. Final call for $35. Our next auction is Judas Priest. And Judas Priest is called Invincible Shield. It's a 2024 U.S. limited edition red vinyl. Wow, just a $20 start. That's up for bid. Here's what's left. Gorillaz Demon Days. That is the full album. It's a double picture disc. It is a $44.99. It's a 2 LP. Don't forget, Laura loves Gorillaz. A double LP picture disc. Ice-T live at Montreux Jazz Festival. That is $19.99. Also, I Spice orange vinyl sealed, $19.99. Dio's at $60. Judas Priest is at $20. We have Foles live at Royal Albert Hall. Record Store Day exclusive from 2014. That's $24.99. Mark Stanley on Ice-T. That's so to Mark Stanley. Also Pete Yorn, Arranging Time. Pete Yorn with an autographed jacket. $24.99, signed by Pete Yorn. Depeche Mode, the best of Depeche Mode, that is sealed, $64.99, a 2017 pressing. Dio is now at $60 with Steve McGee. Judas Priest is at $25 with Stephen Tuttle. No, 3 people are tied, McGee, Tuttle, and Breezy. And now Jim Cooper's broke it. Pet, is that for Pete? Possibly, right? Pete Yorn sold to Craig Thomas. And then Anthrax Stomp 442 sell a while back. Anthrax Stomp 442. I don't think we've had an Anthrax Stomp 442 tonight. Okay, and then Razman on Gorillaz. He did want Pete, that's what I thought. And then over here we got Young the Giant, Mind Over Matter. A double LP, EX $22.99. Briston Maroney, Sunflower, the debut album. This is indie rock, orange vinyl, that's green. VG Plus $12.99. And Amos Lee, Mission Bell, EX $14.99. All right, and then George Harrison can be bought for a $35 buy now somewhere over in England. Mr. Harrison, my sweet Lord. Something in the way she moves, boom, boom, tracks me like no other lover. Somewhere in the way she moves me. Dun, 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 do, 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 do. Dio, final call. Steve McGee, $60. Priest, $31 with Stephen Tuttle. Next Japanese pressing, the Eagles Live, a $35 start. This is the Eagles Live, a Japanese pressing, 1 LP, 2 LP. There's 1 LPs, there's 2 LPs. There's one insert, there's the other insert. There's one inner sleeve, there's the other inner sleeve. There's the gatefold jacket with Obi, a $35 start. $35 start on that, okay? Now, Michael Snared gets Harrison for $30. You got it. Okay? And does Young and the Giants have cough syrup on it? We're about to find out. No. No siree. All right. Who got the Cure record? I don't even know earlier. Because there it is. The Lower Crate Hop sticker. Who got the... I don't even know who got it. This drummer is practicing her drum fill so she can start a Cure cover band. There we go. Very cool sticker. It was Shakedown, right? It was Shakedown. Yeah, Shakedown. Shakedown. And I think you've been what? Second to Stephen Parton about a dozen times, haven't you? I think you've been second to Stephen Parton about a dozen times. So that's the Steal of the Week. The price and for the sticker. Yep. Anybody else on anything in here? If not, we're about to go through another Hatchet Ed crate. We still got 2 more to do back-to-back of those. Goodness. And let's get started. Take that, Parton. Stephen, you're becoming like the Mark Fallon of villains here. Villains everybody likes. You're like the Joker, okay? It's like villains that people like, though. Okay, let's go through another crate. And let's do this. Goodness gracious. Here's another crazy one. Wow. Holy good gosh. Whoa. Unbelievable. All right, let's do another Hatchet. Let's do another Hatchet. We got back-to-back Hatchets to do. This one only has 1 auction in the front of it. But man, there's some amazing pre-owned stuff in here. So let's see what's going on. One second, please. All right. Okay. Wow, it's August 1st, isn't it? A new month is here. Get out of the pizza. No, I'm not in the pizza right now. No. Okay. Dio is sold. Dio is sold. Dio, Dio, Dio. D-I-O, D-I-O. D-I-O was his name-o. And this is sold to Steve McGee for $60. Nice. He's going to be rocking out with some Holy Diver. Priest is with Curtis Marachi for $35. That's a final call. And guess what? The Eagles is a buy it now. The Eagles Live is a no bid, a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now if anybody wants that. Okay, Holy Diver. All right, tonight is Friday night. It is 10:22. We still got lots of stuff to do. And then don't forget, tomorrow is the last stream of the week for $8 in limit shipping. If we got anybody new out there that want to jump in on the action, you can at any time. I will love to do that. I would love to have you. Todd Fisher on the Eagles. We got Amos Lee from the crate sold. We got the Depeche Mode sold. Things are still being chipped away from the last Lower crate. We got Hatchet Ed crates. We got all kinds of stuff. Amos Lee sold to Melissa Bailey. And then Depeche Mode is sold to Melanie Clausen. And that means we need all new auctions. We're about to get into some surprise auctions. First, Judas Priest is sold to Curtis Marachi for $35. And then over here is this. Let's go ahead and show 5 records before I put up an auction. Iron Butterfly in Agata Davida. No condition notes, $24.99. Refused, Everlasting, Hardcore Punk, $19.99. Seals and Crofts Greatest Hits, Shrink Wrapped, $9.99. Our Lady Peace, Collected, a Greatest Hits, Record Store Day, Clear Vinyl, $29.99. We have the Life Project. These are signed, $14.99. They're numbered. The sticker has a little damage. $14.99, and Molly Hatchet debut Frank Fazetta artwork VG Plus $14.99. That's their debut. Our next 2 auctions are these right here. Prince $19.99. It's a 1982 U.S. Jacksonville original. Top copy alert. Shrink, Hype, near mint with the original under sleeves. Prince is a $35 start. This is the Sex Pistols. Some product carry on Sex Pistols. A first press. A 79 UK first pressing indicated by the sunken center labels creating the illusion of 2 pressing rings. These right here. It's a compilation of interviews. A $20 start on that. Auction number 3 is a Japanese pressing. And that's going to be a Japanese pressing of Styx. Paradise Theater, too much time on my hands. This is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has an insert. It has a cover and obi. The obi does have a little bit of a tear right there. Nice though, $35. All right, first thing we had was Mark Stanley on Refused, sold. Stephen Parton on Our Lady Peace, sold. Ivan R. next on Refused. David Smith next on Refused. Stephen Parton first on Molly Hatchet. Scully Mack is second. Michael Thrower on Seals and Croft. Ed Riviera next on Molly Hatchet. Greg next on Our Lady's Peace. And then Jay Nutra next on Molly Hatchet. Prince 40. Sex Pistols 20. Sex Pistols 20. Another claim for Our Lady Peace. So just Iron Butterfly and Life Project. Neil Young Reactor has the Hype sticker on it. No condition notes, $34.99. Neil Young, Time Fades Away, $14.99. No condition notes. Wow. And Social Distortion, 40th anniversary. That's all analog on Barnes & Noble exclusive colored vinyl, $34.99. Life Project is $14.99, Janet Gray. The Slits was actually tonight. Yep. It was, and we sold it. Yes, Paul Beal, it's sold. Kelly Vlodarchek on Social Distortion. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Over here, we got Porno for Pyros, $24.99. Clear and orange vinyl, $24.99. Black Flag, Slip It In, sealed, just $29.99. And Queens Rock Operation Mindcrime, sealed, $34.99. That's like $10 below list price. Also, Queens Rock Empire, a reissue, black vinyl 2LP, $34.99. Prince, a top copy OG and Shrink and Hype, one bid for $40 to Jeff Hallsworth. He's about to get it. Sex Pistols, 20, Sex Pistols, 20, Sex Pistols, 25, Sex Pistols, 35. And Garrett Seipert wants Queens Rock Empire. So to Garrett Seipert. No bid on Styx. I'm looking for a $35 start. Janet Gray is sold on Life Project. Prince has a new bid for $42. Josh Brown, you're second on Queens Rock. If you wanted Empire or Mindcrime, it's your lucky day. If not, then Buddy Cordova wants it because Empire's already been sold to Garrett. Next is Volbeat, the strength, the sound, the songs. Volbeat's on glow-in-the-dark vinyl. That is $22.99. And we have Promise Frizzle Fry. That's a remaster Promise. Shrink near mint, $24.99. Black Flag is sold to David Smith. Over here, Deckelman is in on Volbeat, sold to Justin Deckelman. Prince 43, Prince 44. Exhorter is a music on vinyl numbered silver vinyl, $32.99. So Queens Rock is sold then to Buddy Cordova. Now we have Sex Pistols out. Styx is at $35. Prince is at $45. Still got Exhorter and Promise there. Also, we have Satyricon. This is the Shadow Throne. Satyricon is a 2021 orange vinyl remaster, $44.99 on Satyricon. Skinny Puppy. Skinny Puppy is EX $19.99, and this one's called, what is this one called? I forgot. It's not self-titled. It has a name. It's EX $19.99. Edmund Riviera on Exhorter. That is sold to Edmund Riviera. And then next is Garrett Seipert on Skinny Puppy. And then Greg Preston, you were second, the Volbeat. It's already been sold. Whoa! VG $9.99. What do we have there? Whoa. Uh-oh. Whoa. Just $9.99 too. Goodness. Holy moly. Wow. A little bit of a surprise there. And who was it? Who was it? Who was it? Stephen Parton. Robert Barnett, you were second. Jeff Hallsworth third. Prince, looks like we're moving into a final call. This is called Carry On Sex Pistols. And the high bid right now is with Kelly Vlodarchek. And Kelly has it for $35, and we're about to sell it. Styx also has one bid. And the Prince is a final call to Lonnie Jolly for $45. And Tony Swanson, let me know if you want back in, okay? There's that. It's called Cleanse, Fold, Manipulate. That was the name of the Sex Pistols. Thank you, Casper. Also, we have Beastie Boys. This is sealed for $34.99. That is licensed to Eel. We have Carnivore, Retaliation. Carnivore is a 2023 orange-colored vinyl. Orange-colored vinyl. That is $34.99. And REM, Dead Letter Office, REM is sealed for just $19.99. Whoa. And then Smashing Pumpkins sealed for just $29.99. Whoa. And Skid Row, B-Sides, they cover Rush on here. We auctioned that last night. Here's a straight buy it now for $22.99. We auctioned that last night. Sex Pistols sold to Kelly Vlodarchik for $35. Styx is sold for $35 to Sig. Thank you, Sig. That is sold to you. Awesome. Awesomeness. Awesomeness. Shooby-dooby-doo-bye. I think I'm ready to go grab a couple more cassettes for an auction lot. We've done one big lot of Kiss, another big lot of Kiss. I think I'm going to do these two Metallicas together. And let's see what else we can find over here. A lot of them we're about to do individually. And then, because there's not many by the same artist, and then I'll have to get to the bottom row. I think there's two more layers in this tub, though. That's what's amazing. So we got two Metallica cassettes, the Black Album and Load. The Black Album and Load. Then those are both going to go up for a $10 start, okay? $10 start for both Metallica cassettes, Load and the Black Album. First thing was Garrett Cypress got REM. I've already pulled that, right? No, I haven't. Okay, I have not pulled that, so it's still in here. Yep. All right, so that's sold to Garrett Cypress, and then JetBlue 004 first on Smashing Pumpkins, and then Garrett Cypress first on Skid Row, and then Scully Mac next on Skid Row, Steven next on Smashing Pumpkins, Mortgage Guy Rob next on REM, Lonnie Jolly's out on Prince, and that's after Tony Swanson bid $47. Okay, and then Ed Riviera next on S, and then Michael next on S, and then Paul next on S, and then Trent next on S, and then Ron Dunfield next on S. Carnivore still available. Queensryche, Promised Land, silver clear vinyl, $27.99. Metallica has a bid for $10. Ministry, The Mind's a Terrible Thing to Taste. This is $27.99. That is a music on vinyl pressing too, $27.99. Great price on that. And Sepultura, Beneath the Remains, sealed, $34.99. That means Prince is sold. Tony Swanson, a top copy, $47. Final call Metallica. Next is Obulus. But what a nice copy to have. A Japanese pressing of Rolling Stones' Goathead Soups. No Obi. Goathead Soup, not soups. No soup for you. No soup for you. There is the insert. There's the other insert. There's literally the goat in the soup pitcher. And then there's the gatefold. That is the good old Rolling Stones there. Can you hear me knocking? And that's now up for bid. Queensryche is sold to Ron Duffield. Thank you. That is sold to you. One more record. We're not done. That's a great one to pause on. Holy moly. This is sealed on blue vinyl for $34.99. Dark Angel. Whoa. Will Laura have another crate? We will have to page her to find out. We will have to page her to find out. We're basically in a Laura crate right now, and I think the next one's pretty much a Laura crate. All these Hatchet Ed bins. This guy that bought all this stuff, I remember he was knocking out all these Laura stickers one after another. So, I think this is before we even had Twitch. So, because we've been trying to get payment for a while. These have been held. I mean, when was this priced? May 26th. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's the night we sold it, but we've been trying to get payment for a while out of these. I have a crate problem. I am short a crate, and I just filled up another one. Wow, we're going to get to another 8 or 9 crate night tonight. We're having another huge week here at Coletco, and I want to thank everybody for that. And what I'm going to do right now is go hunt down an empty crate. And I may have to use this one here that they have been using for trash. No, here, I'll use this one. It's full of empty boxes. Looks like Jake bought some headphones. Jake bought some headphones and some I think to cancel out my screaming I do every night. All right, sorry about all that. So here is this. We have the following. We have, okay, I left off by saying Metallica 10. We pulled Queensryche, Michael Hamburger second, Justin Deckelman on Dark Angel, then Stephen Parton, then Michael Remza, then Ed Riviera, Garrett Seipert on Sepultura. And then over here, we have, over here is this, Huey Lewis and the News, 1980 German pressing, $19.99. Brent, you get both Metallicas for $10. Rolling Stones, I'm looking for a $35 start. Whoa, Prong, a music on vinyl pressing. That's the last edition they did on colored vinyl, $37.99. Of course, the pre-order for that just came in. Dream Theater is $34.99. Wow. And then we have White Zombie, a new music on vinyl pressing for $29.99. And the only unpaid auction, wow, $14 on Duran Duran. What's up with that? I must have started it for $1 or something. Whoa, $14 on that. Duran Duran. All right, let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And I'm going to start getting into our bonus auctions as well. That way we can have some interesting stuff coming up. But I still got Japanese here. And we got Rainbow straight between the eyes. And Rainbow's a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Rainbow straight between the eyes. A $35 start. There's one LP. There's the other insert. There's the cover and Obi. $35 on that. Okay, and then over here we have this. Garrett Seipert on Dream Theater. Thank you, Garrett Seipert. That's sold to you. Ed Riviera on the Duran Duran. That is sold to you. And we have Cindy Yarborough on White Zombie. There's that. James Vasquez next on Duran Duran. Let's read through those again. First, though, the Rolling Stones is a no bid, a Japanese pressing, no OB, as you can see. But it's just a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. That is available. $35 buy it now. The Rolling Stones. Let's put that right over here. Not a bad copy to have whatsoever. All right, and Rainbow's a $35 start. Next Japanese pressing, Running on Empty. It was the summer of '69, and I was 21, and I called the road my own. Forrest Gump, folks. Forrest Gump, Running on Empty. Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. Has the Japanese insert and the book with it with lyrics. Also, Why Don't You Stay Just a Little Bit Longer. Jackson Brown, $35 start. We have Iron Butterfly. This does not feel like an OG. It isn't. It's an Atco 70s reissue, $24.99. OG's a little bit more heavier. That's an 80s top pressing. They started using a little bit less vinyl back in then. Some of those early 50s records are probably like on 250 gram. Very heavy. Reactor, Neil Young and Crazy Horse. That has the hype sticker on it. That's $34.99. We have Neil Young for just $14.99. Great price on that. And then Porno for Pyros, Clear and Orange Splatter, $24.99. That is pretty much the only thing they have in print. Primus Frizzle Fry is $24.99. Also, Satyricon, $44.99. 2021 Orange Vinyl Remaster. That is $44.99. Beastie Boys is sealed for $34.99. Carnivore Retaliation, $34.99. Ministry, $27.99. And Huey Lewis, $19.99, 1980. And we have Prong. Prong is right over here. This is not an OG. This is a music on vinyl pressing, $37.99. Let's go get the other Hatchet Ed crate. Let's go get it. I said we would be going through new stuff, including Hatchet Ed stuff, until 11. Guess what? There are 7 John crates, new vintage arrivals for best offer. And here's some of the stuff I see in the front of the crates. I see Guy Clark. I see the Grateful Dead. I see a Monkees I've never seen before. I see Billy Idol. I see Georgia Satellites. And I see Eddie Money. That's what I see like in the front of the crates. And he usually moves stuff up to the front that he thinks maybe he might want to auction these. He leaves them in the front for me to take a peek at them. So just FYI. Okay? And we're going to try to knock out at least a couple of those. That way I don't have a backlog. Y'all remember one time Paul, Laura, and John were marking so much stuff, and I had so much new vinyl come in. At one time, I had like 12 Paul and John crates I had never gone before. And then every day they kept pricing more. I couldn't get caught up. I've got to at least go through a couple of those tonight, which will be fun because they'll technically be best offer. And otherwise, we're going to have this. He'll be here tomorrow. John works again on Saturday. He'll mark another 4 or 6 crates again tomorrow. He'll mark another 4 or 6 crates again tomorrow. So if I don't show at least a few of those, we're going to have like 15 John crates to go through best offer. This next Hatchet Ed crate is another really good one. There's 4 or 5 unpaid auctions. There's a lot of vintage. There's a lot of pre-owned. There's a lot of vintage in here, though, and a lot of pre-owned. There's a couple of box sets, and let's go through it right now as soon as I can stand up. Here we go. 1. And then I got to knock out all the miscellaneous. I got to show you all the new miscellaneous, all the miscellaneous they didn't get paid for. We got to go through all that, okay? So hopefully you don't have any plans tonight. I mean, what else are you going to be doing right now? It is 10:30 Eastern time or 11:30 Eastern time. I mean, what else are you going to be doing? Except watching this and buying stuff. I mean, you have nothing else. You have nothing else to be doing. So let's go through the 5th and final Hatchet Ed crate. Make sure you stay in contact with us. We only have about 1% of people who don't pay. That's not bad whatsoever, but the volume we do, it adds up to be quite a bit. About every week. We didn't have any last week, right? Yeah. We've been averaging just 5 crates every 2 weeks. That's not too bad. Of course, this is an anomaly, having this much from one person. So just stay tuned, okay? And here we go. Yeah, we could have been going through new arrivals. That's what I tell everybody. When I tell everybody about putbacks or especially non-payments, I was like, hey, this is indirectly costing us a lot of money. We could be going through, we could have been showing our new stuff. And all this other stuff could have went to people who like bought it tonight that would have already paid for it. So that's where the problems come in, okay? All right, there's that, and let's get started. So, first thing we have is what? What? More cassettes, more buy it nows, more everything. Rainbow, buy it now for $35. Jackson Brown, buy it now for $35. Those are $35 buy it nows if anybody wants them. Rainbow and Jackson Brown can be bought $35 and $35. You can step up to the plate right now. And we still got Paul McCartney and the Rolling Stones as well. About to get into our other cassettes, yep, for lots. And we're about to do this other surprise stuff. Essentially, great titles that's been tagged that hadn't been put up for auction yet, okay? And I'm going to, right now, David and anybody else that's interested, I'm going to read you what's left in the Japanese crate, okay? That way, we're not spending time putting up stuff that no one really has any intention on bidding on. I will put up stuff I know everybody will want to bid on, which is probably from these crates back here behind me. So here's what's left in the Japanese crate. Here's what's left. I've got the Best of the Doobie Brothers, Volume 2. Elvis Special 24. ABBA's Greatest Hits, Volume 2. Doobie Brothers Farewell Tour. Roger Daltrey, Parting Should Be Painless. CCR Gold. REO Speedwagon High Infidelity, Duran Duran 7 of the Ragged Tiger, Firm Mean Business, Hall & Oates Private Eyes, Wham Fantastic, CCR Europe Live Cream Volume 2, 24 Karat Deep Purple, and Paul Simon, Still Crazy after all these years. Let's get started with a Hatchet Ed crate. You never know, there might be some Lore crate stickers in here. Party Rock Gold, 52 certified #1 hits. We just had one of these the other night. Party Rock, 52 #1 hits, 4 LPs, 5 LPs. How many LPs? 4 LPs, $34.99. Over here is The Killers Hot Fuss, a box set. The Killers is a 2009 U.S. reissue, translucent blue vinyl. It's the LP only. There's no t-shirt in here. There's no t-shirt in here. So it came with a t-shirt. That's why it's in a box. It's just the album on blue vinyl. It's just the album on blue vinyl. $29, still not a bad price for that. And then over here, we got an offer on Rainbow, and then we have a Rainbow claim. So Greg Lee, Rainbow's yours, but it would be $35. Edwin just essentially claimed it right behind you. But you do have dibs. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to him for $35. Hiram Aponte does get the Killers. That's sold to Hiram Aponte. And we have the Kindles, 20 favorites, a 2 LP set. Gold stamp promo, $14.99 on the Kindle. candles. Peter Frampton, I'm in you. That's $9.99. And Elvis Presley, his hand in mine. Elvis Presley, $14.99. Also over here, we got Ted Nugent, Cat Scratch Fever. There is some writing on the cover, VG Plus, $9.99. And the Bee Gees, Children of the World, Bee Gees is $9.99. Ted Nugent is sold to Stephen Parton. And let's go ahead and Edwin can have it. Edwin Riviera, you get Rainbow for $35. Scully Mack next on Ted Nugent. All right, let me step over here where I was talking about these other auctions are at. And the first thing I have is Def Leppard and Fastway. Yes, you heard me correctly. Def Leppard and Fastway. So here is Def Leppard. It's on through the night. Def Leppard is an OG 1980. It is a hot pog, and it has a Def Leppard lyric insert with it. It's in VG Plus condition. It's a $20 start. Wasted. Great tracks there from Def Leppard. $20 start on that. And then Fastway. Fastway is an 83 USOG, a VG Plus or better, Carrollton Press. $15 start on that. First thing we have is this. Chad, I missed Elvis Presley. That's Elvis Presley, his hand in mine. The price is $14.99. Ron Burns on JB. JB for Jackson Brown, Ron Burns, the Japanese pressing. If so, that's sold to you for $35. Thank you. And then Diana working overtime. Diana Ross is VG Plus $14.99. Def Leppard 20, Fastway 15. Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind, $9.99 on Linda. Country Music Time Life, Waylon Jennings, $19.99 on that. And Foreigner self-titled, that's VG Plus $14.99 for Full Rainer, and that's VG Plus $14.99. Let me step over here to my cassettes. I would bring them closer, but this is a gigantic tub that weighs about 3,000 pounds, so I'm kind of limited. How many more lots can I do? I don't know how many I actually can do. I've got some I can auction, and then I'm just going to start having to grab handfuls. I can do a lot of 4 here. I can do these. And then I've got some very much worthy of individually. So these are all worth individual claims. And that. And all these. Okay. So let's get started. Okay. First thing I have is I've got a lot of 4 Crocus cassettes for a $15 start. Crocus, Heart Attack, Crocus Blitz, Crocus Headhunter, and Crocus Hardware. 4 Crocus cassettes, a $15 start, okay? Those are now up for bid. 4 Crocus cassettes. Here, I'll put them right there in the center. Those are now for bid. I got some buy it nows coming very soon, okay? And then let's do this right here. Let's do this right here. We have over here, we have Def Leppard 20. We have Def Leppard 23, Def Leppard 24, Def Leppard 27. Fastway's at 20, Def Leppard 29. Fastway is at 22. That is not the Georgia Satellites EP. No, it's their self-titled album with Keep Your Hands to Yourself. All right, where did I get to? We got Marshall Tucker Band, A New Life. EX condition, $12.99. A Marshall Tucker Band, A New Life, EX $12.99. Foghat Energized, EX $12.99 for Foghat. Reba, rumor has it, wow, $14.99. A gold stamp promo, $19.90. That should be like a steal, right? A $19.90 rumor has it. Is that right? 14, isn't this like a $75 album? Am I crazy? And then over here we have Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil. Avenged Sevenfold is $29.99. Alabama, The Closer You Get, no price. Let me check it. It should be $14.99. Yeah, it's a nice copy. Dixieland Delight, Alabama, $14.99. We might have auctioned that, actually. The Greatest Hits of Otis Williams, sealed, a 69 U.S. Soul Funk, $19.99. Okay, so Crocus does not have a bid. I'm looking for a $15 start. I can tell Jeff Brindley's went to bid. He would have bought all these so far. Romulus C on Reba. That is so to Romulus C. Def Leppard is at 31 with Tony Swanson. Tony Swanson has Def Leppard at 31. Fastway's at 25, okay? That's where we're at. Chad, I sent my E, and then Alicia S on Alabama for $14.99. James Vasquez, second on Reba. Regina wants Elvis Presley. That was right here, his hand and mine. That is so to Regina Tabor. Thank you. Hendrix, High Live and Dirty. That's on red vinyl from 1978. That is that dirty Jimi Hendrix record. $34.99. Jefferson Airplane Takes Off. First version, censored, VG Plus, $34.99. This is, I gotta look these up and see what John means by that. I bet he's marked 30 of these in the last 6 months, and they all say first press, third version. I've never seen a second or a first version, so I have no idea what any of that means. I didn't know there was such a thing, but he's been working on all of them for a while. Ryan Ennals on Advenge Sevenfold. That's sold to Ryan Ennals. Thank you on that. Def Leppard out. I think we're done on Fastway too. 31 on Def Leppard, 25 on Fastway. We have Bob Dylan bringing it all back. A 1965 pressing. VG Plus, a Columbia 2i stereo. $49.99 on Bob Dylan. And then In Flames, that is sealed on red vinyl. In Flames is $34.99. Also, Satin Chickens Rhinoceros, 69 Terre Haute, that's $29.99. George Thorogood and the Mavericks, or excuse me, George Thorogood and the Destroyers, Maverick, that's $19.99. And we have Charles Muthart, Ty Siegel, 3 Fuzz, green vinyl, $29.99. These 4 Crocus cassettes can be bought for $15 if anybody wants them. Now Fastway is officially sold. Fastway is sold to Buddy Cordova for $25, and Def Leppard is sold to Tony Swanson for $31. All right? Those are gone. Let's put those away over here, okay? Let's put those away right over here. Next is, what is this? It is $19.99. It is Chat. And this is, if you like gorillas, you might like Cha or Chat. Cha. C-H-A-I. Yeah, Cha. $19.99. There you go. And now we got a new bid on Fastway that came in for $26. That was late. Kristen Driscoll. Brent says he would do 12 on the Crocus cassettes. I guess I'd be better off showing those individually. But they're sold to Brent for $12. All right. Here's some buy it nows right quick. Nebworth, the album. It's a double-decker. Nebworth, $6.99. Kicks, Blow My Fuse. That's a $25 cassette. $6.99. Loverboy, Keep It Up. Living Color, EP Biscuits. That's $6.99. Living Color, Vivid. And Kingdom Come In Your Face. That's a $25 cassette. $6.99. Those are all $6.99. The Blues Brothers, that is $24.99. Original soundtrack. Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager, $14.99. Steely Dan, Countdown to Ecstasy, $34.99. Steely Dan, ABC Records. Bob Seger, Stranger in Town, VG $12.99. And Prince, Purple Rain, that's a new remaster, 180 gram, and that is $22.99. Over here, so Gregory put KI. I'm assuming that's for Kicks, so that's sold to you for $6.99. Brent's K was for Kingdom Come, so that's sold to Brent. So those are sold to Gregory and Brent. And then VBB for Scully Mac. VBB. What was VBB, Scully Mac? VBB. I don't know what VBB is. And then Sig was next on Kicks. And what are the Crocus? They're already sold. Greg Preston on BB. Again. Where are these V's and BB's coming from? V's and BB's. There's Living Color, Loverboy, and Nebworth. Okay? Maybe that's in the crate. Maybe he meant Blues Brothers, okay? VBB could be Blues Brothers, okay? So that's probably what Scully Mac wanted. I'll find out. And then after that was, okay, that's what he did want. Then Greg Preston. And then Kristen Driscoll was third on Kicks. Jeff Halsworth on Prince. Ryan was next. And we have BG's Children of the World. That's $9.99. Amel and the Sniffers, Comfort to Me. That is $49.99. It's a Goner Records exclusive, limited to 300 on blue vinyl. That is $49.99. Also, Radiohead, Kid A, Amnesia. That is sealed for $54.99. Sealed, $54.99. So over here, we got Nebworth, the album. That's a double pack. Clapton, Phil Collins, Dire Straits, Genesis, Elton John, Paul McCartney, Pink Floyd, Robert Plant, Cliff Richard, The Shadows, Status Quo, Tears for Fears. Both for $6.99. Loverboy, Living Color. Those are all still available, $6.99 each. Also, we have the Seeds. That's VG $24.99. And Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe 2, unopened, numbered with red and black smoke. It does have a small ding on one side. What does that say? Small ding on opening side. Oh, right here. Has a little bit of a ding right there. $34.99 on Rob Zombie, okay? How much was Amel? That was $49.99. Goner Records exclusive, limited to 300. Jackie Reynolds wants the double Nebworth. That's so to Jackie. Brent was second on that one, okay? Also, we have Band on the Run. It's in partial shrink wrap, VG condition, $12.99. Joseph Ellis got Rob Zombie. That's so to Joseph. And the Silvers, a 72 Soul album, on the Pride label, nice, $49.99. Let me go ahead and take this stack of sold cassettes into the Operation Center. Let me take this into the operation center. And before there's a disaster, there we go. 2 big towers of cassettes sold. Let me step over here and grab some more then. Let's grab these and all these and this and these and this. Okay. And I'm going to go grab 2 new auctions. What seeds? Let's go take a look at that. 2 new auctions coming up right now. The seeds was self-titled VG 24.99 Crescendo label. It's a VG record. Always hard to find those high grade. 24.99. And what else do we have over here? I've got coming up for auction right now. We're going to try out. I don't know. Where did I leave off over here? Here we go. Let's do these 2 right here. Let's do this one and this one. All right, this is Nazareth, Expect No Mercy. Nazareth, Expect No Mercy is a 77 Terre Haute, strong VG, just a $10 start. Once again, Frank Fazetta artwork on that one. And then Rainbow with Ronnie James Dio, Long Live Rock and Roll, a 78 USOG, VG++ EX, a $20 start on that. Okay, can you do Spirit World? Yeah, let me double check the starting bid. John Denver, I Want to Live, $9.99. Queen Jazz is VG $12.99, no poster, and the Best of the Beach Boys, VG $9.99. Here's some buy it now cassettes. Kiss, Dress to Kill, Madam X, We Reserve the Right, Lynch Mob, Wicked Sensation, wow, Crocus, Alive and Screaming, Kenny Rogers, 20 Greatest Hits. Those are all $6.99. Also, Foreigner, Double Vision, VG $9.99. Vanilla Fudge, You Keep Me Hanging On, VG $9.99. And then this is David Allan Coe's Greatest Hits, $26. A VG copy, a 78 Terre Haute. A 78 Terre Haute VG, $26 on that. $26 on that. So I left off. We have a request for Spirit World, Nazareth 10, Rainbow 20, Dwayne Vick, Ban on the Run. I sent my email address via Facebook Messenger. Dwayne Vick. Dwayne Vick. So you're a first-time buyer? Are you sure? I could have swore we've sold to somebody before named Dwayne Vick. Dwayne Vick. Let me double-check your account over here and make sure. Are you sure? Okay, not first time. Okay, I thought so. Okay, so first thing he had was Ban on the Run. Okay, then Andy Lane on the Lynch Mob cassette for $6.99. Dwayne Vick also on Queen Jazz. Mark Morris on the Kiss cassette for $6.99. Brent Robley on Crocus. Okay, and then next over here, Dwayne Vick, he said Best of Beach Boys. That's sort of Dwayne Vick. And then Scully Mack on David Allan Coe for $26. Nazareth has a new bid for $11. Kenneth Jank on Vanilla Fudge. Clifford next on DAC. Both Living Colors sold for $12 to Andy Lane. And Beach Boys, a Double Vision. Okay, I already got you Beach Boys. I got you Double Vision. And then Pam Murray on Madam X. Greg Lee, third on David Allan Coe. Kristen Driscoll on LM. That was Lynch Mob. You were next. Rainbow has a bid for $25. All the advertised auctions are gone. Okay, all the advertised auctions are gone. Okay, Rainbow 27, Rainbow 30. Let me see what's going on over here. Give me 1 second, please. Um, okay. Dwayne, we are literally reselling. We're right now, these are the same records that we canceled. Those records I just sold you, the ones we just canceled. So you had on your invoice Paul McCartney, John Denver, NXS, Queen, Beach Boys, and Foreigner. Let me see what's going on over here before I sell these back to you, okay? So, because I literally don't know if let me figure out what happened over here in our message, okay? So your last invoice was canceled, and this current one is viewed and unpaid. And let me. I'll tag you for these, but let's not buy anything else the rest of the night. Okay, let's stop right there at those three, and I'll ask Ed what happened. Okay, so I'll have to look into it because literally these right here we're selling. Okay. So all this stuff we've resold tonight is a total of about how many different orders? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is over like 17 invoices. Everything we've resold tonight out of the Hatchet Ed crate. It's about 12 people, 17 invoices. So, yeah, I mean, we had those out for a long time. Sorry, I'm just making sure because I knew that didn't sound right to begin with. Okay, so Dwayne, this is what we're going to have to do. We're going to send you that invoice for those few records on Monday. I need you to pay for them on Monday by the end of the night. If not, then I can't sell to you again. You've got to pay for them on Monday. Whatever I just tagged for you there, 2 or 3, make sure you pay for them Monday when the invoice comes. Now, if you don't think you can pay for them on Monday, then you probably need to let us know right now, okay? So, where did I get to? I had left off with Rainbow at $25, Rainbow 27, Rainbow 33, Nazareth 12, Rainbow 35, okay? So, Rainbow's at $35 with SIG. Hiram's out. He says he's done. Final call. And then the Nazareth is at $12, okay? Nazareth is at $12 with Mark Stanley. So, not picking on Dwayne or anything, but let me tell you what happens a lot. Ed will send 2, 3, 4 reminders. They do them automatically, and then he'll start messaging. And sometimes we don't hear back from people until the invoices are canceled. And so when they get that email saying your order's been canceled, then all of a sudden we start hearing from people. Okay? And that is the worst time ever because now it's been canceled. And to regenerate it, we'd have to key everything back in and then send you a whole new invoice. And then it goes back in as you got 1 week to pay. So typically when they're canceled, it's over. And that's usually when we start hearing from people after it's been canceled. So always make sure you're letting Ed know what's going on, okay? Because if they're canceled, then it's it's over. That means we can't probably sell to you again. It's been almost 30 or 45 days at that point. In excess, $15. It is an 85 USOG VG Plus. It's a buy now. This is an unpaid for auction. Sleep is $70. Sleep is $70. It's a 2014 green with black splatter. It has both original inner sleeves. It is $75, limited to 4,000. $70 on that. Rat is $40. It's a Japanese pressing, it looks like. Japanese pressing. And we have the Sword Warp Riders. The Sword is $45. A 2010 OG limited to 5,000 hand-numbered copies. That is $45. And we have Eagles, $35. That is greatest hits, okay? $35. It's time to sell these auctions. Rainbow is sold to Sieg for $35. Mark Stanley gets Nazareth for $12. That is sold. And then over here, Stephen Parton on NXS. This is sold to Stephen Parton for $15. Kenneth Jank was second. Wes Will on Rat. Buddy Cordova was second. All right. Yeah, I got distracted there for a second, just making sure I'm on the same page with Dwayne. But also, I was looking at. It looks like we had a problem maybe with an email, and that can happen too. So like I said, I wasn't singling out Dwayne there, but that's something that happens. We get a lot of stuff like, hey, I got a new email, and I hadn't been on in a while, etc. We get that a lot. Like I don't have access to my email anymore, which happens. I know that happens a lot. You get lost password, it's hacked. You're in a divorce and you don't want your wife to get on it anymore. So Tom Sullivan gets the Sword for $45. Scully Mack was second. But man, we get that one a lot. I don't have access to my email anymore. But sometimes what's weird is it'll say invoice viewed. So I'm like, well, somebody has access to your email because they're looking at your emails. A-Rod, you get the Eagles for $35. So, but we'll get it worked out because it actually shows us on Square the moment you view your invoice. So, okay, here we go. $6.99 cassettes. Keel, Kansas, Left Overture. Keel is the Right to Rock. Julian Lennon, Velotte. Juice Newton's Greatest Hits is an original sealed. And then we have Mr. Big, Lean Into It. Mr. Big, Lean Into It, $6.99. So Keel, Kansas, Julian Lennon, Juice Newton is an original sealed, and Mr. Big. All right, let's read through those one more time. These are Hatchet Ed Ray, and then we're about to do some vintage new arrivals, buy it now, best offer, okay? So, there's that. First thing is Jaime Aponte on Keel. Ed Rivera second, Clay Moore third, and Brent Robley on Mr. Big. Now, K for Kansas, Clay, I'm assuming it's Keel, but if you want Kansas, it's still available. So what's left in here? Party Rock, 52 number one hits, 96 Tears, the Beach Boys, David Essex, the Box Tops. It's all great 60s stuff. Archie Bell and the Drells, Four Tops, the Monk. It's all number one hits, the charts. 4 LPs, $34.99. Kindles, it was $14.99. How about if you need a price, you just let me know. Peter Frampton, the Bee Gees, Dinah Ross, Linda Ronstadt, Waylon Jennings, Foreigner. We have Marshall Tucker, Foghat, Otis Williams, Jimi Hendrix, Jefferson Airplane, Bob Dylan, and let's pause there on In Flames. That's a puzzle, 500-piece puzzle. I have the album in stock as well. The album is $44.99. All right, let's grab a couple more auctions. I have a 2LP I have a 2LP and Justice for All, $44.99. The puzzle is $24.99. How about the outfield? Josie's on a vacation far away. Nice. The outfield play deep, an 85 OG with lyric insert. Near mint has an old retail sticker on it, $35. And we have the Fabulous Thunderbirds in Shrink and Hype. A beautiful copy, $10 start on that. The Fog Hat that's in here, The Fog Hat was energized. EX condition, $12.99. Also, Satin Chickens Rhinoceros, George Thorogood Maverick. We have 3 Fuzz on green vinyl for $29. Also, we have Chai, C-H-A-I. That's $19.99. The Moody Blues, Steely Dan, the Bee Gees, Amel and the Sniffers. Radiohead was sealed, $54.99. The Silvers, the Seeds, John Denver, and Sleep was $70. A 2024 green with black splatter, $70. Oh, yeah, and somebody wanted me to run this. Spirit World. What have I done with it, though? Oh, no, what have I done with it? If I can find it, I'll run it. I don't know if that person's, I think it was Joseph. Oh, man, I don't know where I've laid it. Did I put it back down in a bin? If so, Joseph, we are both screwed because I have no idea what I've done to it then. Okay, and then over here we have Aim on the Sniffers, $49.99. And yes, I will entertain offers. Is the Hendrix a import double LP? No, this is High Live and Dirty. It's a 78 single LP. Yeah, these are a lot of vintage stuff and pre-owned. If y'all want to make offers, since we're about to do offers, let's do offers, okay? We're about to do offers for the rest of the night. So, great question. If you want to make an offer, let's get some of these sold. I've already sold them once. It's took hours and days to try to get payment out of people, and now we're having to resell them all again. So, my cost in these have exponentially increased because we're having to resell them. So I am here to sell them, okay? Don't hesitate. Let's get a bunch of this stuff sold. Let me find that Spirit World. Can you watch tomorrow, Joe? I honestly don't know what I've done with it. I was going to hand it to Laura and have her re-tag it, but I don't know what I've done with it. Seriously. There's my Yes album. And, yeah, I have no idea. I thought it was on top of these sealed records that John brought me, but I don't see it. No, that's a Grease soundtrack. That's a huge difference. Yep, I have no idea. I bet I put it back down in the Hatchet crate, so trying to find that sucker right now will be a challenge. All right, so... okay, so Hiram Aponte says he wants to pay for the Kill cassette and send that to his friend Eden Riviera down in Puerto Rico. You got it, okay? We have Amel at $39 with Vladarchuk. All right, so sell that to Vladarchuk for $39. Thank you, Robert. Fuzz for $25 of Jeremy Bryant. That was right here. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant for $25. Steely Dan was $34. Countdown to Ecstasy. This is a second label, but it's very nice, $34.99. Mark Stanley offered $50 on Sleep. Is that the only offer? Sell that to Mark Stanley for $50. How much was Otis Williams? Otis Williams is right here. That was Greatest Hits. It's on the Stop label. It's a sealed original 69, $19.99. Foreigner. Are you talking about Energized? It was EX $12.99. How much was In Flames? It was sealed $29.99. We sold Amel. We sold Fuzz. We have a pass and details on the Silvers. The Silvers here is on the Pride label, catalog number 0007. EX or better, 1972 original, $49.99. Okay, and then we have 2 auctions up. We have the Outfield, a classic 80s album. Stephen Parton is the only bidder for $35. Michael says, what's on? Did you ask for the price or what's on Fog Hat, Michael? And then we have Fabulous Thunderbirds, a beautiful OG. Final call to get a bid on that for $15. Okay, the unsold cassettes right now are Juice Newton's Greatest Hits sealed, Angel of the Morning, Julian Lennon, Kansas Leftoverture, Kenny Rogers' Greatest Hits, and Loverboy, Keep It Up. Okay, Patrick offered $35 on the Silvers. That's sold. And anybody else want to make an offer on anything, we're about to do a whole crate of nothing but offers, okay? What's on it? Okay, yeah. Fog Hat Energized has Wild Country, Step Outside, Home in My Mind, Nothing I Won't Do, That'll Be the Day, Golden Arrow, Fly By Night, and Honey Hush. That's EX $12.99. I'm about to go grab more cassettes too. So it's 11:13. Here's what I plan on doing. I think I can do at least 2 John crates of best offer. There's 7 right now. He marked 4 yesterday and 4 today. I only went through one check condition crate last night because we had all that other metal stuff to go through. And so I've got quite the backlog. There's no way I go through all 7 tonight. Plus, it's too late to be showing new arrivals. What we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go through 2 best offer. And if it's around midnight when I get done with those, after I keep showing cassettes and auctions, probably do some half off stuff. And then I probably need to stop and get ready again for tomorrow. Okay? And I will sell you the John Denver for $7. Okay? Tom Sullivan. We'll meet in the middle, sir. No need to sleep on a Friday night. Beauty sleep? Psh, you can sleep till noon tomorrow. That's probably what time I'm going to be going to bed. Whew. Okay, let me get my oxygen in. Whew. Wow. Oh, I need to send this. All right. And I need to do a recap too. Yeah, we're going to try to do that too. More cassettes, everything. Yes. All right, here we go. That's sold to Tom Sullivan for $7. Let's pick it up into high octane mode. I feel like I've been doing that all night. Stephen Parton gets the Fabulous Thunderbirds for $15. And we have outfield sold for $35. And the outfield sold for $35 is also sold to Stephen Parton, okay? Next thing over here is this. Hendrix Price, $34.99. Burt Jordan just asked. More cassettes, yes, coming. $34. Mary Goff also asked. Red vinyl, $34.99. We got a lot of recapping. We got to do a this and a that and a this and a that. We got to do a lot of different stuff. We're about to do a lot of different stuff. We got to do a this and a that and a this and a that. And a recap and a this and a that. New, this, new and old, this, that, cassettes, 8-tracks, CDs, compact cars. I'm going to start bringing out my artwork. All right, let's go through a buy it now best offer bin. What do we have here? Let's take one. Let's take a look at one. Which one shall I do first? Ooh, this one's not bad. I might grab this one. What about over here with the other new stuff? That one's a pretty dang good looking one. Let me step over Otis's water bowl again. And let's take a look in this crate too. Yes, that's nice. Yes. Okay, all right. Yep, that looks good. Okay, nope, can't sell that one. Got to pull that one out. That is for charitable purposes only. Y'all probably can guess what it is. And then let's do this. Yep, we got all these right there. Yes. Ooh, that's a rare one. Don't see that one too often. Okay, what about these? Yes. Okay, what about those? Oh, yeah, forgot about those. And then this, and then this. All right, let's do this crate. Buy it now, best offer. Okay, let's do this one. And then, Sean, if you can hang around, I'll slip in a new vinyl recap, which won't honestly take that long. Okay? A Chad Hart sticker. No, I actually have a whole room full of Picassos and Rembrandts. Original masters. 25 for Hendrix. I will. Are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. And I will welcome you to Collectco, welcome Mary, and then I need to give you some instructions. That's sold to you for $25. Okay, let's go grab some more cassettes. We're about to do a new arrival crate, best offer, and let's get this show back on the road. Let's grab some more cassettes, too. And wow, this one's almost worthy of an auction here. Let's do this one for auction. And then let's just grab all these right here. All right, here's a cassette auction before I put up any other vinyl. Okay. Here is King Diamond Abigail. King Diamond Abigail, that's going to go up for a $7 start. That's now up for bid. King Diamond Abigail. And let's grab some stuff over here from the LPs. Ooh, nice. nice. Actually, we'll wait on that one. Here, I'll put that up. So those two, these are always good. All right, we got 4 more LPs to run. I've made a mess around me too. All right, and let's do some quick buy it nows. I'll do 2 right quick. Heaven and Jackal, $6.99 each. Heaven and Jackal. Okay. Here we go. All right. Sorry, I'm investigating a I'm investigating an autograph right now. I'm working on a deal on a couple things, and then I got something today, and you feel if you start dealing in autographs, you start feeling like a forensic scientist sometimes. I mean, it's crazy. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, and the Hatchet Ed miscellaneous, nice. And the Hatchet Ed miscellaneous, yes, thank you. Gosh, we got a lot to get to. Okay, I got to stay off my phone. I'm investigating literally a Paul McCartney autograph. So we got King Diamond 7, King Diamond 7, King Diamond 11, King Diamond 15, 15, 8. Sean Druin first on Heaven, then Andy, King Fluffy first on Jackal, then Kristen Driscoll. King Diamond 16. Here we go. These are buy it now best offer. Vanity 6, $19.99. You can go ahead and buy these, or you can make an offer. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just here to sell them for the right price. Vanity 6 is $19.99. Eddie Money, no control. Shaken. $14.99. Eddie Money shaken. $14.99. That's called No Control. Pat Travers Band live. Go for what you know. $19.99. Pat Travers. Triumph. Nice. Allied Forces. Triumph is $19.99. This is 38 special. $24.99. 38 special. $24.99. 38 special. $24.99 on that. Also, we have the Temptations anthology. The Temptations is a double LP, triple LP. Wow, $39.99 for the Temptations. All right, and the next thing I'm going to do is this. King Diamond was at 20. Amanda Darby offered 15 for Vanity. So did Curtis. So Amanda Darby was first. Let's sell that to Sick over on Twitch. Curtis, you were second. King Diamond has a new bid for 22. Scully Mack, 15 on Pat Travers. That sold. Eddie Money for 10. We'll go ahead and sell that. Should have countered on that one. And then Brent on, let's see here. So Brent, is that for T or Temptations? And yes, these are non-check condition, buy it now, best offer. Non-check condition, buy it now, best offer. Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic, $22.99. Aerosmith, wow, that's a nice copy for $22.99. And then Journey Captured, that's a double LP, $34.99. Generators plugged and going. Thank you, Vladarchek. And the Doobie Brothers is $14.99. King Diamonds at 25. Andy Lane, you're out. All right, so first thing we have is Brent does want the Temptations. That's an awesome set there. That is so to Brent Robley. And then 38 special, 18, 19. And the first thing we're going to do is sell Ed Riviera, the 38 special for $19, okay? And then Stephen, you were second. Triumph is still available. It is Allied Forces. It is $19.99. And then Hiram Aponte gets Aerosmith for $18. And then sell Brent the Temptations for $35. Temps $35. That's so to Brent Robley for $35. King Diamonds at $28. Triumph is sold for $15 to Stephen Parton. Told y'all this was a great crate. Hall & Oates H2O, $19.99. Still got the Doobies and still got Journey. This is a buy now. Okay, our first-time buyer, too. We had a first-time buyer earlier. Mary, are you still with me? Mary Goff. Mary, make sure you have filled out the first-time buyer form. The link is in the description of the video, okay? The link is to our website is in the description of this live video. Please go fill that out and let me know when you've done that. Here's some more cassettes right quick. Honey Drippers, $6.99. Highway 101 and Paulette Carson reunited. That is actually still sealed. Here's one of those older Ampex cassette box. Herbie Mann, Memphis Underground. It's in one of those snap cases. Herbie Hancock, Future Shock. Herbie Mann, Herbie Hancock. Heavy Petting. And Janet Jackson, Control. Those are all $6.99, okay? No condition notes on Journey. It looked very nice, and the jacket doesn't have any ring wear. And that is usually something we see a lot of ring wear on. Hall & Oates is sold to Stephen Parton for, that's $15 if you want that. That was $19.99 on that. King Diamonds at $30. Also, Padres, National League champions. Wow, I've seen a lot of sports records. I've never seen that. Padres, 1999, 1984 National League champions, a Miller Lite promotional record. Also, we have New Shoes Poolside. New Shoes is $19.99, and the Judds, Rocking with the Rhythm. The Judds is $24.99, and Naked Eyes, What in the Name of Love, a 12-inch single from Naked Eyes, $12.99. So Heavy Petting, that cassette was sold to Andy Lane for $6.99, and then King Diamond is now at $32. And then we have No Problem, Stephen. Journey, what did we have on this? Jeff Hallsworth. I will sell you this, Jeff, for $25. $25 on that one. HH, that was for Herbie Hancock. That is sold to Michael Remza. They're still bidding on King Diamond. We got Emerson, Lake and Palmer Brain Salad Surgery, $19.99. Jethro Tull Thick as a Brick, non-newspaper type jacket. This is just a gatefold. Very nice, near mint, no condition notes. And Sticks Paradise Theater, that is $19.99 with the laser etching. I saw this in the bin. I have this already in my collection. This is $174.99. This is a rare record, though. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Looking Forward. This one came out in 1999. This is an original European press. That's a pretty scarce record. $174.99. It's a double LP. I remember seeing that laying in the back, and I was like, dang, that's a tough one to get. The one I got was from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. That's the last time I've seen one. It's been 2 years approximately since one of those have come through. King Diamond, King Diamond has a new bid. Hallsworth, Jeff gets the Journey for $25. Thank you on that. Let me step over here and get those Hatchet Ed, other miscellaneous items and whatnots. There's a half a little crate of 45s, a few CDs, and I got some new toys. These aren't just putbacks. These are new. And there's one box set over here, too, that I think was an auction. Whoa, don't fall. Almost dropped Jimi Hendrix. He wouldn't like that. Neither would I. Whoa. Okay. So there you go. See some stuff coming up. All right, so these are Reaction Super 7s. I got Jimi Hendrix from the Monterey Pop Festival outfit. We got Devo, Bob Mouther's Bog, I think. There's Cliff Burton from Metallica. These are all Reaction Super 7. There's Jimi Hendrix from Woodstock. There is another Devo, Bougie Boy. Devo and another Cliff Burton. So Devo, Cliff Burton, Hendrix, another Cliff Burton, another Devo, and another Jimi Hendrix. Okay, I don't have any Ozzy toys in stock. King Diamonds at $40. That's for Abigail. Brent offered $145 for CSNY, sold. And then ELP 15 sold, Tull 15 sold. Those are sold. CSNY, I've already sold that to him. And King Diamonds at $45. Simple Minds, New Gold Dream. And this is on the colored vinyl, $44.99. So that's the original pressing they did on the colored vinyl, $44.99 on that. We have Genesis Invisible Touch. That's in shrink wrap. Domino. What a nice looking copy that is. $19.99. Born in the United States of America. Bruce Springsteen. Gold Stamp Promo. $19.99. Nice. The Top Gun soundtrack. $34.99. Into the Danger Zone. We have New Shoes. Sold to Melissa Bailey for $14. Cliff Burton is $24.99. Let me take this off so you can see how cool the artwork is. Cliff Burton. $24.99. He's got his Misfit shirt on. They all like the Misfits, that's for sure. King Diamond is sold to Hiram Aponte for $45. Thank you on that. All right, let's keep going. Got Loverboy self-titled, $19.99. Billy Joel, The Stranger. Billy Joel is $14.99. Elton John, Too Low for Zero. I'm Still Standing. That's $19.99. Top Gun is sold to Alicia S. Also, John Cougar, American Fool. Another Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. That's a big album. And then over here, we got Jim Croce. Don't You Mess Around with Jim, $14.99. Walking Back to Georgia. This is actually in quad. It's a quad press, $14.99. Cliff Burton is sold to Kristen Driscoll. Thank you. I've got one more left if anybody wants one. And Tina Turner, Private Dancer, $24.99. The Genesis is $19.99. Still got Simple Minds. Still got John Cougar. Still got Billy Joel, Loverboy. Over here, we got Alan Parsons Project. There is Paul Schaefer wrote his name on the cover. Wow. This is part of the CBS Late Night with David Letterman. $19.99. iRobot. That actually says Paul Chayer, by the way. What a name. $19.99. And then over here, we got Croce. Croce is sold to Kenneth Jank. There you go. Greg Lee was second. Matthew Sherrick on Cougar for $15. Sold. And then we have Triumph, Just a Game. $19.99 for Triumph. Wow. Nat King Cole, Ramblin' Rose. That's in shrink, $9.99. Ed Riviera gets Genesis for $14. Also, we have Red Fox. Oh, my gosh. This is a nude cover. Bare Facts. That's one of those old, dirty Red Fox records, literally. I've never seen this. Is this literally? I'm going to have to take a peek. Is this legitimately... Okay, it's just their bare... Okay, it's just their backsides. I was like, what is on this cover? I've never seen this before. I had to sneak a peek. $19.99. Triumph is sold to Stephen Parton for $15. Billy Joel is sold to Leslie Holt for $9.99. And we have She Drives Me Crazy, $19.99. That's the 12-inch single. That's the 12-inch single. All right, what do we got over here in the Hatchet Ed crate? All right, the first 45 was an auction. It was two together. What have I done here? What is going on? Oh, yeah, I sold... Okay, that's when I was selling lots of three. All right, so... This is $30. I think I sold a lot of 345s. It's Van Phelan, a.k.a. F You Pay Me, Record Store Day Can Suck It, Van Valen, Wasteland, and Government Issued Murder, War Plague. Those three singles sold in a lot for $30. Those three singles sold in a lot for $30, okay? That's the first thing over here in this crate. So those are being sold together. Just FYI. The toys I have up are, I'm about to take them off the table because I got more LPs. I got Jimi Hendrix. That's his Monterey Pop Festival outfit. I got Bob Mothersbaugh from Devo. I got Jimi Hendrix in his Woodstock outfit. I got Cliff Burton, the original bass player from Metallica, and Devo Bougie Boy, the infantile spirit of de-evolution. These are all $24.99, okay? And the only duck I have in stock is Lemmy. I've got one rubber ducky of Lemmy, 24. He's holding a Jack Daniels bottle, okay? Tim Voldness gets the 45s for $30. Tim Graham was second. Joe Sontag on Red Fox for $15. Our next auction is Michael Jackson Thriller. And this is an 82 OG. I need to check the back of the jacket, though. A true OG, no co-produced, original under sleeve. And I love this hop sticker. It mentions Paul McCartney. This was sold back at Kmart. And this is an OG pressing. And it's a $20 start. $20 start. The Lemmy Motorhead duck is sold to Nick Bargeron. And Paul Brothers, I'll have to put you... I may have another one, though. Let's write down Paul Brothers' name. I think there might be one up front. Okay, next auction is Old Blue Eyes is Back. Frank Sinatra, $14.99. The Now Explosion... Great comp. Great comp. The Now Explosion, $9.99. Thriller, the vinyl. The vinyl was, I think I said VG++ or VG+, yeah. And that's a Seth grade, and he looks at these things underneath a microscope. Okay, next thing is Supertramp, Famous Last Words. Supertramp is $19.99. And Survivor, Caught in the Game. Survivor, $22.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Hooters, this is $19.99 for Hooters Ambrose. Hooters is $19.99. And we have Simply Red picture book. Simply Red is $19.99. So what's next in the 45 tab? This was probably $6.99. The Guess Who. No Time Left for You, On My Way To. The Guess Who. No Time. $6.99. And here's another lot of 3 for $14. This was Sigurd, Shoot It Up, and Sick and Wrong. Whoa. Those 3 singles were $14. A bundle of 3, $14. If anybody wants those, that's what those sold for, okay? You can just comment 14 or 45 bundle. Tim Voldness says he'll take them. Sold to Tim Voldness for $14. There we go. Tim was probably the backup bidder on a lot of these. Okay, Michael, wow, just one bid on Thriller. Final call. Also, we have Berlin Pleasure Victim. Berlin Pleasure Victim is $24.99. Berlin Pleasure Victim. Tony Basil, Word of Mouth. Mickey, You're So Fine, $24.99 on that. And we have Jackson Browne, Lawyers in Love. Jackson Browne is $14.99. And Country Rock, 18 classic tracks featuring the Doobie Brothers, Little Feat, CCR, Joe Walsh. I've never seen that before. $14.99 on Country Rock. MJ has a new bid for $21. And Chris Christopherson is $14.99. Spooky Ladies Sideshow. This is whoa, almost dropped my crate. $17. Led Zeppelin Immigrant Song, an OG record. That is definitely OG. $17 for Led Zeppelin. And of course, Hey, Hey, What Can I Do? About the only way you can get that on vinyl originally. MJ 23. And then what's on the comp? Are you talking about Country Rock or are you talking about Now Explosion, Jim? Let me know, because if you want Country Rock, then it's yours because Nick Bargeron wants it. Tim Voldness gets Led Zeppelin for $17. That's sold to Tim Voldness, $17. Then Chris Gardner, then Nick Bargeron. Joseph Ellis, you've been outbid on MJ. And then next over here, this was 3 records for $33. 3 records for $33. Slave, Scene, I Don't Know, and Slayer and TSOL, Abolish Government. So those 3 for $33. And those are sold to Tim Voldness. Okay. This is easy resell on these. Looks like there's a bunch of bundles left. Okay. Those are also sold to Tim Voldness. Jim Ciascio says, I'll take both comps. That's great. Great decision. Joseph Ellis, let me know on Michael Jackson Thriller. Also over here, I have Johnny Paycheck, Take This Job and Shove It, $19.99. Journeys to Glory, Spandau Ballet, Gold Stamp promo, $24.99 for that. Also, Jay Giles Band, Blow Your Face Out, $29.99. The Honey Drippers, Robert Plant, Jimmy Page, $24.99. The Firm, Mean Business, The Firm is $26.99. Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still, $19.99. Paul Hardcastle, 19. That is $14.99. That's a 12-inch single. Jackson Browne is $14.99. Heart, self-titled, is $19.99. And Georgia Satellites, self-titled, shrink-wrapped, $34.99. Keep your hands to yourself. Jim Ciascio on Johnny Paycheck, Take This Job and Shove It. There's that. And then this over here is sold. And this is sold for $23 to Kenneth Jank. Thriller, the best-selling album of all time. Okay, next is, now some of these I don't want to unbundle because it may just be a mystery. $14 for 745s. They've already got them packaged for shipping. 7 records for $14. I bet somebody's willing to buy those sight unseen. Tim Voldness was first. I got another one coming up that's even a better deal. Boy, he's going to be hard to beat. He's going to be hard to beat on these. Also, my crate's full. Let me swap out crates. Let me get a new empty crate to fill up, and we're going to recap these. What else did I promise? A new vinyl recap. Let's do another vintage buy it now best offer. Yes, has everybody hit the like button? That would be excellent. And more cassettes. And we're going to try to find some to auction over here. Got a few more LPs as well. That was our 7th crate of full vinyl tonight sold. Goodness. All right, let's do this Kiss cassette. It's worthy of an auction. I've had it set aside. And then, is there any more metal handy? Any more metal? Not on this top layer. I can definitely see some on the next layer, but we're not ready to get into those yet. So let's do this one cassette, Kiss cassette. And then, let's see here. We'll start bringing... We're going to do this one by itself because I think it's pretty good. Actually, I'll put some with it. I'll put a few with it to make it a little bit better lot. We'll do 4. And then... Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, the next several handfuls will probably just be buy it nows. So, here we go. Love Gun, Animalize, Lick It Up, and I was going to sell this one by itself. Kiss, the best of solo albums, which I think is a Holland import. So all 4 Kiss cassettes, a $20 start. Okay? Those are now up for bid. Ross wants the satellites. Let me find a new empty crate right quick. Let me do this. Laura has sent me pictures for tomorrow's auctions. Tomorrow's auctions. Rush, Depeche Mode, Bruce Springsteen, Concrete Blonde, Depeche Mode, 4 Non-Blondes, The Wrestling Album, Depeche Mode, The Specials, Echo and the Bunnymen, Afro Man, Kraftwerk, U2, The Smiths, Generation X. Who is this down here? I don't know who that is. St. Johnny, Speed is Dreaming, Counting Crows, Kiss, LL Cool J, Big Todd and the Monsters, Bowie, X, Britney Spears, 10 Years, The Cure, Tears for Fears, Judas Priest, Sex Pistols, Led Zeppelin, Bob Marley, Sheryl Crow. Whoa, is that a real Melancholy? Whoa, a real Melancholy? Paul Westerberg, Radiohead, Gorillaz. What is this over here? I don't know what that is. Anybody know what that? I don't know what that is. And that's it. And then I've got more Japanese stuff as well. All right, let's see who's paying attention. Oh, okay. 1, 2. Here, let's just re-auction these. That way we can give a... we can actually have an auction going on, okay? So this was 945s. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Y'all probably remember when we were selling all this stuff off. 945s, a $1 start. Shrapnel, the shivering, slip, the slow death, slow season, skeleton, stench, and silk flowers. 9 records. That's what they sold for the last time. Okay? What did Danzig pull tonight? $550. $550. Okay, I still hadn't found an empty crate. Bear with me. I'm walking in circles. I'm walking in Memphis. And then I'll see a few more questions. I hadn't forgot about everybody. Okay. Ross got satellites. Tony Basil was $24.99. Lawyers in Love was $14.99. Let's read these one more time. Big Head Todd, let me go look at it again. Big Head Todd was... Stratagem, Strategem, Strategem. Okay. Here we go. If you need a price, let me know. Some of them I'm going to tell you the price of. I might tell the price on all of them. Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, $14.99. Hall & Oates H2O, $19.99. The Padres, National League Champions, 1984. A sports record I've never seen, $19.99. The Judds was $24. Naked Eyes was $12.99. What in the Name of Love? Sticks was $19.99. And this, of course, has the laser etching. Too much time on my hands. Simple Minds, $44.99. It's on colored vinyl, which is the original 83 for that, $44.99. Don't forget, these are all best offers. I made a deal on everything in here. Gold Stamp Promo, Bruce, $19.99. Loverboy is $19.99. Elton John, Too Low for Zero, $19. Tina Turner's $24. Private Dancer. Alan Parsons, $19. Does have some writing on the cover. The singles are at $31. Jeremy Bryant, you're out. Robert Varner, you're out. Tim has them for $31 right now. Nat King Cole is $9.99. She Drives Me Crazy. That's the 12-inch single. $19.99 on that. Old Blue Eyes is back. That's a very clean copy of Old Sinatra. Supertramp is $19.99. Survivor was $22.99. Hooters was $19.99. Simply Red, $19.99. That one's called Picture Book. And then Berlin, Pleasure Victim. Berlin's $24.99. These all best offer, new rival. Tony Basil, $24. Mickey, You're So Fine. Jackson Brown was $14. We have Chris Christopherson, $14.99. Two $35 on Simple Minds. Let's sell it. The first person, though, was Michael Rimza. Broken Sconce gets Elton John for $15. I'm Still Standing. That is sold. Steve Riley gets Tony Basil for $20. Joe DeGaldo gets Lawyers for $10. We got Tom Sullivan on Berlin for $16. What happened to that? Berlin on $16. Also, we have Journeys to Glory, Spandau Ballet, $24.99. Journeys to Glory. Also, Jay Giles is $29.99. Adam Bernardi's going to get Sinatra for $12. Let's just make that $12, Adam. Thank you. We got the Honey Drippers for $24.99. Simply Red is sold to Greg Preston for $14. Also, The Firm is $26.99. And we have Don Henley, $19.99. I Can't Stand Still. Paul Hardcastle, $14.99. Heart Self-Titled's $19.99. And Jackson Brown, Lawyers in Love, $14.99. All right, so these all are sold then to Tim Voldens for $31. Well, that's pretty good. That's more than they sold for the last time. Robert's saying the shrapnel in there was pretty good. Okay, and then there was 3 CDs. Psycho Stick, which looks like it's autographed. Tony Sly and Judgment Night. It's a single, Faith No More. $6.99 each on those. By the way, these 4 Kiss can be bought for $35. Fine Young Cannibals, 10, PC 8, and Firm 17. All right, so Fine Young Cannibals, I'll need a small bump on that. I'll do it for 12. Did I pull Lawyers? What did I pull earlier? I thought I pulled a Lawyers in Love already. There's 2 in the crate. Okay. There's 2 Lawyers in Love in the crate. Okay, that threw me for a loop. And Adam, I've already pulled you one. There's 2 in the bin. Sorry, that confused me. Adam says he'll do 10. Okay, that's a different person. So Adam gets one for 10 and Joe DeGaldo. Okay. And then, let's see, PC, Paul Hardcastle, 8. Let's do that for 10. And I'll do 17 on the Firm, though. I'll do 17 on the Firm if you'll do 10 and 12 on those, Chris. All right? And then the JN CD is sold to Michael Rimza for $6.99. You got it. Okay, and that leaves those 2. Excellent. So these are sold to Chris Gardner, and that was 12, 10, and 17. Paul will be at the store tomorrow, yes. Paul and John, and possibly Laura. I sometimes don't know their schedules, though. Hey, that was a great crate. How about we do another one? And I'm going to put up a couple of new auctions. Anybody want to make an offer on the Kiss? Or at this point, if you want to buy any of them individually. Okay, and so only 145 didn't sell. The guess who? $7 their best offer. Same thing. I just need to sell this stuff. Hatchet Ed left over. I'm like, let's get it sold. Jay Giles has sold Adam Bernardi for 20. I love going through new, clean, nice arrivals from new collections. And probably about the only, well, I'm kind of surprised Spandau Ballet didn't get an offer. Probably the only other reason none of these other ones didn't sell, we get all these quite often. And if there was an offer on Padres, I can't do 5 on that. I would do 15, Ross, but I can't do 5 on the Padres. Most of these other records, we have almost every night. So that's probably why they're still left. Those are very common, but they're big sellers. That's why John keeps putting them out. So let's go through another crate, and let's do it. And I'm liking the way these look. Let's go over here and take a peek in this one then. Oh, I'm liking this too. Ooh. Ooh. Gosh. Well, I see about 2 that should not be discounted at all. They're almost auction worthy. And then the rest are really good titles, and they're all in really good looking condition. So let's sell everything in here. I think we can. I think if we put our minds together, we'll figure it out. All right, Ross said he would do 15 on the old Padres record. All right, let me figure out what I've done with it. So to Ross Way, and then 25 on the Kiss lot. Sold to Andy Lane. Okay. 1 second, please. Check on something over here. Okay. I see what has happened here. Wow. Okay, sorry. Okay. Oh, man. Any no sales? There's a Japanese Paul McCartney and a Japanese Rolling Stones. 35 for Paul McCartney and 35 for the Stones. And let's put up another auction. This is a 12-inch single of Sledgehammer, and that's Peter Gabriel, of course. Peter Gabriel Sledgehammer is an 86 US OG Maxi single, VG condition, and guess what? We're going to put it up for just a $5 start. $5 start, okay? And my toys are in the way. Stones, $35, and McCartney's $35. Rage is new and sealed, $29.99. New and sealed, $29.99. Okay. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Steve Miller Band, I Want to Fly Like an Eagle, 1999. Well, let me finish sending this last text right quick. It's pretty important, honestly. All right. Sorry. So McCartney 35, Tim Vigari got Rage. He's going to take it. Sledgehammer 6, Steve Miller Band. Adam, I'll do $15 on it. Stephen Parton, I'll sell you the Rolling Stones for 25. Ross, you're second on Rage. I'll have to get you on a waiting list if that's okay. Peter Gabriel 5, Peter Gabriel 6, Peter Gabriel 7, Peter Gabriel 7. Buddy Cordova, Steve Miller. I've already sold it to Adam for $15. Peter Gabriel, 10. Over here, we have REO Speedwagon 2, $19.99. REO Speedwagon, Blue Epic label, $19.99. Folks, we're new arrivals. Great stuff. Higher grade vinyl. Nice. Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred, $19.99. Gamma 2. Gamma is $19.99. Gamma 2, that's $19.99. And Roxy Music Avalon. Roxy Music's $24.99. Beija, Time and Tide, that's in Shrink and Hop for $19.99. And Peter Frampton, I'm in you, is just $9.99. How much are the Devo figures? They are $24.99 each. Mother's Ball and then the baby looking one. And let me take this stack of miscellaneous stuff right around the corner right quick. And let me stack that right there before something happens to it. And what is this, Friday night? Wow, we got a whole nother night of selling too. Goodness gracious, lots going on. Yeah, these are all buy it now or best offer. Ed Riviera is in on REO at 14. Thank you. Let's get everything in here. So next is Carly Simon's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Jazz Man, Sweet Seasons. So many great songs on that. We have Carly Simon, that's $9.99, Boys in the Tree. And Phil Collins, No Jack Required. Phil Collins, There's a Girl That's Been on My Mind All the Time, Studio. Hey, speaking of Metallica figures, I've got more. We've already tagged one Cliff Burton. Let me show you another Cliff Burton. And this one was actually a waiting list. This one was actually, in fact, a waiting list. And this one, I probably need to go ahead and bring out. It's really cool, actually. And let me take this stack of cassettes. All these cassettes are sold. And let me put these right around the corner. And right here, done. Okay. And I probably need to open my laptop for this and let y'all know about some this waiting list. Laptop, please. Thank you. And y'all are going to like these if you're a Metallica fan. But also, which ones are you specifically talking about on the Metallica figures? So Cliff Burton, the waiting list on these are Steve Weaver and Oso Adventure. Oso, that's why I thought of you. Because you said Metallica, and you actually was on a waiting list for this one. This is the clip. I've got 2 more left if anybody else wants one. Let me show you what they look like here. I've got 2 left. Steve Weaver and Oso's getting one. They're a Super 7 reaction. Look at that. I love the artwork on the box. And then it's more articulated. He's got a couple extra heads. He's got the bird. He's got a guitar that's flaming with space fire ice. I've got 2 extra Cliff Burtons, and those are $59.99. And 2 were sold. I'm going to go ahead and take those in there so we don't forget to tag them. And yeah, I've got 2 extras. And I'm going to put those right over here. Sorry for the delay. But if I don't do something like that, then we'll forget about it. I got puzzles too. I should have done this hours ago, but that's okay. All right, there's all those. And Cliff Burton, $59.99, brand new. All right, let's figure out where we're at on Peter Gabriel. It's been up for a long time. So Peter Gabriel, 10. Edwin got RO for 14. That was REO Speedwagon, right? Yeah, and then Peter Gabriel was at 10, and now it's at 11, okay? So Tim Vergara, you got outbid for that. And then Phil Collins is $19.99, and Gamma is sold for 14 to Melissa Bailey. Okay. These. No, they don't make, these are just through Cliff Burton. So this is from like a Cliff Burton Foundation. Proceeds will benefit the Cliff Burton Scholarship Fund. So these are just licensed. They pretty much make Cliff Burton stuff, but they don't make any kind of Metallica stuff like that. It's like his own brand almost that I think his family is tied to, and they do it for like a scholarship through Metallica. I think Metallica's involved, but they don't make anything Metallica like that. Just Cliff Burton stuff, like those figures, and like the ones I just had. There's no Kurt or James. They just make Cliff Burton. There's all kinds of Cliff Burton stuff, but they don't really make a lot of Metallica. Ed Riviera gets Phil Collins for 14. Next, buy it now, best offer. Foreigner. This has got the die-cut cover. It's the gatefold jacket, $29.99. This is essentially a Foreigner greatest hits. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Power Station. That is Robert Palmer, John Taylor, Tony Thompson, and Andy Taylor. Robert Palmer, the Taylor brothers from Duran Duran, $24.99. Oso says he wants one of these. I am sold out of the Cliff Burtons, but I still have Devo, Hendrix, by the way. Also, Jay Giles Freeze Frame, a nice copy in shrink wrap, original on her sleeve, $19.99. Peter Gabriel's at 14 with Edwin. Tim, you're out. Christian, you're out. Adam, you're out. Edwin has it for 14. Botman Turner Overdrive, live. That's $14.99 for BTO. And Robert Palmer Riptide. Robert Palmer Riptide is $19.99. Robert Palmer Riptide. And Glass Tiger Thin Red Line. Glass Tiger is $19.99. That is available. So is Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. That's $19.99. Peter Gabriel 12, Peter Gabriel 13, Peter Gabriel 14, Peter Gabriel 15, and then, or actually still 14. PS for 15 was probably for Power Station, Patrick Lear. Sell that to Patrick Lear for $18 if he wants it. If not, it goes to Stephen Pardon. Also over here, this is Steve Miller Band Sailor, $19.99. Steve Miller Band Sailor, green capital label, $19.99 on that. Peter Gabriel's at 18. And this is Yes Big Generator, $19.99 for Yes Big Generator. And the Alan Parsons Project, Turn of a Friendly Card. Wow, that jacket is really nice. Very nice jacket. Original on her sleeve. That's $19.99. Power Station is sold to Stephen Parton for $18. The Cars. What a nice looking copy of Candy O. Wow. Has the original on her sleeve with it. $26.99 for the Cars Candy O, $26.99. Also over here, we have Donna Summer Bad Girls. Donna Summer is $14.99. And Chili Whack, and this is $9.99. I don't know. I have seen a lot of Chili Whack. I don't know if I've ever seen this one called Seguin or Sieg, S-E-G-U-E. That's $9.99. Stephen Parton gets the Cars for $20. So Peter Gabriel's at $18 with Tim Vigari. The last bidder was Ed Riviera, so it's up to him on that. Also, Journeyman by Eric Clapton, $34.99. $34.99 for Eric Clapton Journeyman. And then Atlanta Rhythm Section Dog Days, $9.99. The Kinks State of Confusion, the Kinks is $14.99. And Marvin Gaye's Greatest Hits, Volume 2, How Sweet It Is to Be in Love by You, that is $24.99. Janet Jackson Black Cat, never seen that before. Janet Jackson, $19.99. And Gamma is $19.99. Dog, that is a Dog Days, Atlanta Rhythm. Sell that to Adam Bernardi for $7. And Yes, Fragile with the book, Fragile by Yes, $24.99. That's a 5-digit mid-70s reissue, but nice, $24.99. Tim Vigari on Eric Clapton, that's a nice one. Final call on the Peter Gabriel for $18. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, Rumors, has the original lyric insert, $34.99. It is a second label, though. Nice copy, though, $34.99. We have Elvis Costello with the bonus EP, $29.99. This Janet Jackson is a 12-inch single, yeah. It is Black Cat. It has 6 different mixes, $19.99. Devo, take a look at this. It is with poster and the bonus single and shrink wrap for $39.99. That's auction worthy. I don't know if that needs a discount, if I'm going to be honest. Peter Gabriel, $18 on Tim Vigari. I saw that earlier and I was like, wow, is this real? Is this really what I think it is? Devo and shrink and hype and all that. And then this here is Elvis, Pure Gold. Elvis is $14.99. Robert Gordon with Link Ray. Robert Gordon is $19.99. Robert Gordon with Link Ray. That is very nice. $19.99 on that. Yes 18, Yes 20. Also, Rock Cats live at the Ritz. That's a gold stamp promo. $19.99. And Rockpile, Seconds of Pleasure. Rockpile, Nick Lowe, Dave Edmonds with the EP, $24.99. And Amy Grant, Heart in Motion. Amy Grant from 1991, $39.99 on that. Ed Riviera's first on Yes. Let's sell him that for $20. Thank you, Ed Riviera. That is so to you. Montrose, Paper Money. Montrose is $19.99. Paper Money. That's a clean copy. Montrose. And the Sammy Davis Jr. show with guest stars Sinatra and Dean Martin. What a cool record that is. Wow, that's a heavy. Why is this so heavy? It feels like it's 300-gram vinyl. Nothing else in this jacket. It must be this disc. Golly, this is impressive. Wow. That's just a cut above on that one. Original Reprise, $9.99. I'm going to keep it outside of the jacket, actually. It's in that Original Reprise. A little crinkle in it. Also, we have Genesis Live. $19.99 on Genesis Live. Wow, there's some great titles in here. Hall & Oates, that's a self-title for $19.99. Adam Bernardi on Sammy Davis Jr. We have Journey for $19.99. Frontiers. We have Tim Vigari first on Montrose. Melissa Bailey, 7 on Chili Whack. That is sold right here for $7. Chili Whack. Hey, Melissa, there's still a Gamma in there, too. There's another Gamma. I don't know if you saw that. Gamma 1. Steve, you were second on Sammy Davis. Wow, Stevie Wonder, a 1966 original Tamala Motown. That is $49.99. Over here, we got Gordon for $12, and that was Gordon. I'll go ahead and sell that to Adam for $12. Devo is $39.99. Devo, it's in shrink with the poster and the bonus 45, $39.99. Also, Styx is $18.99. Andy Lane on Genesis for $15. Sell that to Andy Lane for $15. Willie Nelson, Chris Christopherson, music from Songwriter, $14.99. And Jackson Brown, Running on Empty with the booklet, Jackson Brown, $19.99. I have another auction for you, and that other auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be this. It is going to be the following. It is going to be Styx, and this is their debut album, a 79 German press. Right now, when we listed this, or tagged this, there was only 2 listed in the United States. It's a strong VG just due to light scuffing. Styx debut album, a German press, $10 start on that. Tim Voldness, 33 for Devo. I will do $36. That would be 10% off. And I don't know if you caught it earlier, but I said that was very much worthy of an auction. Probably for a $35 start with poster and single. But yeah, I'll do 36 on it. Price on the Doobie's Greatest Hits 2. Doobie's Greatest Hits 2 is Doobie's Greatest Hits 2. Where was that? That was back here, wasn't it? Hold on a second. So Devo, sell that to Tim Voldness for 36. Sell this to Tim Vergari for 10. And then Doobie's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Must be in here. It is not in here. Not in here. We have A New Flame by Simply Red. That is $19.99. Supertramp, Crime of the Century. This is got Bloody Well Right on it. Supertramp is $19.99. Styx has one bid with John McPatriot for $10. There's another one of those dirty Red Fox records. Laugh Your Head Off. Red Fox is $14.99. Styx has another $10 bid, this time with Josh Brown, so they're tied. Elton John, Breaking Hearts is $19.99. Elton John has the original under sleeve with it. Nice. Elton John is $19.99. Billy Joe, Nylon Curtain. Billy Joe, $14.99. And Jethro Tull, Aqualung. Jethro Tull, Aqualung, $19.99. Chrysalis label. Very nice. Billy Joe, Nylon Curtain. I think I just showed that, $14. And we have Triumph, Never Surrender. Another Triumph, and this time $19.99 for Never Surrender, clean copy. Eddie Money, Live for the Taking, $14.99. Pure Prairie League is $14.99. And Eddie Money, self-titled, 2 Tickets to Paradise, $14.99. Wow, a lot of great titles in there. I think we probably need to read through those one more time. Let me also make sure I've shown all the miscellaneous, both Hatchet Ed and new arrivals. I know I've got a few puzzles, but we can wait on those. That way everybody knows they were tagged for a waiting list. So this guy also bought a lot of Hard Rock Cafe buttons. I got those. I don't know if I want to do those right now. And then there's one box set here that didn't get paid for. I definitely did show this. And it's at a great price because I think these new were, the sticker's still on it. These new were $250. This is a sealed Tom Petty Wildflowers and all the rest, $160. Tom Petty Wildflowers and all the rest. A 9 LP Super Deluxe, $160 is what that sold for. And I'm willing to sell it again right now for $160. And like I said, the original retail on that was $249.99. Okay? $160. Let's go over here, and we got the following. Styx, $10. Styx, 12. Sorry, it was Foreigner. Okay, so Chuck, let me go find that Foreigner again. Yeah, Foreigner Records was... It was right in here. Did I move it? Yeah. So, Chuck, this was $29.99, and I think there's been an offer. There's an offer for it for $22. So, you got dibs. You asked about it first. Styx got bids, once again, 10, 10, 11, 12. Then Brogan offered 15 for Jethro Tull. And then Styx got bids for 12, 13, 13, 13, 16. And then 20, then 22. And then Simply Red is sold to Jim Davis for 12. Go ahead and sell that to Jim for 12. Styx 22, 23. And we got 2 offers on Tom Petty, 140 and 160. Patrick, you got dibs. It is sealed. It does have a couple tears in the shrink. But yeah, it's never been opened. There's a tear right up here and right up here. So, Patrick, it's up to you. The 9 LP set. I'll lay it right over here in pending. He said he will take it. All right, Chris, you were second. That's sold for $160. Thanks to both of y'all. And so let's go ahead and sell Foreigner for $22. And that's sold to Scully Mac. Nice pickup there. All right, they're still being on Styx. I think this one is worthy of another fast read-through because I kind of took a break right in the middle of it. Maybe we'll get everybody refocused and let's read through those again, all right? And we might do one more. And Chad needs an energy drink. I'm starting to like rub my eyes and yawn and stuff. I'm like, man, it's only midnight. It's only midnight though. But man, we had a pretty intense sale tonight. We've been full force for a while. Goodness gracious. I hadn't really took a time to even pause. I gotta go get something to drink and snack on. I want a bed. Sorry, it's Patrick's for 160. Cassettes. Yeah, I got to get woke up, though. I'm starting to rub my eyes and yawn. Holy moly. See, I had a blue juice, and I haven't had a monster, and my energy's wearing off. We got Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred, $19.99. Also, I can't believe there's a Robert Plant still left. Roxy Music Avalon with that great song, More Than This, $24.99. Sticks is still getting bids. Beja, Time and Tide, Shrink and Hop stickers, $19.99. Peter Frampton was $9.99. These are all EX Plus or better. Carole King's Greatest Hits, Jazz Man, Sweet Seasons, $19.99. Carly Simon, $9.99. Boys in the Trees. Jay Giles is $19.99. That's Freeze Frame, Bachman Turnover Drive Live, $14.99. Robert Palmer is $19.99. That's Riptide. Also, Glass Tiger is $19.99. I'll do 15 on Plant. Bruce Springsteen, $19.99. And we have an offer for 14, either for Plant or Palmer. I'm at 15, though. Steve Miller Band's $19.99. Sticks is at 30 with Sig. Yes, Big Generator. It's the Rhythm of Love, $19.99 for Yes. Also, Alan Parsons is $19.99. Turn of a friendly card. Donna Summer, Bad Girls, $14.99. The Kinks, State of Confusion, $14.99. And Marvin Gaye's Greatest Hits Volume 2, How Sweet It Is. I'll Be Doggone. Ain't That Peculiar? Wow, there's some great songs on there. $24.99. All right, so Stephen Parton does get the Robert Plant for $15. All right, that's so to him. Gamma 1 is $19.99. Now, is Phil Collins on this one? I don't think so. That kind of looks like them. $19.99. Also, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $34. DS for $9. That's Donna Summer. Sell that to Jackie Reynolds. Sticks is still getting bids. Costello has the EP with it. That's $29.99. Also, Janet Jackson, $19.99. That's the 12-inch single. Elvis Pure Gold, Kentucky Rain, $14.99. Rockettes, Live at the Ritz, $19.99. Gold stamp promo. Rock Pile, and that is with the Nick Lowe, Dave Edmonds EP. That's $24.99. Amy Grant is from 1991. That's $39.99. No condition notes. Probably not many of those made on vinyl. Hall & Oates is $19.99. Journey Frontiers is $19.99. Stevie Wonder, Uptight, 1966. Sticks Cornerstone is $18.99. Jackson Brown with Booklet is $19.99. Brogan Scone said he would do $10. He'll do a Hamilton on the Elvis, sold. Supertramp is $19.99. Crime of the Century. And we have Red Fox, $14.99. Elton John, Breaking Hearts, $19.99. Billy Joe, Nylon Curtain, that is $14.99. Triumph, here's one I'm kind of surprised. Well, I bet it will sell right now. $19.99 on Triumph with the original under sleeve. Jackson Brown sold for $15 to Kevin Cassidy. Also, Eddie Money is $14.99. Also, Pure Prairie League, $14. And Eddie Money again, $14. Wow, back-to-back kind of Eddie Money's there. Now they're back-to-back. All right, Sticks is at 35. Greg's out. I think we're about to sell that. Kevin, I got you down for Jackson Brown. I see a Supertramp claim. How about we grab some cassettes? Did I see? I did not see anything. I will check that. I'm sure Ed's left me a note. I have a stack of note reminders from Ed and other stuff over here, so I probably need to check that. All right, let's do some buy it nows. Let's do some buy it nows. And on cassettes, and I got one auction lot, okay? So buy it nows on cassettes and then one auction lot. The auction lot for cassettes is Cinderella. Cinderella still climbing in the original purple cartridge. Nice. Cinderella Heartbreak Station and Cinderella Long Cold Winter. 3 Cinderella cassettes, a $15 start, okay? Mike Brangle was first on Supertramp, sold. Brogan Sconce first on Triumph for $15, sold. Christina Curtis on Red Fox for $10, sold. Cornerstone, Sticks, Adam, let's do that for $12. Edwin, you were second on Triumph. And Sticks is officially sold to Sig for $35. 3 Cinderellas, a $15 start. Cornerstone is sold to Adam for $12. Gamma 1 is sold for $15 to Ron Duffield. These cassettes are $6.99, okay? I have $6.99 each, 5 Huey Lewis. Huey Lewis and News 4 chords and several years ago. Small World is sealed, never been opened. 4 Sports and Picture This. Those are all Huey Lewis, $6.99 each. 3 different journeys. Greatest Hits, Raised on Radio, and Escape. Classics. $6.99. 5 different Huey Lewis and Journey. Okay? Are you sure nobody wants to do $20 for both Eddie Moneys? 10 and 10? Surely somebody would do that deal. $20, 10 and 10 on Eddie Money. And then what else am I kind of surprised by? It's a pricier record, but that's so nice. Uptight, Journey in the Bend, Frontiers. That one has Separate Ways on it, and Send Her My Love and Faithfully. That was $19.99. And then probably Rumors is still available, $34, and so is Marvin Gaye. It's $24. Don't hesitate to make offers. Yes, it's in there. Big Generator, $19.99. Carole King Greatest Hits at $19. And Roxy Music. There's some pretty good titles right in there. Still available. Cinderella's at $25. Michael Ruttman, You're Out. Oso says he's done. All those right there are $6.99 each. Buy it now. Okay. First thing I need to do is let me play a little cleanup. And Mark Price says he'll do both 80s for 10 and 10. All right, great, excellent. Those sold to Mark Price. Let me do a little bit of. I got to do a lot of stuff. But first thing I need to do is figure out where that last crate of new arrivals went to, because we can almost condense these now. What did I do with those? Is this these? I'm speaking in tongues. Hold on a second. Yeah, these are the last bin right here. All right. 12 for Janet. Sold. Christina Curtis. Sold. Okay. Let's move this here. Move this here. Move these here. All right, so that's what's left after going through 2 crates like that. Let's move these right there. And price on it was $49.99. So it is a 66 press. But it's nice. You can tell somebody stored it in this. I mean, look at it. For a Stevie Wonder record, everybody get a good look at the grooves. Wow. That is unbelievable, honestly. Everything's uptight, and it's a 66. Nice jacket. That is extremely hard to get in that kind of condition. $49.99. Yes is $19.99. Alicia wants the 3 Journey cassettes at $6.99 each. You got them. I'm going to move these back here now. So what if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $20 for all the Huey Lewis? $20 for all the Huey Lewis. Bundling those together. Sell Yes to Adam Bernardi for $12. Stevie Wonder was stereo. Stereo on that. Oso's offered $40. Sold to Oso for $40. Already gone. The Cinderella cassettes are at $29. Michael Ruttman's out. Huey Lewis bundle on that, and the Jethro. Yeah, I think all the Jethro Tulls has sold. James Vasquez gets the Huey Lewis bundle for $20. All right. And he's out on Cinderella. Those 3 Cinderellas sold to Nick Bargeron for $29. Moving some cassettes, too. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this off the table for a second. I wonder if Sean Drewin's still watching. We had somebody request a new vinyl recap. And basically, I'm going to do this in 30 seconds flat so I can just take the crate off the table right quick. And just remind you all about some of the new stuff that came in, including a restock of Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying, music on vinyl, $39.99. Sleep Token, This Place Will Become Your Tomb, $36.99. Demue Bigor Storm Blast for $33. Smash the 80s, a double LP, $33.99. King Diamond Abigail, blue vinyl. Glad to have those back in stock. Just $36.99. Mammoth is $36.99. Black Ice colored vinyl. Windy City Blues is $19.99. Ornette Coleman, that is Bernie Grumman. Craft, Acoustic Sounds. Tomorrow is the Question, $29.99. Metal Massacre, that is on red vinyl for $38. Bob Marley, an Abbey Road half-speed master, $39.99. Cancer to the Glory End is $38. Chad Schneider on King Diamond. Very glad to have these back in stock on blue vinyl, $36.99. Over here, Government Mule is on orange and red smoke colored vinyl for $33.99. Prong is the newest music on vinyl, clear and red marble vinyl, numbered, $39.99. So that was Prong, Government Mule, Cancer, Bob Marley, Metal Massacre, Ornette Coleman, Windy City Blues, Mammoth, King Diamond, Demue, Sleep Token, and Stevie Ray Vaughan. The end cap is empty. That's true. We sold that last copy of Rage out of there. So all those are available. And let me take this crate off the table. I'm going to move it over here to my side just so I can have some breathing room over here. Let's put up another sticks auction. Yeah, I've got another sticks auction. And yeah, we're about to do another buy it now best offer crate because these last two have went so well. I mean, why not? It's Saturday night. We're doing discount stuff. One of my favorite covers of all time, definitely my favorite sticks cover. This is right here. This is Sticks, the Man of Miracles, a 79 German EX, a nice copy. And when we tagged this, there was only 3 in the United States. Sticks is a German press, a $20 start. That is a German press, okay? Over here, we have, yes, Harold, you did get a Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And Chad is a first-time buyer, and he has registered and filled out the form. Welcome, Chad Snyder. Hopefully, you can make some more purchases between now and tomorrow night. $8 limited shipping. Harold Ackerman, you did get a Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yes. Scott Arnold, I will sell you Journey for $15. I will meet you in the middle on that one at $15. Okay? $15 on that. I'm looking forward to eating your pizza later, Scott. I guess I should cut you a deal, right? You did just send us a pizza. A piece of pizza. All right. Sticks is at 20. And there's another bid for 20. Chad's a whole day ahead. I knew the lag was bad, but did I say it's Saturday night? Friday night? Friday night. It's Friday night, right? It's Friday night. What did I say? Saturday? Probably. Okay, here we go. Here's this right here. Let's get right to it. First thing I have is Oasis. What's the Story? Morning Glory. This is $44.99. That's a 2 LP, double vinyl. That is $44.99. Batman, the 66 soundtrack. That is $33. So is Kiss Cycle Circus. We got 2 of those. REM Monsters, $33. Joy Division's $33. Also, Psycho, Alfred Hitchcock Psycho, $29. And the Cult Pure Singles, that's 2 LP, $38. Slayer, Monsters of Rock, $39. Creator, I've got one left. That is Gods of Violence for $39. Montel Jordan, This Is How We Do It, $39.99. Exodus, Exhibit B, The Human Condition, gold vinyl. Exodus is $36. And Slayer, Live Undead, blue and black, $34. All right, let's go find some more cassettes, okay? We just did a Cinderella lot, chipping away at this top layer. And how about we do this right here? I've got these right here, and we've got these 3 here, okay? Doing lots, that helps me out a lot, doing some lots. The first one I have here is lot of 3 Dawkins, okay? Dawkin. That's Beast from the East, Back for the Attack, and Dream Warriors. Check this out. That's pretty cool. I've never seen that much as a cassette. Dream Warriors, that's the theme from Nightmare on Elm Street 3. 3 Dawkins cassettes, a $20 start. 3 Dawkins cassettes, a $20 start. Sticks 22, Sticks 22, Sticks 25. Sean, are you sure you wasn't already on a waiting list for this? No, somebody else was. Somebody was on a, no, you said Creator. Okay, you said Creator and Exodus. All right, so Sean drew in on Creator. Joy Division is Unknown Pleasures. Their classic debut album, 180 gram, $33.99. Tough to find an original of that. Sean Drew wants an Exodus. Darren Johnson wants a Joy Division, and there's one, wrong record. There is going to be one left if you want it. Mike Brangle, Thank you, Darren Johnson. Okay, Joy Division sold to him. So 3 Dawkins, $20 start. And then these are $6.99 each. Journey Departure, I've got 2 of them. Journey Dream After Dream, Journey Looking to the Future, and their great debut album, $6.99. So all those are individually all journeys. And let's sell the Journey to Scott Brown for $12 in that last bin. All right, let's sell this to Scott Brown for $12. Journey Frontiers, okay? That's sold to Scott Arnold for $12. Dawkins has a bid for $20. Sticks has a bid for $30. Another great crate there of new vinyl. One more time, Kiss, Slayer, Exodus, Montel Jordan, Slayer, The Cult, Psycho, Joy Division, REM, Batman, and Oasis. Lately, I really want to know your garden grows around something. Lately. That is my best Liam Gallagher, or whichever one is the lead singer. Lately. Oh. Okay. All right. Was there another crate? Yeah, there should be 2 more crates of new vinyl. There they are. All right. And was that Exhibit B? Yes, that was Exhibit B. Yes. Buddy Cordova wants the other Exodus, but before that, Alicia wants Journey Departure, okay? We'll give you that one right there for $6.99. And then Buddy Cordova wants Exodus, and then pass on Joy Division. Bought one here not too long ago, okay? So now there's 2 copies of Joy Division left. Oh, no, wait a minute. No, that's his. He's saying he's passing, okay. I didn't actually tag you for one, but let's get Exodus for Buddy Cordova. Exodus for Buddy Cordova. All right, that was the last copy. Sticks is at 32. Doc and Lot is at 22. Keep people wait for. I think you are. Let me look and see, but I think you are. What have I done with my laptop? What have I done with everything? Here we go. Let's move this. This was Hatchet Ed stuff, right? Yeah. All right, that's Hatchet Ed. There's going to be a couple. There's going to be probably 3 videos tomorrow. There's probably going to be a new vinyl recap at 6 a.m. Of course, if you're watching right now, you're about to see it, unless you are literally about to fall asleep. And then the next thing is there's going to be a 9 a.m. vintage crate, and then probably at noon I'm going to do a Hatchet Ed recap, and that's pretty much going to be like a new vinyl video as well. So I'll check on that waiting list, but let's go ahead and write it down to make sure. Here's some more new vinyl, and this new vinyl here was mostly audiophile stuff, so very quickly. Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy, 2 LP, $59.99. Stone Temple Pilots, Mo-Fi, Tiny Music, $59. Pronounced Leonard Skinner's, $59. Also, we got In Step by Stevie Ray Vaughan, that's $46. Ice-T Original Gangster is $38.99. Queensryche, Mind Crime at the Moor, live, that's a 4 LP. On Music on Vinyl for $79. Blind Melon with No Rain, $38. Yngwie Rising Force is $38. Yngwie Eclipse is $38. And then Mo-Fi Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul Part 1, $44.99. The Crosby, Stills & Nash, I sold that to Brent. I think, for $145. Oh, I found Spirit World. I wonder if Joseph Ellis is still watching. I knew I would, recapping all these crates. I wonder if Joseph is still watching. I still probably got to look it up or give it to Laura for tomorrow, but luckily I have found it. Anybody else in here? So we have Mo-Fi, Hall & Oates. We're about to do another best offer bin. Yngwie, Blind Melon, Queensryche, Ice-T, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Skinnerd, STP, and more Skinnerd. All right, so where are we on the cassettes? Dawkins at 25. Edwin, you're out. Sticks is at 32 with Edwin Riviera, and he also just bid 26 on Dawkins, so he's the high bidder on both of those. All right, let me see what I got going on with Spirit World then, if you're still watching. That's a dedicated viewer right there. Sounds like I need to reward them. All right, I have condensed 2 Hatchet Ed crates and 2 new vinyl crates, and thank y'all for allowing me to do this because it's helping me get organized and figure out what we can get to next. Heck, I might go through the Hatchet Ed stuff and take offers on those. I bet some of y'all would like that, right? Yes, Chad, we would. Please do that. All right, how much time do we have left? Oh, we got like an hour and a half. We got a lot of time. Dawkins at 26, Andy Lane's back in at 28, and Sticks is up to one person. Who was next bidder? Adam Bernardi is out. I think it's a final call then. We have Michael Jackson. That's the new MoFi pressing. That is brand new. 2 LP. This is $59.99. We have Herbie Hancock Headhunters. That is all analog for $44. Days of the New. That's a double LP for Music on Vinyl, $49. Reservoir Dogs soundtrack, $38. We have the new Analog Productions, Yes, Close to the Edge. Oh, man. I got mine laying right over here next to me. I've got one right here. The perforated tab is about to get split open whenever I go up front to work on ordering vinyl tonight. That's going to be played very loud. Looking very, I'm assuming everybody's saying that's one of the better versions made, right? Kid Rock Greatest Hits, $44.99. And Foo Fighters is $29. That's their debut. Love that cover. And then Gothic Echoes is a compilation. Mostly Gothic music like Joy Division, Ministry, Rosetta Stone, Christian Death, Switchblade Symphony, Gene Loves Jezebel, and Jay Aston, $29.99. Dawkins are sold to Andy Lane for $28. And then Styx here is sold to Ed Riviere for $32. It's real and it's spectacular. Great. All right, let's do a Journey bundle. So she bought the duplicate, so now we got 4 different ones. 4 Journey cassettes, $20. 4 Journey cassettes, $20. Let's get those done. 4 Journey cassettes, $20 on those. All right, there's that, and we got one more, and I think I might just transfer these. No, that's Hatchet Ed stuff. Yeah, that's new sealed Hatchet Ed stuff, okay? Chad Snyder, Days of the New, great decision there. We're now sold out of those. Let's make me a sticky note, please, to order more Days of the New. That was the last bin of new vinyl. So, recap. I don't think there's any more. I feel like there should have been one more crate, but we did sell a bunch. There was only 4, and everything left now is in 2, so that probably sounds about right. And thank you to everybody. Let's do another vintage. Buy it now, new arrival, best offer crate. You're going to be seeing right now late, new arrivals, never shown before, and they're going to be best offer. Let me take a quick peek. Nice, yes, nice, okay, yes, nice, okay, wow, all right, that looks good, okay, yes, all right, yes, okay, yes, yes, all right, sure, yes, okay, yes, and yes. That's a lot of yes in there. A lot of okays and a lot of sures. That's the name of a band. Sure, yeah, okay, yeah, right, sure, yeah, Jerry was never good with his girlfriends. Jerry Seinfeld? No. He dated, there's 191 episodes. He probably had 180 girlfriends. Probably George had just as many. Well, Susan tied down George for a long time. Susan tied down George big time. All right. Help if I could spell spirit right. I'm glad that Paul and Laura do all the research on this stuff. All right, so this is not on orange vinyl, is it? Okay, it's this one. All right, Death, there are 0 for sale right now. This is the 2002 OG, 0 are currently for sale. Spirit World, black vinyl, $20 start. Spirit World Death Western, $20 start. Yeah, Jerry and Elaine always was meant to be together. They they fooled around in like 3 different episodes after they broke up. I think it's like 3 different episodes. All right. Oh man. That was a great neck adjustment. All right, here we go. Buy it now best offer is on the way. So is more cassettes. First thing is this. Chicago 17. $14.99. Chicago. These are buy it now best offer. No condition notes on these. No condition notes on these. Next thing I have is Arthur, Christopher Cross, Burt Bacharach, the album, $19.99. Endless Love, featuring Kiss, I Was Made for Loving You, $19.99. Spirit World has one bid for $20. How about the soundtrack to Any Which Way You Can? That is Clint Eastwood, $19.99. Also, Clint Eastwood, Every Which Way But Loose, $19.99. Spirit World's at $23. And Staying Alive soundtrack, $19.99. Spirit World's at $25. Genesis Trespass. Genesis is $19.99. Smoking the Bandit 2 soundtrack, $19.99 for Smoking the Bandit. Sticks. Sticks is $19.99. That's Pieces of 8. The Jig Is Up. Sean Cassidy. Dadu Ron. Sean Cassidy, $9.99. And Simon and Garfunkel, The Concert in Central Park. Speaking of Seinfeld, $29.99. Also, Stevie Nicks, Rock a Little, $19.99. Yeah, these are best offer. I'm just waiting for everything to flow in. Boom, this, so, pow, bang, 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 bang. Ready to start selling them. Let's go back over here and let's do these right here. What else do we have? What else do we have? All right. These cassettes I'm about to show you are $6.99 each. These cassettes I'm about to show you are $6.99 each. Kiss Animalize, Kiss Greatest Kiss, Kiss Alive 3. Pink Floyd Animals do what? John Lennon Plastic Ono Band, John Lennon Double Fantasy, and then John Cougar Nothing Matters, John Cougar Lonesome Jubilee, and Classic Queen. And those are all $6.99 each, okay? First thing we have is this. We have Spirit World 20, Spirit World 23, 25, 25, and 30. Ed Riviera offered 14 for Genesis. Sold to Ed Riviera. Alicia, first on Smoking the Bandit. That is sold to Alicia. Okay, and then Eric Van Leuven first on Stevie Nicks. Josh Brown offered 15 for Sticks. And then he got Stevie Nicks, he being Eric. And then S and B is Danny at 15. S and B was for Smoking the Bandit. That's already sold. Kiss Info, and then Pink Floyd. Ed Rivera gets Pink Floyd for $6.99. Kiss is Animalized, Greatest Kiss, and Kiss Alive 3. Are we done on Spirit World? The last bid was Joseph Ellis at 30. Scully Mack, you're out, and Danny Thomason, you're out. And my crate's full. Let me go ahead and swap out crates right right quick. Oh my gosh. There we go. 8 full crates tonight. And luckily I just emptied some bins, so now we can cook with gasoline over here. I'm about to fry some chicken. Mashed potatoes, macaroni and cheese, cream, peen, corn, done. Did you have Spirit World new on vinyl recently? No, I didn't. I had one in a bin. We had one in a bin the other night. I think it was last night for Metal Night. There was one in a bin. Ed and Riviera, if you want any of the Kiss, let me know, because there is some other claims. Also, we have Stevie Wonder in Square Circle. Stevie Wonder is $24.99. I will do for Simon and Garfunkel in the Park. I'll do that for $20 if you wanted Adam. We have Against All Odds soundtrack, Phil Collins, $19.99. We have American Gigolo. This has Blondie on it. Call Me. American Gigolo, $19.99. The Elite. Looks like a K-Tel compilation. Never seen that one before. K-Tel alert. The Elite, $9.99. ABBA, Bee Gees, Neil Diamond, Earth, Wind & Fire, Dr. Hook, Michael Jackson, Billy Joel. And then over here we got Joey Scarborough, Greatest American Hero. Speaking of Seinfeld, believe it or not, George isn't at home, so please leave a message after the beep. I must be out or I'd pick up the phone. Where could I be? Believe it or not, I'm not home. Beep. George, I know you're screaming for Susan or whoever. It was the ball. He was dating that girl. She wanted to go to the ball, and so she could twirl. All right, Kiss is sold to Clay Moore for $6.99. Hammers up on Spirit World. I'm about to sell it. We got Jerry Lee Lewis. This is $9.99. High heel sneakers. John Lennon Mind Games with a peace stamp. That's pretty cool. Somebody rubber stamped a peace symbol on the cover. $24.99. Buddy Cordova wants Kiss Alive 3. That's $6.99. So to Buddy Cordova. All right, and then over here, so Spirit World, Joseph Ellis, that is yours. And that's so to Joseph Ellis for $30. He's like, whew, thank goodness. There we go. That's $30 on that. Can I pay to record my voicemail? Believe it or not, Hiram's not home. So please leave a message after the beep. He must be out or he'd pick up the phone. Chuck Haley got K-Tail for $7. What about Casey and the Sunshine Band's greatest hits? Boogie, Get Down Tonight. Get down, get down. Wow, that's great. Also, Julian Lennon, Valot, that's $9.99 in shrink wrap. Also, we got John Lennon sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. And we got Hall & Oates for $19.99. Pastimes Behind. And this is the best of Golden Earring. German, $24.99. I thought it was the girlfriend wanted to break up. She did. But he was trying to get her to go to the ball. He wanted to go to the ball with her, and he was avoiding her so she couldn't break up with him. That's exactly... She was trying to break up with him. He wanted to take her to the Yankees pinstripe ball. We have Toto. This is Turn Back. Toto is a Japanese pressing, a $15 start. That last sold for $25. Right there it was. $25. $15 start on Toto. I'm pulling out a few of those unsold auctions from the Hatchet Ed crate, okay? And the other one's right here, Neil Young. So this was an OG copy of Freedom. Neil Young, not bad whatsoever. Keep on rocking in the free world. It's beautiful. Oh my gosh. Fantastic copy. Just a few scuffs right there maybe, so we'll call it EX. It has the original sleeve. It's a gold stamp promo. That's what it last sold for. Not a bad price whatsoever. How about a $35 start? Young, big difference. Sorry, Niels. That's $35. Those are now up for bids. KC is $24.99. That was KC and the Sunshine Band. That's the way. I like it. Also, we have Genesis, 3 Sides Live. Genesis is a double LP, $34.99. Irene Cara, What a Feeling. Irene Cara is $9.99. Jefferson Starship, Winds of Change, $14.99. Paul Revere and the Raiders, in shrink wrap, $9.99. Toto has a bid for $15. Also, we got the best of Herman's Hermits, Volume 2, with the poster. $14.99. And we have the Buckingham's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Kmart price tag, Columbia 2i, does have a clip corner, $9.99. Also, more Credence Gold, $34.99. More Credence Gold in shrink wrap, $34.99. The Revelators, Let a Poor Boy Ride. The Revelators is a German 2009 garage album. $19.99. Eric Van Leuven on Neil Young for $35. Edwin's in on Toto at $15. Looks like those are both going to sell. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Herman's Hermits on tour. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. Henry VIII, I Am, $9.99 for Herman's Hermits. Also, Oh No, literally, Oh No, it's Devo, $34.99. Devo has the original inner sleeve, $34.99. Nice, Devo. $34.99, about a VG Plus cover and no condition notes on the vinyl. Are we all done on those 2 auctions? Wow, look at that. Pretty nice looking copy there. All right, and then what's in front of that? Swim with the Go-Go's. Wow, that's the not that Go-Go's. This is a different Go-Go's. That's a boy group from the 60s. Wow, never seen that before. Swim with the Go-Go's, $19.99. Also, Elvis Costello, My Aim is True, $24.99. And Kim Wilde, You Keep Me Hanging On. That was originally that Vanilla Fudge song, $14.99 on that. Also, Sticks Crystal Ball, wow, $19.99. Till Tuesday, Voices Carry. That's $24.99. Y'all probably didn't see this coming. Bruce Springsteen, the 5 LP live box set with the inner sleeves and the booklet. That's $49.99. Also, Billy Idol, that is $29.99. Billy Idol, No Condition Notes, the first album. Hot Rocks with the Hop sticker, that is $39.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP, wow. And then Till Tuesday, that is sold to Stephen Parton for $12. Eric Van Leuven, wow, what a great price there on Neil Young, Eric. Before that was reissued to the 2LP version, that was like selling for $100 easily. And then over here, we got Toto, and that's sold for $15. In Young for $25. Is that one in the crate? Is there one in the crate? The one back here was an auction. It had a bid for $35. We just sold it. I'm going to sell Romelu the Bruce for $35. Adam, I'm going to sell you Sticks for $15 if you want it. Let me know if you do want that for $15. And Fleetwood Mac Future Games is $24.99. I'm also going to mute my mic right quick so I can take a drink of water. This is the bottle of water that Laura brought me probably 6 hours ago. And now it's all gone. That was one big chug. All right, I feel a lot better. This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. Next over here is ooh, what a nice jacket. Yes Songs. This is a club copy. But this is notorious for having heavy ring wear. Does it have a book with it? I mean, regardless, though, this is such a nice-looking copy. Wow, $39.99 for Yes Songs. Triple LP. Seals and Croft Greatest Hits. Summer Breeze Makes Me Feel Fine, $9.99. Dick Clark, 20 Years of Rock and Roll. That's a double LP. That's actually a really cool compilation. Dick Clark. That is $24.99. Adam Bernardi on Yes. That's a great decision. And then over here we got Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes for $34. And Yes, Going for the One with the booklet. With booklet, really? What does the booklet with this one look like? I don't know if I've ever seen a booklet. With booklet? There's the inner sleeve. I thought I've seen everything. Yes. Booklet. I don't see what he's talking about. Is it in here? Oh, that was your Yes for Sticks. Okay, I looked down, I saw Yes. I thought you were claiming the Yes Songs. You were saying Yes to Sticks. My bad. What is there's no booklet in it. I was about to say, John tried to fool me. You can't fool me on Yes records or Led Zeppelin, and it takes something really rare to fool me on a Beatles record. Yeah, there's no booklet. There's an inner sleeve, but this album did not come with any kind of booklet. I wonder if he had booklet on his mind for this. I bet this one has a booklet, and John had a memory lapse. And I guarantee this one has a booklet. This is supposed to come with a booklet. I bet that's what he did. He had a memory lapse. He did. He put the booklet on the wrong tag. Yeah. This one has the booklet with it. I knew it. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, you won't get fooled again. And that was a quote from George Bush. All right. Yeah, he had a memory lapse there. That's the one that's supposed to say with booklet. All right, so this is $39.99. That's a triple LP with booklet and original club. Well, I meant to look at the label. I can give you a year. I'm good with Atlantic stuff. This is about a mid-70s club copy. So at earliest 75, it could be 77. That's about when these were pressed and then reissued for the club. Oops. And Going for the One is not $24.99. Okay? All right, let's read those again, and then I'm probably going to save the rest of the new arrivals for tomorrow. We'll go through some old, like, half-off crates, okay? We'll go through some old half-off crates. My Yes collection is about 6 crates. I've thinned them out. That's after I've thinned them out once. Some of them are still here. They're actually right over here behind me. I've got a lot of my duplicates that John hadn't marked yet. I'm going to let John mark them one day and let everybody know I'm going to sell a lot of my duplicates. But I went kind of down a rabbit hole, and I was trying to get every pressing, and I got all these different stuff, and that includes solo albums, bootlegs, all these new pressings of different stuff. I mean, I just added a new one tonight. I just added another one tonight, the Close to the Edge Analog Productions. So they're one of my favorite bands ever. All that 90s stuff, US, Euro, all the 2000s, different color variants they did. Oh, I had way too much. I was like, oh my gosh. So I thinned out about a whole crate, and it was mostly like stuff I did have truly duplicates of. Not variants, but duplicates of. So I don't know how many people care about all that different stuff. Oh, wait, everybody does that watches, right? We're all fans of collecting stuff. Matthew, yes. Are you talking about for yes songs? I'll do 30 if you want yes songs. I'll do 30 on that one. And let me read what's left in here one more time. And if anybody wants to make an offer, let me know. We're probably going to knock out maybe a half-off crate. If we can sell everything in there, I might do another one. We still got 159 people watching. Honestly, my head's starting to hurt. I've talked so much and went nonstop tonight. If I can pause, if I should have paused about 2 hours ago and ate something, now I've went to the point of no return, and my head kind of hurts. I usually pause and go up front and eat something right quick. I got all that pizza up front. It's looking very nice. And he said he will take it for 30. All right, let's read through those again. You can't go wrong. I'm telling y'all, this is notorious for having heavy ring wear. I mean, I have a nice one I finally found, but yeah, this is notorious for heavy ring wear. The true original US has a textured cover, like a lot of those Atlantic jackets did, and they just have a lot of wear. Thank you, Patrick Lear, as always, for tuning in. Hopefully you heard me say that, and good night. Okay, so here's what's left in here. Chicago 17. If y'all want a price, let me know. Chicago 17. Arthur the album. Endless Love soundtrack. The soundtrack to Any Which Way You Can. The soundtrack to Any Which Way But Loose. Or Any Which Way, yeah. Staying Alive soundtrack. Sean Cassidy. Stevie Wonder. Simon and Garfunkel. Against All Odds soundtrack. American Gigolo soundtrack. Joey Scarborough. Scarberry. America's Greatest Hero. Jerry Lee Lewis, High Heel Sneakers, Julie Lennon, Veloute, Hall & Oates, Past Time Behind, the best of Golden Earring. That kind of got overlooked. It's a German compilation. Wow, Radar Love's on there. I think that's the earlier version. Yeah, that's the earlier version of Radar. That's not the one we know from the 80s. I think that's an earlier Radar Love. Yeah. See, Golden Earring got started in the mid-late 60s, and we most commonly know them for the 80s hits, but I think that's an early version. $24.99. KC and the Sunshine Band still available. Wow. I'm Your Boogeyman. Genesis 3 Sides Live. Irene Cara, Jefferson Starship. Paul Revere and the Raiders. The Best of Herman's Hermits. The Buckinghams. More Credence Gold. The Revelators. Herman's Hermits on Tour. Oh No, It's Devo. Can't believe that's still in there. Swim with the Go-Go's. Elvis Costello. Kim Wilde. Can't believe Billy Idol's still left in there. Wow. Hot Rocks, Fleetwood Mac, Seals and Croft, Dick Clark. One more look at Dick Clark. So Dick Clark starts in 1953. Okay? And it goes in chronological order. So right here in the 60s, you start getting like Louie Louie and Leader of the Pack. And over here is probably my favorite couple sides. Wooly Bully, You've Lost That Love and Feeling, Hang On Sloopy, Do You Believe in Magic by the Love, Good Love and Brown Eyed Girl, Dock of the Bay, Crimson and Clover, Oh Happy Day, Candles in the Rain by Melanie, Superfly, Curtis Mayfield, Al Green, You're So Leaving, and Gallery. Now, so it goes through a compilation in chronological order, $24.99. Sometimes it has a poster. No, I'm thinking about Johnny Carson. Never mind. There's a Johnny Carson that's really good too. Same thing. It has like a compilation of great music on it. There's Eric Clapton, and then there's Yes going for the one. This has one of my favorite Yes songs on it, Wondrous Stories. And this is when Rick Wakeman came back. This is actually a great lineup of Yes. This is, of course, John Anderson, Rick Wakeman, Chris Squire. I think that's Alan White, Steve Howe. That's definitely John Anderson, Steve Howe, Rick Wakeman, and Chris Squire. And then Bill Bruford or Alan White. Which drummer is this one? Bill Bruford. Their drummers sometimes throw me for a loop. Alan White, yeah. Yeah, that's the classic lineup. Anderson, Howe, Squire, Rickman, and then White or Bruford. They're both great on any of those albums or any of the albums they played on. But Adam, I will go ahead and sell that to you for $15. Yeah, Wonder Stories. I awake this morning, love laid me down by the river. Drifting, I turned up. Yeah, I remember hearing that for the first time, and I thought it was early. I thought it was like a 69, 1970 Yes song. And then I found out it was from 77. I was like, wow, that sounds like one of those early Yes songs. That sold to Adam for 15. And Billy Idol is called Billy Idol. That's his debut album. Sequence, the original sequence, as they call it, I think. Inner sleeve, $29.99. Love laid me down by the river. Everybody ready for a half-off crate? What does that mean? We're going to do a half-off crate. The prices are going to be no more, no less. Or do we want to do the Hatchet Ed stuff from earlier, buy it now, best offer? Or do we want to do the Hatchet Ed stuff from earlier, go back through it again, a best offer? Let's take a quick poll. Let's take a quick poll. And I see some more offers rolling in. I can throw up a couple more Japanese pressings too. I've got them. I got a half a crate of Japanese we never did get to. As soon as I throw away all these sleeves. I didn't drink all my Diet Coke earlier. That's okay. All right, let's see what happened. We have Yes songs, yes. And then KC, $18. You got it. So KC, $18. Idle, we have an offer for $22. But right now, who asked first about it? Adam Bernardi asked first about it. I will say the Dick Clark for $22. Where is that at? That's right here. That's sold to Melinda Deering. We got Hatchet Ed and half off. Half Ed. Half. Best offer half and Japanese. Oh, man. It sounds like we got to do a little bit of both. All right, we got time. We can do a little bit of both, okay? So, Adam, if you don't want this, I have an offer for $22. Did I miss anything else? I don't think I missed anything else, did I? We sold KC, we sold that, and this is sold to Stephen Parton for $22. I can't wait to go up front and eat Scott Arnold's pizza and wings. Pizza and wings. Then I'll be ready for bed. So I better get all my work done. I better film all my videos. I better film the videos and get all my work done before I eat, because eating 4 or 5 pieces of pizza, I'll be ready to pass out. Okay. Where does this need to go? This needs to go somewhere. Okay, there's the newest. Where's that other crate at? Okay, Hatchet. All right, we got time for both. Is that Hatchet too? Okay, that's Hatchet. That's Hatchet. Wow. What happened to the crate? The other crate in Yvonne? Oh, it's right here. Okay, got it. Fantastic. All right, let's do a half off crate first. Oh. Sitting on the park bench. I will bundle the heck out of these cassettes. You want a price on all or some of them? Okay, now let's find that crate that I'm suggesting or hinting at. And my sigh of relief is because I've got so much stuff piled on top of. I mean, I've literally got original Fillmore psychedelic posters. I'm not joking, that are worth hundreds, if not thousands, just laying around over here with stuff piled on top of them, which is a disaster, I know. And I'm trying my best to keep this place organized. All right, let's do, if I can get into the middle of these, we'll find some older stuff, which might be best because I don't want to do anything too recent that y'all could have just seen. So let me try to cut into this stack. I've got a stash over here I've been pulling the flip crate stuff out of. This looks like Paul. Let's go through this one. This is a little bit more unusual top stuff. Now I've got to walk all the way back around with it. I'm sure y'all love these narrations. And then I'm going to have to get where I can actually look at it and make sure it's what we want to do. It is an unusual crate, which is probably pretty good since we just went through top 40 galore. So here we go. Let's go through it. And Japanese coming. All right, we got Queen, Mellencamp, John Lennon, Kiss. That's 2, 4, 6. Journey. Janet Jackson, Herbie Mann. That's 12. Loverboy, Kenny Rogers, Kansas, Julian Lynn, Juice Newton, Honey Drippers. That's 18, 19. There's 19 cassettes there. And I'm actually going to go ahead, since we might be doing a deal, and take this stack in there. And time for a Japanese or two. These are half off, no more, no less. Whoop. The Best of the Doobie Brothers, Volume 2. Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine with Obi. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. There's the lyric insert. There's the other insert. There's the cover and Obi. $25 start on that. These are sold to Paul Brothers for $70. Fair and sold. Let's take those around the corner now, before I have a disaster. All right. So far over the last 2 nights, there are 0 cassettes left over. And then our other auction is a classic album. 12 times platinum, I believe. REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. Another Japanese pressing, near mint. $25 start. There we have it. All right, this is I think what was a Paul crate, now half off. And we're about to get a lot of this sold. Let me take Cliff Burton in here. I'm almost set up. I had to tie some loose ends. All right. I've almost tripped over Otis's water bowl 12 times. RJ's latest arrival, a 1982 promo. That's a funk disco album, $7.50. The Dio box set is still available. Nope, there's some stuff hiding in front of it, some Hatchet Ed stuff. It's still available. Mingus Revisited. Mingus is a 1974 mono disc in a stereo jacket. It is a mono disc in a stereo jacket. $7.50. Princess and Starbreeze. That is a 1987 funk soul album sealed for $5. The half off crate is half off, no more, no less. Very simple to claim out of here. You can even try offering me more. I'm going to say no. Sold to Bark Knoxville. The Tramps 3. Tramps sealed, $7.50. Marilyn Scott sealed a funk soul album from 79, $12.50. Silver Convention. Silver Convention is $7.50. That one's called Madhouse. Silver Convention, Madhouse, $7.50. Willie Mitchell, Robin's Nest. Willie Mitchell, a 1970 US, $7.50. Dorothy Moore. Dorothy is sealed, $7.50. Alternate Spaces by Cecil McBee. Whoa. Half off of $139.99. Whoa. So $50, $80, $70. Whoa. $70 on that one. Ada Bernardi on Robin's. And that's Robin's Nest. That is sold to Ada Bernardi. Cecil McBee sold to Ray Red 73. Who's Ray Red 73 over on Twitch? You got a killer deal on that. That was half off of $140. Good gosh. David Hoy was second. Ted Curson. Somewhere Jim B's pounding his fist on this keyboard because he missed that. That's a 77 promo. And the note from the note from Paul is underrated trumpet player, $5. Is me. Ray Red 73 is me. All right, so David Hoy. Thank you. David Hoy, of course, a strong jazz buyer. Ted Curson, sold to Adam Bernardi. Great, cool stuff here in this Paul crate. Steve Kuhn and Sheila Jordan Band, Playground. 1980 US, $7.50. John Kilmer, Brasilia. That is sealed for $7.50. And we have Rachel Anderson, a soul album from 89, Sweet and Sour Rhythm and Blues. Rochelle Anderson, $5 on that. Jim B. That's the album I've been waiting for since March 27th. Are you kidding me? Really? Wow, these are from a long time ago. You're absolutely right. Look at that. He's absolutely right. Dang, I wish I could have found it before then. You probably would have paid a lot more than that. Well, you probably deserve a discount after waiting that long. You probably deserve a discount after waiting that long. Wow, you even have the date down correctly. Goodness. Nice. You're probably about David Hoy is cracking his fingers. He's like, all right, this is the moment I've been waiting for. David Hoy on Brasilia as well. I told y'all I kind of cut into the middle of the stack. So I've got a cluster of crates that's been back here behind me, and stuff gets put in the middle, and then we keep surrounding it. And so the stuff in the middle is from a long time ago, and I kind of dug right in the middle to get to this crate. So yeah, it's probably been sitting there since March, And everything on the outside is what I get to first, and I never can get caught up because they keep pricing crates. And y'all don't buy everything. There's always leftovers. Joan Armour Trading is sealed, $7.50. We have Jimmy Nepper, Primrose Path, and this is EX $9. Yeah, Dale Sanders got the Mingus. Yeah, Bark Knoxville's Dale Sanders. Yes. Okay. Did I miss anything else? Adam Bernardi. Did I give him Anderson? Adam Bernardi on Anderson. I don't think I've pulled that yet for Adam Bernardi. Okay. Yep. Got it now. Thank you. He just reminded me. And then half of the crate is Laura's. There we go. He knows what's going on. Romelu on Joan Armour Trading. We have Mo Kaufman Museum Pieces, EX $9. But when I tell people, y'all can back me up the next time I tell somebody, if you don't buy it right now tonight, it could get lost for months. So let's just say April, May, June, July. So this crate has been hidden and hadn't been gone through in 4 months, and I haven't been able to find these. So when I tell people, hey, you better buy it now, you may not see it for 4 months. It's a real deal. Duncan Sisters. Duncan Sisters is EX, $6.50. Wally Criollo Jodorio. Is that one name? Wally Criollo and then Jordioio? It's a jazz album from 74. VG, $5. Romelu, you were second. No, you did get Joan, okay. We got Chris Ray. That is sealed for $7.50. Leon Redbone from Branch to Branch. Leon Redbone, $7.50. Okay, Doobie Brothers, $25. REO, $25. Those are Japanese pressings, near mint, and now they're buy it nows if anybody wants them. You can buy either one for a $25 buy it now. REO Speedwagon, high infidelity, or you can buy the Doobie Brothers Volume 2, 25 and 25. Beautiful Japanese pressings, complete as well. Leon Redbone sold to Adam Bernardi. And let me grab another empty sleeve here. And that empty sleeve is going to go on this Doobie Brothers right here. All right. Ticking away the moments that make up a dull day. Fritter and Race, they all passed away. Picking them ground, and in the ground with the hometown. REO sold to Adam Bernardi. Let's keep going. I'll put up a couple more. We got, Tom Waits. Now just $20. It's a 1976 SRC pressing. So that was $39.99. What a nice copy for $20. We got Jazz, You Like It. Jazz is a 78 private press. Jazz album, of course, $5. Jazz, You Like It. Steve Kahn, Arrows. That's more jazz, sealed for $6.50. Leslie getting Tom Waits for $20. That is sold to Leslie. And then we got Pounce, Vin Mitchell, and Guitars Madness. That is a jazz fusion album, sealed for $5. Also, what an interesting cover that is. It's an 81 avant-garde jazz. It looks like it. $7.50. $7.50. That's a... What is going on here? So are they levitating? Wow. Anyways, $7.50. Chad, I need to cancel my Dropkick pre-order. They gave me one at the show. Sorry, man. There is no Dropkick pre-order. We have Randy Meisner. One more song. This is sealed for $7.50. This here is sold to David Hoy. That's Ray Red 73 over on Twitch. Deanne Miner, Mama Danced. That is a 76 private press folk album, sealed for $5. Diane Miner. And Ball Bird, B-A-L-L Bird. That's alternate rock from 1988. $10 on that. We have Primetime, Hugh Lawson, Bob Cranshaw, Ben Riley. 1982, $11.50. More jazz, of course. More jazz, of course. Also, Wynton Marsalis, J Mood. Wynton Marsalis is $10. Adam Bernardi on Prime. And that was Primetime. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Dale Sanders was second. M. Tume. This is Theater of the Mind. This is sealed for $9. There is no Dropkick Murphys pre-order. Are you talking about the Dropkick Murphys? No Dropkick Murphys pre-order that I'm aware of. Over here, we got Kapia, Song. Kapia is a 2022 prog album. $15 on that. Jess Birdsong on RM. Randy Meisner. That was a sealed original pressing. Just $7.50. Benny Wallace, Big Jim's Tango with David Holland and Elvin Jones. Now just $7.50. An 83 German import. Miroslav Virtuos, Mountain in the Clouds. That's a mid-70s reissue. A great album and lineup is the note from Paul. John McLaughlin, Joe Henderson, Herbie Hancock. Gosh. Jack DeJohnette. $12.50. Benny Wallace sold to David Hoy. Also, we have Wayne Henderson, Emphasized. Wayne Hoy is a 79 white label promo. White label promo from Polydor, $12.50. Virtuous. Miroslav Virtuous. That is sold to Adam Bernardi. David Hoy was second. And Charlie Daniels Band, Windows, $7.50. We have Lolita, Queen of the Night, Lolita Holloway, a 78 Soul Disco, $10. Romelu C, First on Mountain. And we have Soul Message, Richard Groove Holmes. This is an 88 remaster, $10. And the bar case contains a Shrinking Hot, $7.50 on that. And William Bell, Coming Back for More. William Bell is $10, Coming Back for More. All righty, let's grab a couple more Japanese pressings quickly. Let's do Hall & Oates, and I'll do a Paul Simon. Still crazy after all these years. Private Eyes, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, $25 start. And Paul Simon, still crazy after all these years. That's a $25 start. Hall & Oates does have a corner ding up here. Does have a ding on the corner. Those are now $25 starts, okay? Also, we got D. Cameron, Say Hello to the Band, 1973 UK Vertigo label, sealed for $17.50. A lot of sealed stuff coming up. Taka Boom, a 79 Funk Soul Disco, that is $7.50. Randy Brown, Welcome to My Room, that is sealed for $15. Beatnik Beach is sealed from '88, $12.50. Capilla was the Prague album from earlier. That is sold to Hiram Aponte. Dale Sanders on TP for Taka Boom. Also, Colin Blunstone. He was from the Zombies. That's 78 US from Zombies. Yep. $5 on that. And The Members. The Members is sealed for $7.50 and 82 US New Wave. Here is Lost Blues Volume 1. That is sealed for $7.50. And David Hoy was right again. Now we're getting into Laura handwriting. Now these are Laura records. Lost Blues Volume 1, $7.50. Carly Simon, sealed. Another Passenger, $7.50. Roger Daltrey, Parting Should Be Painless, sealed for $7.50. Wow, all these OG sealed records. Roger Moon, Second Class View of Paradise, sealed for $5. Tim Moore, sealed for $5. And Heg or Hegi or Hegi, House of Tears, sealed for $5. Scott Dwallow on Lost Blues. That was right here. So did Scott Dwallow. Adam Bernardi on Roger Daltrey. So did Adam Bernardi. Michael Remza was second. Pete Carr, not a word on it. Pete Carr is sealed for $5. We got Corliss. Corliss is sealed for $5. Shotgun is sealed for $7.50. Thomas Mars, Another Perfect Woman, that's sealed for $5. Dinsmore Payne is sealed for $10. Big Blue Marble, $6.50. And then back-to-back Elvis box sets. Volume 2 is $15, and Volume 1 is $17.50. And I think this has all kinds of goodies with it. It has album cover stamps and a book. So if you buy both of those, you're going to be set on some great Elvis compilations. Scott Dwallow on Pete Carr, not a word on it. Scully Mack on Shotgun. Romelu, let me know if you want Volume 1 or Volume 2 box sets. Hopefully you take both. Wow. Whoa. And we'll make these two Japanese pressings a buy it now. Hall & Oates, $25 buy it now. Paul Simon, $25 buy it now. Romelu takes both Elvis boxes. So to Romelu C. As soon as I stretch, holy moly. That felt pretty good. I got to post a bunch of pre-orders though. I have a bunch of pre-orders to post. Let me check this message right over here. Okay. Let's see here. Jim Davis on Shot. Shot. What was Shot? What was that? And then, yeah, let's sell Stephen Parton Hall & Oates for $18. Okay, what was Shot? And then I think, unless I've missed something there. All righty, let's recap that bin right quick. Maybe just retitles. Michael Butler wants D. Cameron. Shotgun. Okay, shotgun. Yeah, you were second to that then. Sorry, I was trying to find something that's already been claimed. That's already been sold then. And then Michael Butler on D. Cameron. Okay, right here. All right, that's sold to Michael Butler. And Paul Simons, $25 if anybody wants it. Just step out the back, Jack. Need a new plan, Stan. Don't need to be coy, Roy. Just set yourself free. Let's hop on the bus, Gus. Don't need to discuss much. Okay. And now, I'm going to read these right here. And if you need a price, let me know. Now, there's a lot of jazz in here. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read through these one more time. And since this is such an unusual crate, sometimes these make for great bundles, okay? A lot of unusual stuff somebody might want to bundle. So I'm going to do one more chance, and then we're going to try to bundle them, okay? So if you need a price, let me know. RJ's latest arrival, Princess, and Star Breeze. The Tramps 3, a lot of these are sealed too. Marilyn Scott, Silver Connection, Madhouse, Dorothy Moore, Steve Kuhn and Sheila Jordan Band, Playground, Jimmy Nepper with Bobby Wellens, Pete Jacobson, Dave Green, Ron Party, Prismo's Path. That's EX for $9, by the way. Mo Kaufman Museum Pieces. The Duncan Sisters. Really Krillilo George Diorio. Trying to figure out if that's all one name. Yeah, they didn't do a good job spacing that. The graphic design artist messed up. It's Wally Cirillo and Joe Diorio. RJ is $7.50. Of course, the price I'm saying is the half-off price. Chris Ray, well, that was sealed. Jazz, you like it. What's going on this cover? It's like some kind of English Shakespearean person dressed up here staring at him. That is $5. Over here we have RJ Price. That's sold to Joe Delgado. What have I done with it? Right there. That's sold to Joe Delgado. Jerry is currently still in a marble ride. Cosmo is feeding beans to Rusty. Oh boy. He stole my marble rye. Volume 2 had inserts. It's worth money. It had all the inserts. Steve Kahn, Arrows. That is sealed. $6.50. Pounce, Vin Mitchell, and Guitar Madness. Deanne Miner, Mama Danced. Ball Bird. Wynton Marcellus. M. Tomb. Wayne Henderson. Scully Mack wants to put back Shotgun. Okay, we'll give it to that other person. There was somebody else who wanted it. Now we're going to give it to Jim Davis, if that's okay, Jim. You're going to get it, $7.50. If not, let me know. Charlie Daniels Band in shrink for just $7.50. Lolita Holloway, Queen of the Night. Soul Message, Richard Groove Holmes. Barcase. What is Ballbird? Well, they're kind of doing a Beatles Butcher cover. It's Alternate Rock from 1988, $10. Alternate Rock album. William Bell. Randy Brown, Welcome to My Room. Beatnik Beach. Colin Blunstone. The Members. Carly Simon. Roger Moon. Tim Moore. Hedge Corliss. Thomas Mars. Dinsmore Payne. And Big Blue Marble. Now, I'm going to count these and offer them as a bundle. And then we're going to try to do this Hatchet Ed crate quickly. All right? We have 18 minutes left. Okay? So if we're going to do that Hatchet Ed crate best offer, holy moly, time has slipped by. We better kick it into high gear. There's 18 minutes left. So I'm going to do this quick. We have Adam Bernardi wants William Bell. If you want to get your claims in, probably should do it right now. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. There's 35 records in there. A lot of those are sealed. These right here were sealed. All the flaps that are turned upwards, those are sealed. That's how we can identify them faster. But 35 records. 35 records. I think we can get through all the Hatchet Ed stuff. so y'all can make offers because there's some people waiting. 35 records, that's a lot in there. $135. So $135 divided by 35 is $385 a piece. So we're doing these right now. What's left for $135? I would love to sell them to somebody. If not, we got to kick in the hot gear so we can get through the Hatchet Ed best offer. We have an offer for $100. That's very tempting. We have an offer for $100. So we're talking $100 divided by 35. That's $285 a piece. Need to get it up a little bit more than that. A little bit more than that. $325 a piece. That would be, let's say, $115. $115, I'll do it. $115, I'll do it. Romulu's offered $110. Adam, $115, and they're yours. That's about $325 each. They're all sold. They're all sold. Adam Bernardi. There's nothing left in this crate. He bought everything that's left for $115. Excellent. Let's put sticky notes around those. Big bundle coming to Adam. Big bundle coming to Adam. Thank you, Adam. Now, let's go through that Hatchet Ed crate. Buy it now or best offer. And I'm going to have to start a new crate anyway. This one is... Can I fit the rest of these in here? No, I'm going to put the rest in a different crate, whoever's tagging. The bundle's going to spill over into crate number 10. I've put too many in here, honestly. Let me pull some of these out. All right, I'm going to put the rest into a crate. So the sticky note in the next crate will indicate where they'll stop, okay? Thank you, Adam Bernardi. Now I need a new empty crate. We're sitting on the park bench. Hopefully I grab the right Hatchet Ed crate first, but we'll find out. Waffle House. Tonight it's brought to you by Pizza Hut. If Scott hadn't sent that Pizza Hut, I probably would be going to Waffle House. Because it'll be later, and hopefully all the drunks have went home. So, I've went to Waffle House before. Everybody's like, hey, man, what's your name? Hey, man, what's up? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, I do not want to talk to you. I've got headphones in. I'm at the bar. I'm watching a YouTube video about the Beatles. I have no interest in speaking to you. Please leave me alone. All right, let's go through these buy it now or best offer. Here we go. Hatchet Ed. Be careful. Don't get the hatchet. Led Zeppelin. This is sealed for $29.99. 180 gram remaster. Okay? Brand new and sealed, $29.99. Neil Young. Everybody knows this is nowhere. VG Plus, $19.99. This is a 1970 U.S. repress, $19.99. Waffle House is open 24/7, 365. They're open on Thanksgiving Day. They're open on Christmas Eve. They're open on Christmas Day. They're open on the 4th of July. They're open on New Year's Day. They never close. 365, 24/7. If it's coming a hurricane, if it's coming a blizzard, if it's coming a flood, if it's coming a tornado, they are open. Led Zeppelin. Romulo, this is $28 if you want it. $28 on that. Neil Young Harvest Moon is $29.99. Neil Young Harvest Moon, $29.99. With the HD siding, it's a double gatefold. Also, Bob Dylan Self-Portrait. That is an original texture jacket. That's a double LP. $49.99 on Bob Dylan. Bobby Fuller 4, I Fought the Law, and the Law 1. That's in shrink, a near mint 70s reissue. $24.99. Tom Petty Southern Accents. Don't come around here no more. This has the original on her sleeve. $34.99. Also, Tom Petty Live, Pack Up the Plantation, VG Plus, $29.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, So Far. It's getting to the point. That's $34.99 for So Far. Also, Paul Simon Self-Titled, $19.99. We have Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water for $12.99. Paul Simon, There Goes a Rhymin' Simon for $19.99. Paul Simon's Greatest Hits for $19.99. Wow, Simon Galore. Tom Petty, $27.99. Original first pressing, first label, 82 Pinckneyville, $27.99. Radiohead, Hail to the Thief, a 2008 U.S. Laura loves Radiohead, $39.99. Also, this sold for $70. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. It's a MoFi pressing, $70. $70. You can buy that now or make a very, 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 very fair offer on that. In and Out's going in too. Yeah, In and Out. Anybody else? Radiohead, Tom Petty, Paul Simon, Simon and Garfunkel, Paul Simon, CSNY, Tom Petty, Bobby Fuller. Also, we have what? We have Bob Dylan, Neil Young, Led Zeppelin, Neil Young. Radiohead, $28. Radiohead, $35. Radiohead, $35. Radiohead, $35. All right, there's that one. Now, there was a lot of new and sealed vinyl, too. I'm going to keep all those sticker price for right now, of course. Let me make sure everything in here was new and sealed. So here is some of those. And then Romelu, 28 on Led Zeppelin. It's brand new and sealed. That's why I got to keep those a little bit higher. I mean, it's the same. I don't think I can get them wholesale for $20 new. Over here, we have the following. We got new sealed vinyl. If you need a price, let me know. Prong, Perfect Circle, Iron Maiden, PJ Harvey, Ministry, Lil Wayne, Slaughter, Temple the Dog, Under Oath, Taylor Swift, Blue Murder, Quicksand, Mr. Big, Fiona Apple, Lady Gaga, Seether, Grateful Dead. We have Miley Cyrus, Heart, and Heart. So Prong, Perfect Circle. We have Iron Maiden, PJ Harvey, Ministry, Lil Wayne, Slaughter, Temple the Dog, Under Oath, Taylor Swift, Blue Murder, Quicksand, Mr. Big, Fiona Apple, Lady Gaga, Seether, Grateful Dead, Miley Cyrus, and Heart. Led Zeppelin 25. Led Zeppelin 27. Led Zeppelin 27. Radiohead 30. I think you mean 35, right, Scott? 35. Price on the live Tom Petty. VG Plus, $29.99. All right, let's go through some more. Here we go. Here we go. Price on Heart, $59.99. Price on Tom Petty, VG Plus, $29.99. What is the Iron Maiden? Live in Nijmegen, Holland, 1981. Lagoon colored vinyl number, $38.99. I'm going to start right here with Radiohead, Kid A, Amnesia. That is sealed for $54.99. The Seeds is in VG, $24.99. Also, Steely Dan, Countdown to Ecstasy, $34.99. Scully Max says he'll take Led Zeppelin for $27. That's what I wanted to see. Now we just got to get Scott Dwallow bought in on Radiohead. Come on, Scott, $35. We have Led Zeppelin. That's sold to Scully Mack for $27. Also, Greatest Hits of Otis Williams, sealed, a 69 U.S. Funk Soul, $19.99. In Flames, Red Vinyl, 2LP, $34.99. Foghat Energized, EX, $12.99. I Spice is orange vinyl, sealed, $19.99. Foles, live at the Royal Albert Hall. That is $24.99, a Record Store Day exclusive. Also, Brinston Maroney, Indie Rock from Knoxville, VG Plus, $12.99. Adam Bernardi on Foghat, sold. Also, over here, we have Young the Giant, Mind Over Matter, EX, $22.99. Iron Butterfly and Agata DeVita, $24.99. Neil Young Reactor, $34.99. Neil Young Time Fades Away, $14.99. Porno for Pyros, that's on Orange and Clear Splatter, $24.99. Primus Frizzle Fry Remaster, $24.99. Satyricon, The Shadow Throne, 2021 Orange Vinyl Remaster, $44.99. Beastie Boys, Sealed, License to Eel, $34.99. Carnivore, Retaliation, 2023 Orange Vinyl, $34.99. Ministry of Music on Vinyl Pressing, The Mind's a Memorable Thing to Taste, $27.99. A Mind's a Terrible Thing to Taste. Huey Lewis and the News, a 1980 original German pressing, $19.99. Prong, Beg to Differ is $37.99. It's on smoke-colored vinyl. Also, Charlie XCX, sealed, $24.99. Charlie XCX, Paul Simon's, $19.99. Cro-Mags is $29.99. Red Splatter, Neil Young, VG, $14.99. Pixie, Surfer Rosa, $29.99, 2020 press, and Neil Young is $24.99. Shocking Pinks. Another side of Bob Dylan's $34.99. Also, Neil Young returned to Greendale. That is $24.99. And then Pearl Jam, the 1992 broadcast, $47. I will sell you this right here for $30. Okay? This is going to be one of the crates I recap tomorrow. Also, if you need a price on any of these, let me know. First, I'll show you Party Rock. It's a 52-track, 4LP box set, $34.99 on that. Also, the Kindles, we have Peter Frampton, the Bee Gees, Diana Ross, Linda Ronstadt, Waylon Jennings, Foreigner. Also, Marshall Tucker, Jefferson Airplane, Bob Dylan, Rhinoceros, George Thorogood, Chai, Moody Blues, Bob Seger, and Bee Gees. And right there's where I stop, and I think we've went through everything. That's sold to Stephen Parton for $30. Thank you, Stephen Parton. That's so to you. I've went through those. Was there another Hatchet Ed crate? I think that might be it. He had 5, and I think that's all. We've condensed everything into there. That's new vintage stuff. I think that's it. Hiram Ponte, prong for $30. You're talking about this one right here up front, right? This one right here, that's sold to Hiram for $30. Pearl Jam, $30. Are you talking about the auction back here? I think we originally started that at $35 probably that night. I'm pretty sure. If you do 35, I'll take it. Blood for 55. Was that the starting bid on that one too? That was originally the starting bid. Sold to Michael Butler for 55. I think that was what the starting bid on that was. Sold to him for 35, okay? Done and done. Now, Jeremy Bryant, I was waiting for you because what was you looking for, Jeremy? Because I knew you were probably waiting for something to come up. Was it not in there? And then Bristol Maroney for $8. Let's go find that. It was right in here, right? That was right in here, I'm pretty sure. And then this here, sold to Melissa for $8. The Funk Soul album, that was this guy right here. That was Otis Williams, and that is sealed for $19.99. Michael Butler gets Party Rock for $24. That's sold to Michael Butler, $24. Wow, what a great crate of vinyl still there. A lot of sealed stuff, a lot of this, a lot of that, a lot of that, a lot of this. Let's move the Hendrix over here. Let's put a Hendrix right there. Let's put Devo right there. And we, just so you know, the timer's about to expire over on Facebook. Let me do one more update. So on Facebook right now, we have the following time left. We have 6 minutes, okay? So we really can't start a new crate, but I can do this. Does anybody have any last requests or questions? Last requests or questions? Otherwise, if you're on Facebook, the feed's about to end. The show's going to stop there anyway. I'm going to do a blitz on some Japanese buy it nows. These are Japanese auctions. You can buy these now. You can buy these now, or tomorrow they're going to be up for auction, okay? First thing I have is the Doobie Brothers, which y'all have already seen, $25. Also, you've already seen Paul Simon, $25. Now, these have not been shown. They're all buy it nows for $25. Elvis, Special 24. That should be a great buy. 24-track, 2 LP Japanese compilation. The vinyl's fine. There is some humidity spots. The Doobie Brothers again, the Farewell Tour. That's $25. Double LP. Roger Daltrey from The Who. Parting Should Be Painless. That is $25. Also over here, Creedence Gold. Creedence Gold. That's just $25. Wow, somebody needs to grab that. This is only $25. We've already sold 2 tonight for $35. Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger. And we sold 1 for $14 out of the Hatchet Ed bin. The Fur, Mean Business. That's $25. Wow, Wham for $25. That's Wham Fantastic for $25. Also, CCR, Live in Europe. That's $25. Wow, Cream, Live Volume 2. That's now just $25. And Deep Purple is just $25. And wow, Deep Purple's just $25. Next is price on Foreigner. I think all the Foreigner records got gone. There was one Foreigner record in here, EX, $12.99, and it's already sold. I will make sure there's not another one in here, though. There's this one. The self-titled album, Feels Like the Very First Time. VG Plus, $14.99. So the first one that got sold is Roger Daltrey. Can I see the Iron Maiden again? You can. First, though, Roger Daltrey. We need to re-sleeve these. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $25. Adam, which of the 2 CCs do you want? Gold or Live in Europe? And then the Iron Maiden. That is called Maiden Voyage. We have sold... If they made 500 of each color, I bet I've sold 100 of each color. That is $38.99. It's Live in Holland, Maiden. It's on cloudy vinyl. They're numbered on the back. It's new. It's sealed. Well, it's new unopened for $38.99. Melindo does want Foreigner. And then Steven got Duran for $25. And then he wants CCR Live in Europe. That's over here in my other stack. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow at 5:30. We'll do this again for another solid 8 hours. Nothing but vinyl, cassettes, and other music. Adam gets Live in Europe for $25. And just a quick recap before these get auctioned tomorrow. Deep Purple, Cream. Cream's got a great track listing, too. That's Eric Clapton, of course. Juan Higara said he will take Iron Maiden. Thank you. Juan, that's So Do You. So Deep Purple, 25. That's a great compilation. Cream has Sunshine of Your Love on it. And then over here, we have Wham for 25. We got Firm for 25. Creedence Gold, a Greatest Hits for 25. Doobie Brothers, 25. Elvis, 25. Paul Simon, 25. And Doobies, 25. That's it. That's all she wrote. I've got to get right back to work as soon as this feed ends. I'm dealing these out like a blackjack hand. There we go. 25 each on those. Beautiful, high-quality Japanese vinyl. It's 1:42. I started this mess 8 hours ago. We've been going 8 hours nonstop. 8 hours nonstop. And now we're done. All right. And thank y'all, and good night. Return to Greendale, Neil Young. No condition notes, $24.99. Info on Harvest Moon. Harvest Moon was right back here. Harvest Moon, Harvest Moon, Harvest Moon, Harvest Moon, Harvest Moon. Harvest Moon was in here, wasn't it? Neil Young, Harvest Moon. Or was that in a different crate? Was it in here? Not for sure. Greendale's $24.99. Adam Bernardi says he'll take Live Cream. Live Cream was, what have I done with it? There it is. Live Cream, that's $25. That is sold. I need that White and Rainbow Wham album. White and Rainbow. White and Rainbow, White and Rainbow. And then what happened to that other? What is the Rainbow album? I know which the other one is. Was there a Neil Young over here? Harvard. That's in this crate here. Rich Group. Harvest. This is a 2017 Record Store Day. They're both near mint. This one's $29.99. Harvest Moon 29. Return to Greendale 24. Okay. The final. Oh, yeah, the compilation. Okay, yeah. These are sold to Rich Group for 20 and 20. That might have been the last sale of the night. Thanks, everybody. I think we're done. Oh, well, I have an ABBA, but it's damaged. There's something really wrong with it right here. It looks like water damage, so $10 if anybody wants it. I think the vinyl's fine. Yeah, the vinyl's fine. $10 on ABBA. And now I'm going to say another wave of goodbyes because I got to officially end the feed. And I think I can put all the Hatchet Ed. So 5 Hatchet Ed crates. Everything left is a crate and a half. I'm going to pull out all the sealed stuff and make a video for that. And then I am going to probably do a crate with the vintage. There'll be a 6 a.m. new vinyl recap. And there will be a 9 a.m. vintage. Make sure you're in a group. I think a lot of y'all would really enjoy just trying to tune in when you can. Maybe set an alarm to check out those 9 a.m. videos. I mean, I put crazy cheap stuff in there sometimes. Like, there was a album called Thornsfield that's usually a $30, $40 album. Just here lately, we've had a bunch of them. I slipped one into the $6.99 records. It was near mint, a 71 OG, and I was like, man, I can tell not everybody's watching these videos because, I mean, we do sell literally everything, but sometimes there's about 5 or 10 records not sold. And I'm like, all we need is like one more person watching these videos, and they would have probably bought these other 5 records. I know some of y'all would, but anyways, I bet Facebook's already expired. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to get to work and get to eating. 1 hour, 8 hours, and 1 minute. Awesome. Still got 140 people watching. That's even more awesome. I'll be back at 5:30 tomorrow, and we'll do this.